Hello everybody and welcome back. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Concristo. This is Victoria 3 and in the spirit of our Belgian and US game, I'm going to do another edited, it was US we played I think, right? We're going to do another edited Victoria 3 campaign, which I think should be fun. We're going to play as the UK. I haven't played as Great Britain since like the release version of Victoria, I think it was, or maybe a tiny bit after the release, where we were playing as the UK. I conquered Normandy, and it was going to take me so many clicks to change over the PMs in Normandy that I just decided I'd rather not play the game again for like 10 months or something. But we're going to try again. I started the game as Qing, and it was interesting in some ways. I was kind of enjoying it, but I liked the Belgian game. Oh, they've changed the Belgian border a bit, I think. I liked the Belgian game partly because I could do gamey stuff like rushing Transvaal to get the gold and things like that. And it worked and it was fine and fun because Belgium is small and therefore it doesn't feel as gamey to kind of really min-max the systems. But playing as Qing, trying not to min-max as much felt a bit restricting. And there's an interesting question and conversation to be had about, you know, to what extent should the player play a game in a way that's fun or expect the game to force them to play in a way that's fun. It's all interesting stuff. But what I'm going to do is play as Great Britain and try and do a world conquest. I'm not very good at this game. I have only played it for 200 hours, 200 and a bit. Probably a bit less, probably left it open at some point. So I have never even come even close to a world conquest before. And I think playing as England, Great Britain rather, would be the... it's obviously one of the strongest starts. It's got the huge global spread. And I've also never gone over the infamy cap and survived in either Victoria 3 or Victoria 2, for that matter. So I'm interested to see how that works. So we're going to do an edited series. I'm going to dive in as Great Britain. I'm going to set some initial goals, and then I will check in at least every 5 years. So on the, you know, on the multiple, on years that are multiples of 5, I will check in. In terms of game rules, I am going to do just standard, but aggressive pop consolidation. Just because I think performance is going to be one of the things that will mean that I fail. And I do think that I will probably fail. Everything else is kind of normal. What is the fantastical content in Victoria 3, by the way? I have no clue. But yeah, so I'm going to start out as rock and roll as Great Britain. The best start game experience, by the way, visually speaking, of any Paradox game. I'll say it. I think that is true. That's the other thing I should mention about this campaign. And I'm saying this partly just so that you can keep me honest and tell me off if I don't do it. I will be positive. There are problems with Victoria 3, but everyone, more informed people than I could tell you about them. I'm just going to try and have fun and help you have fun as well. So let me just get my mod list up for you. There you go. So some of these make the game a little bit easier. The infamy rework, for example, lowers the floor that a state can cost you in infamy from 5 to 1. Big states still cost the same amount of infamy, but it climbs from a lower floor to that higher level. So basically most states cost a bit less infamy. I'm not trying to break a record here, so I'm not worried about the fact that that will make the game a bit easier. This lets you upgrade any unit into the next tier, because there is just, you can upgrade most of the time, but then not some of the time. It's just needless, in my opinion, needless busy work. It doesn't have anything. This is so that your AI allies can't screw you over in wars. Obviously hotfix mod. Pop adjustments, I should probably check that one, actually. Let me remind myself if I actually do want to keep this one. Okay, so this one makes it so that you assimilate slightly more. People care more about their job satisfaction. And cultural communities linger a bit longer. And migration won't happen as much if people are basically chilling. Basically. And low attraction states can still grow a bit. Sorry, this is horrendous capture mode on this, but we can get rid of it and come back to this. I forgot I was display capturing rather than window capturing. But yeah, that's pop attachments. Smarter private construction just aims to make the private construction queue a bit smarter. Grays has lots of other mods that I'm not using just because I want to have relatively vanilla balance, because I don't know enough about the game balance to be comfortable making big changes. And dense UI makes the UI less egregiously massive in various ways. So on the market window, for example, looks like this. Paradox loves designing their games for very large screens. Sorry, for very small screens, and it bugs the heck out of me because I have a big screen. But you know, it's selfish of me, really. But I just adaptive UI. It's harder. It's more work. Yes. But Paradox has a thick profit margin, so I don't accept the idea that something being harder means they shouldn't do it. But anyway, I was being positive, remember? So let's get into it. We have a famine right now. Seriously? That seems bad. Ongoing famine in 12 states. Where are these states? Bengal, looks like. Is that what that coloration means? No, that's just market access. Where is this? Mild starvation, 14 million people. Bloomin' heck. Well, we'll look into this. This screen is new, I think. At least new since I last played. That's really cool that it summarizes like this. Why do you make groceries again? Do people just prefer groceries, or are they actually like more efficient to make fish into groceries? I don't know. Anyway, let's get into it. So strategies and intentions for the early game, and then we'll check back in when the next big thing happens, or in 4 years, whichever happens first. So one strategy that I'm definitely going to employ is, I feel like we're rivals with Russia right now. I was going to say, I think we should try and be friends with Russia as a counterbalance to rising force in Germany. And the other way I think we could counter the rising force in Germany, I'm sounding like the, Victorian British Admiralty here, but is getting Denmark in our sphere of influence. Because if Holstein stays, I'll need to look into this, but I think if we hold on to Holstein, they can't form Germany, right? I'll have to look into it, but basically we're going to try and hold as much of North Germany as is required to prevent the formation of the North German Confederation, because that will, I think, dramatically slow Prussia. We will also be seeking out, lots of territorial gains abroad. So grabbing Transvaal seems good. I'll probably try and grab some land here. There's gold there, and then later rubber and stuff. I think we'll want to grab some oil out in the oil producing places out in the Middle East. We might try and grab some places in America. I think early conflict with America seems like a good idea. They can raise a pretty big conscript battalions, right? No, they actually don't have the law for conscript battalions right now. So yeah, we should go to war with the US. Maybe immediately. I might restart this campaign a few times just for the early moves. I'm not gonna stress if we get halfway in and we're not gonna succeed. I'll just keep going, and then we could try again as like Russia or something. But yeah, an early war against the US, because I was thinking we're certainly not giving up Colombia. Like this is fine, superb land with loads of arable land for us to use and grow our population. We'll want to unite and then annex Canada, or maybe you annex it without uniting it. I'm not sure what the best approach is there. We'll find out. Early war against America that involves just like taking New York seems like it would be good to neuter them. This screen is new and good. I don't know if this is from the mod or the base game, but I love this. Seems nice. Does it still show? It doesn't show when you minimize. That's a shame. I'd like this at the top still with the breakdown of values. But so, I mean, what would it take if we were just like, hey, America, I demand New York. 35 aggressive expansion. It's very doable. Maybe I go after Mexico first. How you doing, Mexico? Yeah, see, I feel like before Mexico and America get a chance, we need to stifle these upstart colonists over here and remind them that Europa Universalis. So I think seizing California would be good for growth. It wouldn't be what neutered Mexico. We probably don't want... Well, is it better to have people in your country when you discriminate against them, or to have them in as subjects? I don't know the answer. South Atlantic slave trade. Oh yes, right. We, historically speaking, the Royal Navy was a force against slavery in this era. I don't know if we care about that. How long does this last? forever? That'll be pretty bad. Will complete if slave trade has not been enacted by Brazil. So we might go to war with Brazil to ban slavery there. Could be a good excuse to go in and make a subject out of them. We start with a power block. Yes, of course. The British Empire power block. So we can... And I love the graphic of the influence spreading from the power blocks. It's really, really well done. We will work to expand that. Yes, notably trying to counter... Oh, have they renamed this? This used to be called Hohenzollern. Zilverine, maybe not. But anyway, yeah, we'll work to try and do that. I don't know if you can hold on to Hanover in the event. You know, their absolute agnatic is going to cause problems. But yeah, so our two main rivals, obviously France is going to be one of them. Maybe I try and buddy up with France as well. We don't have many competing interests with France until the scramble for Africa really kicks in. So maybe if we try and befriend France and Russia and go against Prussia. And obviously Spain is a sinking force. Not really much of a concern. But yeah, so early goals. And I'm just making this up as I go here. I didn't plan any of this out. But France and Russia, alliance with them in order to contain Germany. Very World War I. Plus, early aggressive wars to grab a few key places like Transvaal, and I'll have a think and look around where else I want. Maybe Najd would be good. One of my favorite achievement runs in EU4, by the way. And then early wars to first beat... We should probably target America first because we know we'll be able to beat Mexico relatively easily. But yeah, an early war to target America. The problem would be if someone like France backed America. But they probably wouldn't have an interest over here early on. And here's the Hanoverian succession. If you die... Okay, it does just specifically end it. Okay. Different laws of succession. Tell you, absolute agnatic. You can use the phrase. We're Paradox gamers. Of course we know about absolute agnatic. I'm probably using the wrong one now. Of course, now I've said that. Okay, cool. At home, of course, I'll just be working to crank up our construction queue, try and get steel frame buildings and stuff going. Maybe we start on steel frame. Sorry, we do indeed start on iron frame, but yeah, get iron frame going. Work on getting our standard of living up a little bit so we can get some pop growth would be good. But yeah, early game, conflict with America, trying to shut out Prussia. And what I'll probably do is save, load in as Prussia, and then take a look at, I mean, we don't need to save, we haven't done anything yet, but load in as Prussia and see what the requirements are. I think they have to have a certain share of the states. So we just take, 1 minus that share of the states plus 1, then we can, we'll be able to get there. And by 1, I mean, 1 times that share of the states. Portion of the states, but anyway. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll see you in 4 years, or maybe when we declare war in America in like 1 minute. Okay. Nice. So I was planning for my war with the US, and then I remembered, oh yes, opium. So we took a port in Shandong. I believe that is... Yeah, Qingdao on the Shandong Peninsula, right? Yeah, cool. So we took Shandong. Why Shandong? Why Qingdao rather than a more historical one? First off, I only had the choices between, how do you say that? Zhejiang, I think. Zhejiang or Guangdong or Shandong, because I think that's where they had their ports. Now, I could have gone down here for the modifier, shipyards, and max port level higher. So if we ever find ourselves really needing a bigger port, then that's fine. But yeah, I added war reps and they backed down. I want to know what the odds are that the AI backs down at various levels of caution. That would be a really useful piece of information for this campaign. But yeah, they backed down, which means I think we only get half the infamy cost for doing this, which is pretty cool. So I'm happy about that. And yeah, we should complete the Opium Wars journal entry, which I assume will give us some prestige, which should be nice. And yeah, we yoinked their port. So presumably their province no longer has a port. Yeah, that's funny. But why this one? It's closer to Beijing. I expect us to go to war with Qing a number of times over the next 100 years. And being able to have faster occupation of their capital, I think would be good. So yeah, I mustered up the whole army, and I'm in the process of reorganizing the fleets and things. But they just backed down, so no worries. All good there. we can declare more interests, of course, because now we have a fixed interest up here in North China. Where am I interested? I'm interested in Niger and Congo and things, I guess. So war with America, we are damaging our relations. Oh, and I realize we can't really improve relations with Russia. They're our rival right now. Maybe if in the future they rival Prussia, then we'll be able to switch to being friendly with them. But yeah, I rivaled a bunch of people, put a bunch of edicts down, all that good stuff. But yes, we're improving relations with many of our subjects, as you can see. Damaging relations with Prussia so that I can rival them. Is that smart? Maybe not. You know what I should do? I should try and conquer Belgium. France guarantees them right now. I bet they break that. In my Belgium game, France always tried to conquer Belgium. We should conquer Belgium early because they have such good provinces for industrialization. Yeah. Yeah. It's this province that's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. Look at all that. Look at all that. But yeah, apart from that, I'm going to go back to my plan for early war against the US. Who knows if it'll work. They are now able to conscript some battalions. I guess that just isn't calculated early, or maybe they already changed the law on it. I don't know. But I feel like if we did an early blitz down towards Washington, it's quite a long way down, but if we did an early blitz down towards Washington from Canada, I feel like we'd be in a good place, but we'll see. We'll see. Damaging our relations with America is taking some time. I don't know when you stop being cordial. 20? Or like 19, I guess. Because this guy's still neutral even though he's at 15. Oh, which means we can stop doing that, by the way, and we could rival them. Which I am going to do. We're doing, this is almost, well, I probably shouldn't rival Prussia, should I? Well, they're already wary. Why not? Why not? So we're rivaling like everybody. Which will give me more Diplo points with which to get myself a bunch of vassals, which will get me a bunch of authority. So we started off with the Sovereign Empire power block, which has these two already, which is interesting because I know these aren't, I think vassalization might be, but these aren't considered like, you know, the best ones. But I like the idea of kind of vassalizing everyone. When I say world conquest, by the way, I'll be perfectly happy if everyone is my subject. I don't need to necessarily own it all directly. Though I do dislike the AI, so maybe I will try and, you know, one tag it. We'll see. Who knows if that's remotely plausible. The way that you annex stuff in this game is not being negative, it's difficult to scale because annexing one country has a negative effect on the liberty desire of all your other countries. At least it did when I last played. But yeah, so we're working on some leverage over Portugal right now. We've got them fairly leveraged. I'd like them because I've been thinking about my African ambition, and I think the idea is I'm going to try and secure basically southern, like, is there a name for this bit of Africa? Like, is that, because that's a peninsula. I know maybe it isn't technically if you're a geographer, but that strikes me as a peninsula, right? Kind of. Everything below the Horn of Africa and... Is this... I'm just learning how few geographical terms I know. What's the term for this coast? I mean, West African coast, but surely there's a better name. Like, that bit's the Ivory Coast or the Gold Coast, but I think those are outdated names. Hang on, I'm going to look this up. We live in a world without art. It's called Western Africa. That's so boring. Anyway, I'm going to try and completely dominate Central, I mean, obviously the world, but in the shorter term, Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa. It feels like dominating here early is really hard because there's so many different countries and things. So what we're going to do is we're just going to try and really dominate this area. And the way we do that is we cut off access points. So one is here, one is here, one is obviously these southern independent countries, one is here, and one is Portuguese land. So I think we try and keep Portugal on side, block them off, block people off just by having Portugal be, you know, our buddy. And Portugal's not going to be able to colonize very quickly. So I'm not worried about, if Portugal grabs a little bit of land in here, that's fine. Because Portugal has a low population relative to us, which means they're going to colonize way, way slower. How many people does Portugal have? I mean, it's not that much smaller than us, actually, but maybe if we integrate Canada, it'll be smaller than us, but yeah. So in the meantime, yes, I'm just trying to get myself a bunch of new protectorates. So we're going after Zulu right now, going after Oman. Oman is ticking war score towards surrendering already. And then, yeah, I'm just going to grab these guys, and we're trying to grab protectorates of people who have low population, because it means they're cheap. So I may come in here and grab... Well, Benin's not going to have a low population, is it? Million. But we're going to try and grab some of these places. There we go. Dahomey might be good. We'll just try and grab lots of protectorates once we get access to the Lake Victoria. Does it already call it Lake Victoria, by the way? No, it doesn't. That's fun. That is Lake Victoria, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to protectorate a bunch of these guys because it gives us a bunch of authority, which I can then use on consumption taxes and encouraging manufacturing, social mobility, and all that stuff. I don't know the meta on what edicts are considered the best. Right now, I'm just using manufacturing in my 3 main places that I'm building manufacturing stuff, and then social mobility based on the idea that I just want to try and crank my literacy. And then my plan is, we're building some ports so that our colonies aren't isolated. And then I'm just going to build construction places until I think we can afford it. We need to work on military goods, by the way. It's real expensive right now. Grain is also a bit of a problem right now. Actually, I didn't actually add grain to here, did I? I should add grain to my my outliner. Oh, only plus 22%. Okay, that is getting better. That's good. But yeah, iron, very expensive. But we're going to work on all that, and then I will start working on seeing what we can do to... Right, yeah, sorry. See what I can do to build more universities and things. I'm also going to want to integrate Ireland at some point. How is the kind of industrializability of Ireland? No iron. Sorry, there is some iron here. No coal on the Irish Isle. Interesting. But a fair amount of logging camps and things. But yeah, obviously we'd like to... With racial segregation, I think that will give us... The new discrimination system, by the way, is... And I'm trying to be positive, so I'm happy to be able to say this. It is the best culture system that Paradox has ever made, I think, by miles. And it should be, because Victoria 3 is a game where that kind of thing really came to the fore. But it's really cool where, us passing racial segregation, for example, will increase acceptance from heritage traits, which I'm pretty sure means we're going to be able to accept Irish. Because right now we get plus 40 from sharing a cultural heritage trait. But once we have this, we should get 60 from a heritage trait. We don't share a culture trait, right? Because our culture traits are Anglophone, European heritage. Oh, no, we do. We share... no. Culture trait, Celtic, European heritage. But European heritage is a heritage trait, not a culture. I'm not quite sure if I understand. I'm talking up the system while I don't get it, but... There are more Scots than Irish people. I thought we had more Irish people than Scots in the country for some reason. We do. So why... What? Oh, that's political strength. Right, yeah. So once we get this up to 60, that should move them to... That would be open prejudice base, right? Starting at 60. But then, would they get any others from this? I don't think so, right? These are not cumulative. You just get whichever of these highest ones you're in. Okay, understood. So they would have plus 60 rather than plus 40. And most of the Irish, well, I think all of the Irish actually are Catholic or Protestant. And if they're Catholic, that gives plus 15, which brings it to 75, which is second-class citizen, right? Yeah. Which brings them up to second-class citizen, because right now, some of them are in open prejudice, aren't they? Oh, no, actually, maybe they're all already second-class citizens, and this won't really make a difference. Never mind. But you can see how it's cool, like the degree to which you accept people changing based on what laws you have and stuff it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's unfortunate, because the Irish already have 40, which puts almost all of them in second-class citizen already. We'd have to get them up to higher than 94, which is pretty unlikely. But avoiding any of them being an open prejudice is good. Okay, that's unfortunate. It's not really going to help with them. Who might it help with? The Afro-Caribbean? The Afro-Caribbeans have... Yeah, they have Anglophone. Okay, so because they have the Anglophone culture trait with racial segregation... No, I think that'll still be plus 20. So does that mean that there's no actual difference here on culture trait? Yeah, the only difference is that heritage trait goes from 40 to 60. Which doesn't do anything ever? Am I wrong? No, okay, I guess that means you accept people who are your culture, have one of your culture traits. Sorry, have one of your heritage traits, but don't have any degree of your religion. That's really not a very good improvement, is it? Oh well. Oh well. And yeah, unfortunately, I did look at going to cultural exclusion, but the British supremacist movement would be causing some serious problems. And it's, I mean, it's only what, 8%, but the petty bourgeoisie are the main reformers of our government, so we'd like to keep them on side. Okay, well, I guess it's not going to make much of a difference, which is quite funny, but it'll make it a bit easier to keep any Irish people happy. So who have the open prejudice amongst the Irish? Because they're all Protestant and Catholic. Sorry, Catholic and Protestant. So how would we possibly have open prejudice against 3% of them? Is it... I mean, like you, for example. You have second-class citizen, yeah. Who would it be? Maybe there's just a couple of them that have some other religion? Randomly? Like you destitute lot. No, you're second-class citizens. Nah, I don't know who they are. Who it is, then. Oh well, not a big deal. Anyway, we're going to try and accept and integrate the Irish into our great nation as a kind of testing ground for how well we can incorporate new people into our great nation, because we're going to try and incorporate a great deal of people. Anyway, that's Christo's little aside, not really understanding how the culture system works, but liking it anyway. So in my continuing quests, based on foreknowledge of where oil will spawn, we're going after Najd. Austria has sided against us. Might have something to do with me rivaling them and everyone else. So that'll be interesting. Continuing the theme of interventions, Spain has stepped in on the side of Brunei. Brunei sent their whole army to go and help defend Gibraltar. So we've occupied Brunei. And now we're doing a naval invasion against ourselves, apparently, which I imagine will end tomorrow. Yes, there we go. And my army didn't teleport home. Let's go. Last time I did that, when we occupied Najd, my army teleported home. We're at war with Austria, by the way. But eventually they're gonna give up on this. It's gonna take a long time. But that's okay. I don't mind. We can just tick that down. Meanwhile, Indian armies are brawling it out with Spain, so the Spanish peace should come sooner. I did add some war goals against Spain, humiliating them to get the Dutch to come and help, and liberating the Philippines and Cuba, just to weaken the Spanish overseas empire. But I think the time has come to go for America. I have no idea if this is going to work, but let's give it a go. Let's just go to war with America. I'm hoping we can sway Mexico to help. That would be... It would be convenient, right? Now, what do we actually do? Can we liberate something big? We can liberate New England. That would be good. Mexico could potentially join, and they might actually just accept. That would be really funny. So I think we try and liberate New England. How big is New England? Can you see cores somewhere? Not sure. Okay, yeah, I think the New England war is probably the way to go. Is New York the province that I could take from them which would do the most harm? I think it is. New England is all of this, by the way, for my non-American viewers, I have learned recently. So I think just yoinking New York off them is the way to go. It'd be funny if that was a bunch of their construction sector. Nah, it's only 2. But yeah, I'm building up my armies because I think this is going to be a tough war. Ideally, I would also pass National Guard. I'd really like National Guard. The flood impact seems important. But yeah, I think we're going to try and release New England and take New York. Maybe I should take Pennsylvania as well. The thing is, there'll be a lot of radicals when I take these provinces, but they will largely be Yankee, and we're going to be fairly tolerant of Yankee because they're Anglophone European heritage, just like us. So if we can get things working, but I think we are just going to go for it. Let's give it a go. Let's liberate New England, and they might just accept, which is very funny. So we are going to give them the opportunity to accept. 20%? Cross your fingers. You never know. That's very funny. That's extremely funny. Do we not get a pop-up for them accepting it? Oh, it just shows down here. I need that to be a pop-up, please. Pause and pop-ups on event. Single player. What? I think that will just change it for this particular event. I hope, anyway. That's extremely funny. So we will now... Do they like me for doing that, by the way? They do. That's really funny. Natural defender against America, and they start with amicable relations. Because, of course, if the UK forced Washington to grant New England independence, New England would be very grateful, right? Well, we won't be able to take New York. We have a truce with them for a while. How long are truces? 5 years? Right? So if I wanted to conquer this... Truce until 42. Alright, we've got to find some other way to use up our infamy. I guess we're going for Mexico right now. And if I take Mexico, I can start colonizing in here, right? Should be interesting. I haven't done that as a UK before. Cool. Yeah, this could work. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I guess we'll have a truce with America for a while. Use our infamy on Mexico instead. There's not many people living in California right now, presumably. Yeah, very, very few. So we could grab Mexico, Nevada. How would we treat the population of Mexico if they were in our country right now? How do I see this? I go Mexico. Hang on. Okay, so looking at it, I don't think you can see the pops of a whole nother country, which is interesting. But if I look at the Mexican pops specifically in this one province, because they have European heritage, they would be just like the Welsh, basically the Welsh and the Irish in our country if we were to occupy them. What the hell is that icon meaning? Are you... What is that? Are they going to intercept a fleet up here right now? I don't think so. I thought everything happens in units, in nodes. Anyway, we're invading Cuba, by the way. They have their army over here in the Philippines. They might invade Brunei while we're away, but I'm not too worried. They're gonna lose war support in Brunei pretty fast, and if they do invade it, we can just go back and get it again. Should be fine. The fight for Spain is continuing. We are slowly winning. I think the Spanish war support will hold up quite a while, but they are losing quite a few casualties. Sorry, taking quite a few casualties and losing quite a lot of battles against my Indian friends. It's probably a good thing we didn't start that war with America right then, because if we had, we would have been in a bit of a bad spot, because we wouldn't have had our Indian ally support. Also, I can cancel all this stuff I started building to support my war in America. We won't need that to fight Mexico. So what do we take off Mexico? Texas is an obvious big one. So I think we probably take California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas to kind of cut off America's eminent domain and that's not eminent domain, manifest destiny, which is such a funny imperialist phrase, right? It's just our destiny, man. It's totally not imperialistic conquest. Trust us. All right, so let's do that, and we can do that more or less right away, I think. How much? Why can't I? I don't have an interest in Dixie. Okay, we will need an interest in Dixie, which I can't do because I'm over declared. I think I care about the Andes right now. Oops. Let's care about Dixie for a bit. How long does it take for interests to take effect again? Is it instant? It looks like it might be instant. If I went to conquer Dixie, no. How long does it take? Well, we'll just wait for however long it takes. And then, yeah, we'll come in here, which will let us start doing some colonization into here, which may not be ideal, but we're colonizing so slowly over here. I am now going towards inventing pharmaceuticals and quinine. When I finish building this, I may spend some time building universities, because we could be inventing stuff a lot faster. But yeah, we're going nightmarishly slowly. All these wars are meaning I can't abandon my Senegal colony, which I intend to do. Because, yeah, this area over here just doesn't seem worth fighting over. There is rubber over here, but there's no oil, right? Yeah. Well, there's a little bit of oil here, and there's some... Actually, there's quite a lot in what is modern-day Chad. There's some down here. Some over here. I'm looking at the resource map. And then rubber-wise, I mean, there is a fair amount here, but I think there's less people. So it's kind of cheaper to take over and own. But, yeah, we'll see. I also do have quite a bit of spare bureaucracy, which I should really spend. Law enforcement... Law enforcement is the one that's... I thought this was law enforcement. Where is our law enforcement coming from? Oh, here it is. So do we ever want to change this? Is this ever going to be a bad thing? Dedicated police force does not empower anyone, which is good. Less radicals from political movements would be a good thing. How much do each of our levels cost? Whoa, 150. That's so low. Nice. Yeah, I mean, less radicals from political movement and state penalties from turmoil down. Does seem good. Social security, I don't think we need to bump social security. Oh, by the way, we're doing colonial exploitation. So you know what I should do, actually? I should incorporate Ireland. Because without incorporating Ireland, when we go to colonial exploitation, everything here is going to get way less productive. And there's not much here to begin with, but it's going to get even worse and harder to develop because colonial exploitation drops wages in unincorporated states, which would not be good. It would mean that our mining and plantations and things over here were better, but I think that's okay. So we will try and get New England into the power block. It looks like that will be somewhat doable. We'll see. Obviously, America is going to vie for them. Though, does America actually... Yeah, America doesn't actually have a power block right now. So, that's interesting. But we'll see. Anyway, I'll see you when I launch the war against Mexico. Okay, the Mexican War. And I have not declared an interest in the main Mexico region. I've only claimed things that are either in Dixie or in the Pacific coast, which means France is not eligible to join the war. Interesting, actually that's not quite true, is it? I guess technically I've added war routes. I've then added everything to primary demands. I had one thing to primary demands, which was New Mexico, that I really needed to get. But then I realized I should just add stuff to primary demands that don't cause extra infamy. Because the idea is I do not want them to back down, but also I don't want to overdo my the infamy gain, because every time you manually add a war goal to your primary demands, it adds extra infamy. But if they back down, they have to give you all your primary demands. So that's the war. We are looking for all of the land that Mexico currently holds that they would historically later cede to America, plus Baja California, which I think is how you say it, this peninsula here. Which has some, there's some room for stuff. There's some room for stuff. And thus encircling the United States, enabling us to begin some colonization efforts here, and putting us on a strong footing to launch a major offensive against the US once our truces are up. So our troops will move to the border. If they do back down, I don't know why. Oh yeah, so this is, again, I'm trying not to be too negative. If I click go to front, and then I click on there, that doesn't work. You have to click there, which is very annoying. Actually, it looks like it didn't work because I was already assigned there, but let me show you. It's actually hard to do it wrong on this one. Note that that doesn't work, but that does. Very silly. But never mind, never mind. So they're going there. You guys are obviously going to this front, and I'm going to have them just stay defensive. My plan is hold these two fronts, and then have my largest army naval invade probably here, and then cut south, or maybe here, and cut in to try and seize the capital and end the war quickly and painlessly. We are a little short on convoys, but I'll be able to fix that. We started integrating Ireland since the last episode, by the way, and it does look like we're going to be able to liberate Cuba this war, and they so far have shown no intention in going back into Brunei, possibly because I have massive naval supremacy and they know that, so they're just hanging out. near the coast. We do still have this. I'm not good at this game. I want to stress that, but do you still have this starvation? 7 million people. Oh, this is the market. They're probably all in India. I was thinking, where are these starving people? Because we didn't seem to have any people actually starving over here. But maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, like nobody's starving here. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I thought we had millions of starving people, but I realized they're now all in India. So, which is obviously still bad, and we'd love to improve it. But the other thing is, I haven't been promoting any political movements, and our government is a little. We have a broad tent coalition, shall we say, of literally everybody with any kind of influence, and we could switch to the Tories, which would not be ideal, but. Certainly not for our current things, but it would be a lot more legitimate. But right now it doesn't matter because 51 and 74 legitimacy are identical. But yeah, we could do this and then try and trigger the corn laws, but I don't really want to trigger the corn laws because, you know, my people are enjoying eating their corn. But we'll see. Also, almost finally finished building these railways. At which point I can start finally actually building some kind of primary industry stuff. I've been very focused on war. We have only, God, is that all? We're only a year and a bit into the game. Feels like longer. Yeah, all going fairly well. Our port has been built here and here. Why are we colonizing here so much slower? It's just malaria. Growth multiplied by... It's just because there's 37 provinces in South Cameroon and 600,000 population versus... 66. What is the annual growth here is 0.11 versus 0.06. Yeah. I need to be able to abandon this, but I can't stop myself. You know, here I go killing again. So I'm struggling with that. But when this war ends, we'll have some infamy to burn off. So hopefully we'll have an opportunity to finally abandon our Senegal colony. And yeah, France, not a big fan of us after all of that work, violent stuff we just did there, and we are still working on trying to get trade agreement now. Nice. We are trying to get on the inn here. They would now give us investment rights. Nice. Once we have investment rights, I think some of our private money will hopefully buy up some stuff in New England, which will encourage them to let us work towards getting them in our power block. We're really not doing so hot, but I think once we have the majority of the influence over them, that slowly increases the I'm pretty sure leverage increases their willingness to join as well as their capacity to join. I think we'd get a plus 19 to that, but we will see. So war with Mexico has indeed broken out, and they're not defending their southern border, so we're progressing apace there. I've also noticed that our Indian allies are advancing gloriously into Spain, acquitting themselves well. I'd like to think that those who passed the more moderate amongst my government that passed racial segregation are now thinking, you know what? These Indian soldiers, they're pretty cool. Maybe we could be even nicer to them. But we'll see. Why is this stuck out like that? Go away. There we go. I also couldn't resist declaring another war, so we have a lot more, but I need to get Transvaal, and I realized that the amount of infamy to take it was increasing over time, so I am going after Transvaal, and I have enforced military access so that Zulu is helping, meaning that... hang on, why is Zulu on the fence? Oh no, does enforced military access... Oh, that's so annoying. I think enforced military access only puts them in current wars, not actual... No, Zulu, wars and diplomatic plays. Oh, they're involved in this, but they're not on my side. That's so annoying. Oh well. We'll enforce military access in Zulu, and then they'll that will be how we'll get into Transvaal. But yeah, the infamy to take them was rising, I guess just because their population was rising, and there's going to be a bunch of gold here, so we're going after them. Meanwhile, Mexico going well, and yes, the invasion of Cuba has succeeded, and we will in fact be able to press all our war goals on Spain, which will be good. We won't have to go and get the Philippines because their war exhaustion is going to tank. Although actually, no, I don't think we can. Hang on, did someone else invade the Philippines? Why are the Philippines able to go below 0 war support? because they're a subject, I guess. But yeah, we're going to be able to get the Philippines free and Cuba. I should have put war reps on Spain, but no matter. We have got our dip. Our influence did just dip quite a bit. What did we get? Unfulfilled treaty obligations. What? Does this happen constantly? Oh no, when this time's out, that goes away. Okay. Right, we need to ban slavery in Brazil then. Brazil. Got an army? Yeah, but not a huge one. Need to go to war with Brazil. Get those, get slavery banned. Nice. There's peace with Spain. Achieved. Cuba and Philippines liberated. Not a fan of us for doing that to them, Cuba, apparently. How about the Philippines? Philippines also detest us for having done that to us. Done that to them, rather. Not sure why. Why? I guess because they are still... They have a primary culture of Filipino. Well, didn't like us fighting them over it, I guess. So people like you if that you fight for their independence when they're not a nation, but don't like it when you fight for their independence when they are a nation. Which is curious, but no matter. And yeah, we beat up Spain, and they obviously detest us. We've devastated them a bit, but we've made the Netherlands happy. And also, I sided with the Netherlands in the Dutch-Belgium divide. As I was saying earlier, one potential thing I want to do. I can't even look at what it would be like if I were to do this, but yeah. Conquering Flanders and Wallonia would be... It's Wallonia, right? W is a V in German. Although, hang on. This would be the French bit, right? Anyway, Wallonia maybe. I would like Wallonia, because it's pretty cool. But yeah, we're favoring the Dutch in that region. They seem like the more relevant global ally. The naval invasion here didn't actually work, because we conquered the province before they had a chance to land. But we are moving on the capital with no problems there. Next military goal, obviously, Transvaal is one of them, but I'm going to have to bump Zulu's liberty desire, unfortunately, in order to get in there, but not a problem. And then we're going to have to chill out for a bit. We'll just focus on building up. We are finally building some iron. Get that iron price down. It's making our construction goods rather expensive. But, I mean... Even with, where is it here? Even with that, the actual goods that we're spending on, it's so much iron. But yeah, if we can get the iron price down, we'll be able to build much more, which will be nice. That's the plan. And then I'll keep doing just like tiny wars, which cause very little infamy to get more and more protectorates, so I can get more and more authority, which seems good. Cohesion is not ideal. We need to get Upper Canada a bit happier with us. Would be good. We'd be able to do that. We need to integrate into their economy a bit, maybe. Would be useful. We are improving relations. Oh, I could also reduce subject payments. Oh, yeah, their payments not that big, sure. We'll reduce their subject payments. That will help with the cohesion of our block. Because the cohesion of a sovereign empire power block is pretty heavily based on the liberty, desire, and happiness of your subjects and people in the block. I've also just noticed 4 days till our next mandate. So let's have a look at that now. Less than 1 day. I didn't know it said that. So do we want 25% income from subjects? We don't get a very large income from our subjects. We will later. Oh, that's not, sorry. That's nonsense. We get a huge amount from India. It's pretty good, right? I assume that's a straight extra 25%. As in it goes from, you know, it'd go from 40k to 50, sorry, to... What is it? 25%. Yeah, so from 40k to 50k. 10k a month is... Sorry, a week? Is quite a lot. But also... This really seems bad. I mean, it's good for you, obviously, but it would make it so difficult to get people in. But, yeah, more colonial officers? Let me have a think. Yeah, having looked at them, I really can't justify not taking construction, I think. Because I feel like our economy has got off to a pretty slow start because I focused so much on building like ports down in my docks and things like that. And 10% construction efficiency is so good. And then you can get this and you get another 20% construction sector throughput. Crazy, crazy good. I mean, right now we wouldn't, because we wouldn't get any productivity, but prosperity rather. There's other things that I definitely want. Like I really like... Market unification seems fun for once we're really big, but for now it would just hurt trade. Transportation infrastructure seems... Well, the lower tier seems good, but the higher ones... Anyway, I'm pretty certain, yeah, the vassalization next level It's good, don't get me wrong, but I actually didn't look at the top one. Decrees on subject states. I'm never going to want to do that. Colonial officers. The next one is just 5% infamy generation against unrecognized. Now that is, you know, a lot. That means you can do 5% more conquest, basically, but I just don't think it's quite... The bureaucracy cost of colonial affairs is okay as well. I don't think it's quite enough, though. For now, it's got to be construction. Where's it gone? There it is. I think that's got to be what we do to start with. This is interesting. Austria is suing for peace long before they get to 0 capitulation desire or 0 war support. I didn't know they did that. But yeah, no pressed war goals. Finally, just peace with Austria. Good. We are the only person, so yeah. No war goals. No war goals pressed. We're definitely not paying them. Like, that didn't just start us paying them any stuff, did it? No. And we are funding lobbies in Portugal. By the way, I have checked. So you get half your leverage as reasons to accept power block entry and power block embassy. I don't really understand the point of power block embassy, because power block itself appears to have all the same reasons. Sovereign Empire power protectors. Are these literally the same? Or maybe you have to have a embassy. No, you don't. Ah, okay, of course. They can accept this when you don't have enough leverage for them to accept this, but not vice versa. I get it, I get it. Cool, and yeah, infamy has dropped below 25 just in time for us to conquer Transvaal and not get the extra haters, also known as radicals in the province, for our trouble, which is good. Politically, not going great, but we have managed to get colonial exploitation up to drafting. So that's good. And yes, just trying to bring that iron price down a bit so we can more cheaply afford more construction. Our finances are not amazing. But once this war is over, I'm going to demobilize most of my army. And then we'll use a very small army for going around bullying a couple of small places into being protectorates. Should be good. Now, it is worth noting, obviously, every time we take one of these protectorates, it is going to cost us a little bit of diplo points, but really not much. So I think it's okay. Oh, I didn't realize that's a brutal peace that we just forced on Belgium. And we started to guarantee their independence, which I think I'm going to stop doing immediately. What a terrible deal. I thought we were just giving the Netherlands, like, you know, modern mini Luxembourg, not old big Luxembourg. That's pretty funny. Sorry about that, Belgium. Should have sided with the Netherlands. Sorry, should have sided with Belgium and then turned on Belgium. But, yeah, sorry, Belgium. I'm not guaranteeing your independence. And now that you're this piddling little country with probably not even that much going on here, yeah, I'm going to end our trade agreement too. Although, could I get you into my sphere of influence? Probably not. I could with some effort, though. You know what? The Netherlands is not... Yeah, give me investment rights. I don't know whether I should just be trying to get investment rights everywhere, because the thing is, I want my capitalists and so on to invest, my investment pool, to invest in me more than I wanted to invest overseas, but maybe that doesn't make sense. It's better to just have rich investment pool contributors. Yeah, if the Netherlands is not a great power, if they're, I mean, realistically, am I ever going to be able to get the Netherlands in here? It's only minus 50. So if we've got 100 leverage advantage on the Netherlands, we could get them in. I mean, that seems... Oh no, we've already got 19. So we need like another 100 advantage. We could probably do it. Let's try and get the Netherlands in. Sure thing. Is that going to work? I don't know, but we will give it a go. We will give it a go. It's going to cost me quite a bit to go for this, but let's see if we can make a play. I think they're probably going to become a great power soon, and it won't work. But I mean, it's predicted to go up by, yeah. What would we have now? Leverage advantage of 38. Predicted to go for 173. That would be enough. That would be enough. Let's see. And there we go. Victory over Mexico is achieved. My allies kept pushing after I told them to stop once we took the capital, but that's fine. We will have all of this. Kaboom. Call that Manifest Destiny. And so now, oh, I was at speed 4, didn't mean to be at speed 4. looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. We'll have some spare, interest slots. The Midwest. I don't think we need an interest in the Midwest. We should take an interest in Niger, though. I guess I shouldn't call it Niger, should I? Because that's the French way of pronouncing it, and the French haven't got control of it yet, so we're going to make it Niger. But yeah, we've got all these areas that will cause, yeah, quite a few radicals in those areas. Quite a few. Which is not great. Now, I don't know why it's not causing a larger negative to our interest group approval. Maybe because my interest groups aren't well represented by people that currently live here. But because we accept the people here, I feel like that is going to change. We're down to 60% on full acceptance, by the way. I think all of these Mexicans that we just integrated are going to be second-class citizens. Oh, we haven't got any... We need 200,000 Mexicans? I don't think that's right. I think it might not have updated yet. Oh no, we are at full acceptance for the Mexicans. Of course, because they're mostly Catholic, I imagine. Yeah, 99.99%. Yeah, there are actually... It's just that there's very few people over here, as it turns out. So where do I get my 2 million radicals from, then? Maybe there are... Who else lives here? There's some Dixie types... and some locals. Hokan, who obviously we are not, unfortunately, going to be able to accept unless we get all the way to multiculturalism. What does multiculturalism actually do? Like, does it just say plus 100 for everybody, or how does it work? Let me have a look. Plus 60 from culture, plus 80 from culture traits. Ah, is that what I'm reading wrong? Yes, okay. From... This is interesting phrasing, but plus 20 acceptance from culture means that 20 is the floor. Okay, so by going from this to this, we raise the floor from 0 to 20. Understood. Which is why we basically stopped having anyone under violent hostility and put them all under cultural erasure. It looks like right now, yeah, so almost no one is staying under violent hostility. They're being promoted to cultural erasure. Those lucky dogs. And dogs wasn't meant to be a derogatory, by the way. That's just a turn of phrase. But we are... so that's good. We're going to have... We obviously don't... We want to try and get as many people as possible into full acceptance. More wages is good. More assimilation is good. All kinds of things. In fact, for highest assimilation, interestingly, you want open prejudice. Interesting. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? There's no particular reason to assimilate if you're accepted for the way you are. Is that true? I wonder if anyone has done like a deep historical dive. Who's the... Oh, I've forgotten his name. Cavan? I can't remember his name. There's a historian that writes long blog essays about Paradox games sometimes. He should do one on whether or not it makes sense for people to assimilate the most when there is some prejudice, but not extreme prejudice, but also not a lot of acceptance. Because I feel like a lot of... In this era, obviously. I feel like a lot of melting pot integration in the US. I know people in the US like feel like they're, I don't know, German or Irish or whatever. But from the perspective of someone across the pond, they all seem very much American. And that wasn't necessarily... Well, that wasn't second-class citizen either, was it? Depends how you break it down, obviously. But in this game, open prejudice still means you can vote. So, you know, pre-Black emancipation, post-Civil War in America, Black Pops would be cultural erasure as opposed to open prejudice or second-class citizen. And, you know, Irish people in New York, I know there was some... I'm talking about things that I don't know, so don't take my word as gospel or take me to be claiming to be, you know, knowledgeable, but I don't think they were second-class citizens. Although the effects of second-class citizen are not huge, are they? Yeah, their vote counts for the same. I mean, I'm sure there was gerrymandering to try and avoid that, but minus 5% wages, that might be too small of a modifier to reflect realistically, and 5% less access to education. That's probably not big enough to reflect some of the discrimination that European minority groups faced in America. So maybe it makes sense. Maybe they were in open prejudice in game terms, and hence assimilating. But, anyway, it's all interesting. Not having luck with colonial exploitation, but I'm going to keep trying. We will see. We will see. And so now, I can colonize. Can't colonize here because claims and maintained interests from Mexico. Damn. So did I need to go like, hey, get rid of your interests, I guess. But anyway, we're going to start on the ones we can do. Maybe Mexico will abandon their interest in these regions. I should have told them to abandon their claims, shouldn't I? Well, if America gets them, we'll just get them off them again. And let's take a look at the situation here. So how are you meant to see who has claims in what area? Because it's this lens, right? And then if I hover, where do I hover? Ah, here we go. You zoom in enough to see this. Okay, so Mexico, yes, they are becoming an inactive interest in the Great Plains and the coast and Dixie. Amazing. So once they've finished losing their claim, I will then start a colonization effort here to expand our holdings. And in the future, of course, there will be so much oil down here, which will be good. And this should prevent America from attracting quite as many migrants away from us by having lots of areas that we could have migrants arrive in. We'll also want to integrate these states in the fullness of time, but right now I'm going to focus on building up my construction sector. It goes construction sector, then getting my tech sorted, getting some more universities going. I really should do that. Maybe I should be doing that now. I don't know. I probably should, but and then we'll focus on trying to integrate some of our new holdings. Great, but for now, we're going to demobilize the army, which I think has already automatically happened. No, because technically I am a part of this. I could negotiate. Yes, because they started it against my allies. Okay, so yeah, big armies can demob and go home. That's all fine. These guys actually looks like they already teleported home. I will leave you just in case my allies mess this up. And then this army here, the army of the Med, I'm going to use to continue having some fun in Africa. Oh, that's right, Brazil. We need to make Brazil get rid of their slavery so we can get our 10% influence back. What else are we going to do at the same time? Maybe yoink some land up here in the north. Para and Amazonas could be nice. This is prime rubber potential. You have quite a bit of stuff right now, but look at how little infamy we get just because there's no one living here, basically. Not no one, but very few. Yeah, I think we do go for Brazil and keep it a little bit contained. If we go for just ban slavery to start with, there is a 30% chance that they accept. America might join against us, which should be interesting and kind of funny. But yeah, I think we'll go with that. 30% chance they just go for it. Oh no, wait. Okay, we let this war end first so I can finally get myself out of Senegal. That's what we do. Okay, I really want to get out of Senegal. I know that my advancement here is super slow because we don't have quinine yet, but I think it's worth it, although it's going to slow down my gains in America. But I do want to try and cut people off, so... But yeah, we're going to go for ending slavery in Brazil once this war is wrapped up, which shouldn't take long. So there's a bit of a ethnic conflict going on in London right now between the Greeks and, of course, the other main population group in London, the Scots. Are there even any Scottish people living here? There are, there's 66,000 people, and they're a bit scared that they're about to be usurped as the second largest because of a mass migration from the Ottomans of Greeks who've shown up. I'm afraid the old Scottish ways cannot continue to dominate our nation, which does also annoy the English, but I just think it's funny that it picked Scots because it's also sorry, not Scots, something different. The Scottish as another group here. How does, but yeah, 20% upper class radicals here I can live with. How does the game model that? Like the difference between the culture. There's no modeling of the fact that people in Edinburgh are, no, I'm going to get myself in trouble, but the idea that the people in the Highlands and the people in Edinburgh are part of the same culture is relatively modern, I think. I don't think that was the case in 1838 in any kind of meaningful way. I'm not even sure what portion of people in the Highlands spoke English in 1838. I'm not sure. I'm going to look this up. So having looked it up, yeah, I'm remembering more. I'm kind of speaking at a misnomer. What I should be saying is not that the Scottish culture should be more up here. Is that there should be a separate culture. Because Scots is... Well, not, sorry. There's, I'm always get confused. There's Scottish English and Scots. Are they the same thing? Or is Scots the one that's like full-on Gaelic? I forget. Yeah. So Scots is what the Scottish would speak in this time. And then there are, I mean, there are various Scottish groups, obviously, but then Scottish Gaelic, which is the one that is basically just Scottish Highlands and Hebrides, is the kind of missing population group. There is 0.0 Rajput people living up here. Interesting. But I'm not complaining, because the multiplication, the more cultures there are in the game, the slower it runs. So, because it was, well, no, never mind. I shan't say any more. But I was going to be insensitive to the developers, not culturally insensitive, to be clear. But that's interesting about how, yeah, I don't know. The Scottish Nationalist Project has been quite successful to make me think they're not Scottish unless they speak Scottish Gaelic, which of course is completely ridiculous, because Scottish Gaelic has been rare for centuries amongst very much Scottish people. Anyway, on with actually playing the game rather than me getting myself probably accidentally into politically troubled commentary. Ooh, okay. I've sent my armies into place because the Americans looked like they were going to side with the Brazilians, and indeed they did. So it seems like it might be time to bring in the French. They want India. What do you want? Humiliating Brazil will bring in the Dutch. Yeah, that seems good. Can always use some more help. So the Americans are mobilizing against us, huh? Interesting. Interesting. So obviously, I don't know if I want to fight like a 5-front war against America. Could we get New England in this? What's the New England flag look like? The tree in the top left. Here. Not quite. Not quite. They really... Why not, though? This seems... they're too neutrality. Neutrality? They're true neutral from the defend the borders policy. Interesting. I still feel like we could win this. It's going to make it a much tougher war. I was hoping on just doing an easy little war against Brazil. But maybe, and yeah, I haven't got the infamy to make big plays against America. Ooh. But liberate New Africa. That was not there before. In fact, there's loads of liberate options against America that I couldn't declare before. Where did all these extra claims come from? Or cause, or however it works. Okay, America. You want to dance? Let's dance. They're fearful, still minus 76. That'll go away as America mobilizes, I think. But yeah, if you want to back down, you back down. And I'll just take ban slavery. But if you don't back down, I'm taking some American war reps. And I'm neutering America. Who else can we release? Oh, I could release... How do you say that? Suweni, which is New York. Yes, please. And then we can get them into our power block, probably. We've got 10 left. I think that's all I can realistically do. Rio de Grande. Oh, yes. A treaty port against them would be nice. But also, I should probably... I don't really mind if I get these provinces or not. I can take them later. So I think I'm okay with this for now. No, give me a treaty port with Brazil, because Brazil makes lots of wood, right, which we want to buy, and having a treaty port will let us buy their wood without paying any tariffs. So if they stay at minus 76, more than minus 75 means they do back down, basically, is my understanding of that system. But I'm pretty sure once America mobilizes, they're going to become much less afraid. So what's the plan for taking out America? Rush Washington from New England, I think. I have negative... Oh, that's interesting. It's possible to use more maneuvers than you're supposed to by inviting someone, waiting, and then putting in your orders while that's pending. Interesting. Very interesting. And yeah, our construction sector is booming, which we could afford because A, our army was demobilized, and B, actually the iron price hasn't gone down. It was mostly just the army being demobilized, it turns out. All right, so fighting Brazil here. Though I think 30 is going to be able to hold. 26 defense versus 37 defense. Bloomin' heck. Why is that so high? That's really good. Why is that so high? Is there no way to summarize what's making the defense so high? Doesn't seem like there is. Maybe it's just their experience. They are pretty experienced. That's only 10%. I'm going to hope that the 30 can hold here. Actually, do I care about holding here against Brazil? I probably do. Let's send the 30 here. And actually, yeah, change of plans. I was sending the 50 here. Let's send them here. And of course, Washington, which I know where Washington is. That one? Yeah. That is the strategic objective. So we'll just try and push through here. Yeah, yeah. And then this 19. Let's see if we can, yeah, keep them distracted with a second front, perhaps. And then the army of India is already coming up to New England to help with that push. I think I like my odds. Let's see how this goes. If France sides with them, that'll be a problem. Ah, they backed down, the wimps. Brazilian banned slave trade now enforced by local authorities indeed as well as name. The South Atlantic slave trade has reached its final mortal blow. Thanks, much thanks to the unceasing efforts of the Royal Navy. Heck yes. Britain did many, many bad things throughout history. This was a good one. Rule Britannia, we get West African Station, 20% raiding and improve our relations with Brazil. Or Britain's never, never shall be slaves. We lose unfulfilled treaty either way. 5% influence for 19 years. And the intelligentsia like it. Yeah, let's do that. Britain's never, never, never shall be slaves. You hear that? Should we go and conquer them? the reason why that is in the national anthem. I think it's... we'd already conquered Ireland. Was it? I know the Barbary slave trade was part of why that's in the British national anthem. Like raids from Barbary pirates taking slaves in the British Isles. There was also the... the Norse slave trade. I don't know if slave trade... I mean, there were slave raids. Was it a trade? I don't know how commercialized it was versus just, nicking people. But I think... wasn't Dublin... one of the things that Dublin originally was a kind of slave market for Norse slave traders. So I guess we've already got Ireland. We should also take over former Norse territories and there for the never, never slaves element to ring truest. But yes, we did waste some infamy. Because I think you only get half of the infamy back when they back down. I believe. But, oh well. We can go to war with them later. So, we still have a truce with you? Yes. Until 42. Okay. So where's... by the way, we can't colonize here. Because the game thinks Mexico has interests in these regions. Even though they don't. They got one here, but we couldn't do it even before. So that's annoying, but it does mean that the colonies we do have here are progressing pretty sharpish, which is nice. And yes, we are very close now to getting embassies in Portugal and New England. And yeah, so the next war with America will release New Africa and I'm just going to say New York because I can't pronounce that name, which I think is anachronistic anyway. I saw people complaining about that on the forums a while ago, I think. But in the meantime... have you discovered the gold here yet, by the way? Doesn't look like it, sadly. A lot of turmoil. In the meantime, we're just going to keep taking small African places. These guys are genial and happy, huh? Want to join the thing? They can't because probably have no interest in the region. Yes. Okay. Why do I have to declare an interest in Dixie? I own Texas. What? That's weird. Maybe you need a complete state in an area, not just a partial. No, because treaty ports count. Does it show as a divided state? Yeah, split state. Texas is also a split state, but I... Curious. Curious. Alright, next up. Not sure. Oh, they fixed something. We can't negotiate to support the great, I think you'd say Sui nation, because we have a truce with America. I think you used to be able to do that. I was so looking forward to backing the Sui. Look at what they're demanding. It would completely annihilate American colonization efforts. Oh, that would have been so good. Oh well. Oh well. We'll just have to wait. Maybe they'll get another one against like Comanche later, and we can back Comanche to, you know, boot the Americans out. Those darn colonialists, how dare they? And then we obviously just come in from the south and colonize. But oh, that would have been funny. But never mind. Nice. Our show of strength in America is bearing fruit. We have colonial offices opening up and members joining the power block across the world. Glorious. Very soon, we'll be able to invite Portugal in. We'll need, yeah, only an 11% chance right now, but we can work on that. We can work on that. And the Dutch, likewise, careening towards membership in the glorious power block, which I will continue to spread. The New England release. How many people, I didn't check, how many people live in New England? 2 million. It's not massive, but it certainly weakens them. I mean, that's 1 million GDP that America will be benefiting from right now. That's pretty substantial. Plus, they're more literate than average. Ooh, their standard of living is not quite as good. But look at that. We pulled out of them. Glorious. Glorious. I think I'm enjoying taking America down a peg so much because I played as them time before last. I'm beating my former self. 2 great events for us here. At least I think they're going to be great. I'm no expert. The leader of the Petit Bourgeoisie and the leader of the intelligentsia have just both become radical at the same time. Now, that is going to destroy my government legitimacy. But if I kick the Tories out of power, always a fun thing to do, then we are in here, back up to 60 with these guys. Now, the question is, will the industrialists be willing to stay in this? Yes. Nice. Plus 16 for this still. Nice, 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 nice. So let's do it. We've gone to contested government. Still got a big support here because we're getting all these checkpoints. It's been a bit of a journey, but we've... Oh, look at that, actually. I say that. Had some good luck. But yeah, that's pretty cool. We now have a radical, 2 radicals, and a market liberal in charge. Oh, baby. That seems really good. So we could commercialize agriculture, right? I think. We could also stop being a monarchy, but I really like Queen Victoria. You know, she's very popular because she has the plus 50 from the timed modifier, but it's not timed because it lasts forever. I guess it lasts like death, but she's market liberal, laissez-faire. Yeah, I mean, seems pretty good to stay a monarchy, but there's all kinds of things we could do now, right? Oh my god, look at that. 71% for universal suffrage. Landed gentry will be radicalized, but I think we can probably handle that. Could we get total separation? Yep. Yep, we can. The Protestant traditionalist movement will start protesting, but that's fine. They're not very important. Only 6% of them. Oh, there's so much we could do. There's so much we could do. Wow, 71% to pass this. And basically everyone likes it. Armed forces aren't chuffed, but they're not that powerful. So would I rather have... Oh, there's so many things. Oh, this Springtime of Peoples are absolutely wonderful. I wanted National Guard, but the intelligentsia hate that, so we're probably not going to do that in the end. The ability to mobilize so many people would be nice. But that's okay. We can just have a big, expensive army. And we can presumably do, yeah, public health insurance. Industrialists don't love it, but they're really happy with this anyway. So we can bang through public health insurance really fast, followed by public schools, which will be fantastic. That will also weaken the Anglican Church. What's not to love? Then we could... We can't collectivize agriculture. We could commercialize agriculture. Now, do we want to? Yeah, we do, right? Because this disallows internal migration of peasants, which is pretty bad. And I'm pretty sure the production methods for this are good. Yeah, it lets your financial districts work more. And if we go to total separation, that does decrease the acceptance of Protestants, but realistically, we aren't going to be out there conquering Protestant places. So total separation seems good. Oh, I hope this lasts. This is going to be amazing. We could also throw in regulatory bodies. The industrialists don't like it, but they don't detest it. Regulatory bodies is nice. Because we get, yeah, dangerous, less dangerous working conditions, which seems really good. And then we could also go laissez-faire. Some don't like that, but I think, is laissez-faire still better? You get one max company, you get 25% more private construction allocation, which is fine. Government dividends reinvestment up to 100%. That's good. You force privatization, which is fine, because then we can get our economies of scale bonuses up. And 25% capitalists. Yeah, I mean, this seems good. It seems very good. What's the benefit? Just the ability to have nationalized stuff, basically? And if you care about keeping more of your production queue for yourself, but that's fine. We just make the production queue even bigger. Yeah, so laissez-faire, I think, is definitely one of the ones we're going to do. We should probably do... oh, we have to invent mutual funds for this. Nuts. Is that... Yeah, that is ahead of time right now. Darn. Okay, so we probably don't do that. I was thinking we do that to weaken the aristocrats first. So I think we probably do... We throw down a quick universal... No, I want to do something that weakens the landed gentry before we radicalize them. Can we do multiculturalism, by the way? We can. No, darn, because the petit bourgeoisie hate it. We could do this. Petit bourgeoisie don't love it. So this would raise the floor to 40. That would be really nice. That would mean we didn't have anyone living in cultural erasure. Basically, no, not true, not anyone, but any Christian would be under only open prejudice. We don't have that many. I mean, we have a million, but not that many under cultural erasure. Ooh, so many good law things to do. So many. Where do we start? What's most important? To be honest, the Anglicans are more of an obstacle to my progress than the landed gentry right now. They've got all these bonuses that are giving them this hefty clout. The education, the health system. What's this from Great Britain? Freedom of conscience, right. So, what we should actually do is work to attack the Anglican power first. So, firstly, public schools, which also generates a bit better education access. Not much better. More assimilation rather than more conversion is good, because it's easier to get religious tolerance than racial tolerance. Or ethnic tolerance or cultural tolerance, whatever. They're all conflated in Victoria. So we probably go... Yeah, we go religious schools, then public health insurance, then... Oh, we could do proportional taxation right out of the gate. That would be nice. That'd be very nice. We'd make slightly less money, but no per capita tax, no land tax, and more income rate tax would mean we could shift the tax burden way higher on the strata. I'm doing what I can with consumption taxes, but yeah. So we weaken the Anglican Church with these two. Then we bang in a better taxation system and laissez-faire. And then once we've done that, hopefully that will have weakened the landed gentry enough We could also go census suffrage, then universal suffrage, because census suffrage would weaken the landowners dramatically, but wouldn't radicalize them. But I think we can take a radicalized landed gentry. I don't think they're going to be able to rebel. We could also do guaranteed liberties. So we've got no home affairs right now. This gives you what? Succession and revolution progress speed down, and radicals and lawyers from political movements are increased. Yeah, we should definitely try and get that through. I like that the... I mean, this is very, very kind of American Revolution, isn't it? The petit bourgeoisie support the idea of guaranteed liberties, but also don't support multiculturalism. They want guaranteed liberties for thee. For me, but not for thee. Yeah, we're going to be able to pass these so quickly. I might even cancel a bunch of my edicts so we can have loads of spare authority so we can just power some reforms through. In fact, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that right away, and then let's get going. A little bit of reform. Cancel all this social mobility. We're going to give you social mobility by weakening the Anglican Church instead. But yeah, cancel all this until we're at the max enactment time. There we go. Minus 25 enactment time. And I will still keep a road maintenance in the home countries, because the home countries are where we're building all of our universities right now, so I should really keep that. Still 25% enactment time. All right, I'll also keep it here. 21%? Never mind. No, I won't. Cancel that. Okay. Are we going to dip up below infrastructure here? Yeah, it does dip us below infrastructure. Maybe I will throw down at least one road maintenance in Lancashire, and then we'll just cut the manufacturing boost in the home countries for a bit. But if we can power through some serious education and healthcare reform, then the tax reform, then probably lowering the Anglican Church, then maybe voting reform last, I think. Sounds good. Let's do it. I have discovered the problem with my idea of adding more and more people to the power block, by the way. The more people we add who aren't our subject, the worse our cohesion gets, which is really quite bad. So I will need to be forcing subject status on all these people that we add, which means we really need more prestige, because that's the main thing that's going to give us positive ticking cohesion. So yeah, because every time we subjugate someone like this, we get 40% less cohesion. 40% debuff to our cohesion, rather, which is pretty bad. Not 40%, rather. 40 cohesion. It's not exactly a percentage. I guess it is. It's a percent. Well, is it? No, it's not a percentage, because I was going to say it's a percentage of the maximum value that it can have. But then that's just any value that happens to be 100, I guess. So there's pharmaceuticals invented, which unlocks all the private health insurance stuff that we're going to be powering through very soon. And in the meantime, oops, excuse me, we will also do this. We can't quite afford it. Because we don't have civil service bonuses anymore. And the Whig Party, hey, even more momentum. Yes, please. We're going to get a darn good result in this election for the parties of change, of radicalism. Sounds good. And there we go. Colonial exploitation has passed. Excellent. That doesn't let us bump this, does it? No, not yet. But it does let us begin on our first great radical reform policy, which should be public school. Oh, only 25% chance? Why has this dropped so much? Oh, okay. It looked like we had a huge chance to pass all of this. That's just because the UI is... I'm being polite, so I'm not going to say. It was counting all of the things that had, like the events that had triggered to give us a boost on the previous law. No, I thought it was crazy good. Okay, well, with 25% chance, I mean, that's a high stall chance. Yeah, opposing interest groups with low approval. If we got their approval a bit higher, we'd be able to do it. I should perhaps bolster the radical movement, because the radical movement Does it still work the same way? Like the fact that there's a movement means it's easier to pass? Yes, the only people supporting it right now are actually the labor movement, not even the radical movement. Interesting. Well, that's unfortunate. That may require a rethink of how we do things. We could still do this. Less radicals from political movements would be nice. Ooh, we could also... no, we can't open the borders. People would be very mad. Could try for universal suffrage. That does radicalize. Don't really want to get rid of the monarchy. Is a fair? It's very unfortunate. I was so excited. Yeah, I mean... What do we actually have the power to do? We could seriously roll a dice on, I think, yeah, census suffrage. Intelligentsia love it. Petit bourgeoisie like it. Industrialists don't like it, but they'd stay pretty happy. Universal suffrage, we're realistically not going to pass. It'll stall too much. I think census suffrage is probably the way to go. And then we can use that as a base to pass the other stuff. I don't want to go private schools. What I want to do is public schools, obviously. Private schools are pretty bad, right? Because you get 1.5 wealth divided by education access. What? 1.5% divided by wealth education access? Is that coherent? So our wealth right now is about 10. So what, 0.015 divided by 10? Education access? No, I don't think you mean divided by. I think you mean times. 1.5 per wealth education access. So this would give us 15% education access, which is so much worse than what we would have otherwise. Is that what it means per... Can slash mean per? I guess that's what it means in like miles per hour. But anyway, I don't want to do private schools. It would weaken the Anglicans, which is important, but it would make our schooling system half as good, which is obviously pretty bad. So census suffrage then. Could also try for proportional, but I don't think that's... it's not looking likely right now, is it? People don't want to open the borders. Public health insurance could probably pass. Yeah, we'd have good odds because, you know, often you get a choice to make some good successes during debates. I think we go with voting. I think voting will be what will help us most. In terms of disempowering the gentry and the clergy. So let's go for that. Plus, after this election, we should see some more clout for the parties in the Whig. We'll see. Petit bourgeoisie gets a bright newcomer, and they're a radical. Yeah, absolutely. More power for the Whigs. I think that's the way to do it. Right, good. And we've built some of those bureaucracy buildings, which means I can go ahead and pump up the health system. It does empower the Anglicans, which I don't like, but the reductions in mortality are too good for me to avoid, I think. Yeah. Okay, cool. See, this is a good event, in my opinion. I think Victoria, one of the things Victoria does well is interesting, and maybe if I played for ages, they'd become very boring, but interesting events that kind of dynamically affect the simulation on top of the base. So in this case, for example, the Petit Bourgeoisie want to join the British-French Union Party. I assume it's partly driven by the fact that their other two party members are in there. Sorry, they want the industrialists to join, presumably because they share a party, so they're going to kind of come together on this British-French Union thing. And at the same time, it helps with the momentum during the election. I think it's cool. I think it's a good system. And I would like to become more friendly with the French. I haven't been helping myself by, you know, taking all of these various bits of land, which is making them think I'm militarily threatening and a natural enemy and so on. But we'll see if we can overcome that. I don't know what causes a natural enemy, by the way. If they're just preset, then that sucks, because it means it's not, you know, dynamic and nor historical. But we'll see. Ooh, tensions are high. Cool. Tensions being high is a good thing, if you're not familiar, because it means once you get to fight the locals, which you can't do except through a war that they declare by the tensions getting too high, you can colonize much, much quicker, which is obviously good stuff. Our inventions are skyrocketing. We should have done this earlier, I'm sure, but we are going to be cranking all the way up to our innovation cap, I think. I don't know if the meta is to go for the innovation cap, but hey, if I'm doing it wrong, no big deal. We obviously have quite a few radicals, but mostly people who are out in our conquered territories, I think, although there are quite a few struggling people in East Anglia. Wow, look at that difference between East Anglia and the home counties, where East Anglia is really struggling. So next time we need to build some more. Yeah, let's put some logging camps. In fact, I'm gonna start that now. Let's put some logging camps in East Anglia to try and get some of these guys. Are they? Yeah, there's still 100,000 peasants here. So if we can get those peasants out of subsistence farms and into logging camps, that will be really good for our their quality of life and therefore their radicalism. Should be good. We're going to start having problems with population soon, I think. We only have 4 million peasants. Well, okay, to be fair, that means we could double the size of our workforce, our effective workforce, before we have a problem, but we'll get there. We'll get there. And yeah, I am going to live with this not using up my authority, just to try and really crank through some of these things while we still have the radicals, even though they're not as high chance of passing. All the more important, really, to push them through, I think. And we are pushing up our institutions. Do I want to... Should cost 500. How much does 500 bureaucracy cost me? Let's have a look. Right now, paper costs... but it doesn't see the breakdown of what is using the paper on this screen. So I'd have to go here and say paper is... Okay, 3/4, close enough to 3/4 of our paper goods are being used on that. So 20,000, 23,000 plus 30,000, so 55,000. We're spending 55,000 pounds on bureaucracy right now. So what is this bureaucracy costing us per bureaucracy? We are getting, and that's ignoring the base value, that's fine. So what did I say? 55,000 divided by 3,340. Costs about £16 a month per bureaucracy. So if we were to add those extra 2 levels of police, that's about £8,000 a month. Is it worth spending £8,000 per month to get 10% less radicals from political movements and 20% less state penalties from turmoil? We don't have that much turmoil. I mean, there's a fair amount over here, actually, now I look. How much have we got in the home counties from the... Ooh, yeah, okay. The turmoil is pretty bad here. Yeah, that is hurting. It's basically just East Anglia. What's different about East Anglia? Are there more peasants in East Anglia? Why does it say 42,000 peasants and then here it says profession 146,000 peasants? What? Don't really understand that. There's more peasants elsewhere, yet they're getting along much better. What's going on in East Anglia? Maybe it is actually just the fact that there's turmoil. No, that shouldn't cause a problem. There's good soil here. Why are you struggling so much compared to here? I mean, one difference is the turmoil, but the turmoil shouldn't make the situation worse for them here. I don't think. Is there... It's less urbanized, slightly. But there's the same kind of... There's a few more unemployed people. Services and transport are cheaper. Oh, I don't know why. Well, I'll have a look at it. Yeah, there's way more peasants in the Midlands. I don't know. Curious. It's basically, it's these labourers that are the guys that are really struggling. Why is that? Wow, yeah, your life is pretty bad. You're paying 25% of your income in taxes, and you're paying 11% more for your basic needs. Compare that to the labourers here. You're paying 21% of your income in taxes. What? Why is that? And then these guys were paying more. Why is that? You're paying more poll taxes. Income tax poll. No, I guess your income is just better. That's interesting. I don't understand where the difference is coming from here. I guess the fact that you're employed in coal mines means you're getting paid relatively well, whereas these guys in furniture and port are not. But the port is paying... Ah. Okay. It's because our government wages are so low. I think. But your furniture and your urban centre, well, so it explains it for some of them and not the others. But the problem is, if this place has more government workers than this place, East Anglia versus Midlands, then, God, look at this. Half of these poor beggars are radicalised, and they're dying faster than they're being born. It really sucks to be a labourer in East Anglia right now. I should try and fix that. Yeah, so their problem is, I think the problem is anyway, we directly employ more of the people in East Anglia than Midlands, and we right now are not paying people well. Because I'm trying to go hard on scaling up our government stuff. So yeah, we're employing more and more people into the government and then paying them very badly. I really don't want to make my deficit even worse, though. Could add a consumption tax, but there's nothing else that I can tax that won't hurt the poor as well. How much wine are the lower strata consuming? Yeah, it's 3.7%. But it's 6 and 7% of the middle and upper strata. So maybe we could... Maybe the economy could bear a wine consumption tax. And you know what? If we can get some... yeah, okay, the way we help them is not by changing what we're doing now. It's by reforming the whole society. We get census suffrage through, and then we get proportional taxation, hopefully. We'll see. We'll see. And time for our second mandate. Now, are there any other principles that I really want? I don't feel like advanced research is that good. Plus 10 maximum innovation is kind of cool. That's effectively for us, what? It's plus kind of 8% research speed, plus the straight up 5%. So, but it falls off as the game progresses. Because as you get more and more literate, your maximum of innovation changes. Let me have a think here. Okay, I feel like it's between advanced research, so we can just, you know, stay on the cutting edge. Because the thing about the ahead of time penalty in Victoria is it's not... It's a good system. I think the tech system in Victoria is one of the better tech systems. The way it handles ahead of time, especially, is one of the better in Paradox games. Because the way it works, if you're not familiar, is you see it's divided up into eras. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. If you've researched all the techs in this one, there's no penalty on these, regardless of the year. So if you somehow researched all of these, and then, you know, then you could research mass propaganda, and it wouldn't be ahead of time. So the ahead of time penalty, you know, it's not like EU4 where you can get as many tech cost reductions as you want, but eventually you're just stuck X number of years ahead of time, and it's not really plausible to get any further ahead. Or HOI4, where there's always going to be ahead of time penalties. So that's one option, and it's a good one. The other option is freedom of movement. But the problem is, this allows migration within a power block. This is only if you don't share a market. And we are going to share a market, because the idea is that everyone in our power block is part of our sovereign empire. They're all going to be subjects. So the advantage is the migration quota, which just lets people migrate faster, basically, and the mass migration attraction. And the mass migration attraction is good. It's very good. Are we realistically going to get any mass migrations without that? But you know what? The answer is yes. And it's going to happen once we control the US. Because if we own, I mean, like right now, if once we incorporate this land, we're going to be able to pump up the mass migration here. America is killing it. But that's just, I think that's just because, why isn't that tooltip locking, by the way? I don't think you can lock this tooltip. That's annoying. But yeah, it would give us a bunch more mass migrations. But right now, population isn't a limiting factor. And if we're going crazy conquering, we should have enough people anyway. So the other option is food standardization. More standard of living is kind of good, but kind of only short-term good, right? I guess it would also decrease mortality, which would be good. But then also just straight 10% less mortality and 10% more agriculture throughput is pretty sweet. So, and creative legislature will be helpful, but you tend to get the laws you want eventually anyway, so I don't know. Don't know if it's worth rushing them. Extra, yeah, so we don't need customs union, because again, everyone should be in our market anyway. Defensive cooperation, I don't think we need this. No, and we want to be able to start wars amongst bloc members when we need to. So I think it's advanced research. And what we're really after is the, I mean, for now, the tech spread. Yeah, so I guess we're going to take just the first tier for now until we get to our innovation cap, and then we'll push for the third tier. Now the question is, would we rather just push construction? 75% infrastructure usage of construction sector buildings is kind of good, but I'm okay with spreading out my infrastructure a little bit early on. Sorry, my construction sectors early on. And we have a decent amount of infrastructure available to use in these parts. So I know there's some exceptions, but... So I don't think we need that urgently. This conglomerate, if we started it now, would not get any prosperity. It would give us the throughput bonus for glass and steel, but that's more of like a, you know, once you're using steel frame buildings type thing. Vassalization, just give me straight up more money. 25% income transfer, it's quite nice. Don't get me wrong. And then next tier up, impose the colonization law, who cares? Infamy against unrecognized powers or research speed is the question. I think research speed compounds faster. So let's get advanced research. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I think that's a good call. Who knows? We'll see. I mentioned earlier that when you lower autonomy, I was just testing it. When you lower autonomy, it makes everyone else's liberty desire rise. It looks like it doesn't do that on a ticking basis anymore. It just does it as a one-off, which is still bad because it means, you know, managing Oman and Yemen as two separate subjects is harder than managing Oman, Yemen as one unified subject diplomatically, which doesn't make sense to me. More powerful combined protectorates should be harder to keep under your thumb. But as it is, you'd rather have lots of consolidated ones because there'd be fewer of them and hence fewer individual cliques of decreased autonomy. But it's good that there isn't a ticking thing anymore. So we like that. Interesting opportunity coming across my desk today. we can... census suffrage can just be forced through. Thomas Barnes, radical head of the petite bourgeoisie. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. It makes the injustice list mad, but only for 2 years. So let's do it. Boom. Welcome to census suffrage. Nice. So we now get way more legitimacy from votes than we did before, right? Actually, don't remember the exact difference, but we had wealth voting before, didn't we? So wealth voting is 75% from clout, 65 from votes, whereas now we get 85 from votes and 55 from clout. So it is also just better, right? There's more legitimacy on offer. Is that right? No, sorry, that's not right. And we get 10% legitimacy from ideological incompatibility penalty. So much less bad than it could have been there, which is good. Less political strength from we get 30 political strength from literate pop votes and 15 wealth threshold. So the threshold of who's allowed to vote drops dramatically. Now, the average member of our middle strata is able to vote. As I understand it, their wealth is usually... You can't actually see their wealth number, I don't think. I don't think it's the same as income. Maybe it is. No, it isn't. Wealth is basically their standard of living. There are some other things that affect it other than wealth, but it's mostly wealth. Meaning that basically a huge portion of our middle strata couldn't vote before. Almost none of them could vote before. Whereas now, more than half of them can vote. Given that the average wealth is about 18, you need 15 to vote. So we just gave the middle strata a massive, massive, massive increase in power. And what does that mean? It means that now, instead of basically just having aristocrats and capitalists voting, now we have academics and bureaucrats and clergymen and engineers and farmers and officers. Well, farmers are middle class. Sorry, middle strata. I didn't know that. Farmers and shopkeepers can all vote, which is going to really shake things up. Oh, we actually have Springtime of the Peoples as a active thing. I forgot about this. That's good to know. So it will complete if we have monarchy enacted. And if it fails, or time runs out, we get the revolution vanquished. I don't think it matters if we get... Well, the revolution vanquished probably gets rid of the radical people. But I'm not going to get rid of the monarchy. I don't think. I kind of like being a monarchy, and the Anglicans and gentry are hard against it. So I think we're chilling. We're chilling as monarchists. Should be fine. Instead, let's go for public schools. We're up to 38% success, 20% stall, and the 20% stall is coming from Anglican Church, who would be unhappy. I don't think we can add 5 points of happiness to the Anglican Church. If there was a way I could add 5 points of happiness to the Anglican Church before we tried to do this, then they would be only neutral, which means we only have a 10% chance to stall. But with 38% chance to succeed, that's pretty good, isn't it? Would they like it? I don't care. What do you want, Anglican Church? Maybe I can make some small concession to the Anglicans. Where are they? Here you are. What do you want? Can I click on you and get... Yeah. What do you want? Royalist and liberal and reactionary movements are applying pressure. And the reactionaries are mad. They're seriously mad. Which is not ideal, but... Do I not see? Yeah, here we go. Laws. They want state religion and legal guidance. Look at these geezers. No, sorry, buddies. It's not happening. We're forcing through public schools, and you're just going to have to put up with it. It's not going to radicalize them, I don't think, yet. But, oh, path to liberalism completed. Oh, sorry, that's path to liberalism, not Springtime Peoples. Right. A new era of liberal politics. Amazing. 50 popularity, freedom of trade, or change the rural folk to be radical. Interesting. The rural folk are marginalized, though, aren't they? Yeah, they don't really matter. They're not really a relevant political force. The armed forces, on the other hand, almost twice as powerful. Flipping them over could be good. This popularity on the petit bourgeoisie would be good. It would pump their power a bit. Why would it do that? It would make people more likely to vote for them, I'm pretty sure. It looks like it doesn't... Yeah, it's not increasing just because of his popularity directly. So yeah, let's get the armed forces to become reformers, at which point surely they will wish to join the Whig Party. No? Well, hang on, you're not a reformer. You're a moderate. What? Did I misread it? It said the armed forces guy was going to become a guy, didn't it? Oh, I can exile him. That could be interesting. I'm gonna stop recording, go and watch the footage back. Didn't it say this guy was going to become a radical? Maybe he does at the end of the next month? Ooh, here's the Ottoman-Egypt War. Probably want to get involved in that. Yeah, it's not happening. Yeah, I'm going to go watch the footage back. Yeah, I watched it back. It definitely said he was going to become a reformer. Worth noting, not radical, but reformer. But he just didn't. The geezer. Why did that happen? Did it add reformer to one of the ideologies of the armed forces, at least? No, they're jingoistic, loyalistic, and patriotic. I don't know. Seems annoying. But the leader of these guys being more popular wouldn't have mattered until our next election, which isn't for a while, right? When is our next when's our next election? Oh, we're so nearly at the top here. We were at 92 a minute ago, weren't we? It's annoying. Oh, if he was a bit more popular, or if she was a bit more popular. Ooh, seek a royal marriage. Might increase her popularity. Yeah, sure. I would love to become more popular. Who should we marry? Saxon, Hesse, or Schwarzburger? Who is most relevant? None of them, really. Let's go with Hesse. A royal wedding. We can get 30% influence or 20% influence for 5 years or 25 popularity for 19 years. I will absolutely take 25 popularity for 19 years. Might be enough to just eke over into... No. Actually, why would that have helped? What does her popularity do again? It adds clout to her interest group? No. What does her approval do? Does it give... We get head of interest, but that's just straight 20. Head of government in... What does it do? I completely can't remember. Oh, it's authority, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, it's a bit of extra authority. Okay, well, I will take it, but... Oh, if we could just make these a tiny bit more popular. How can I do that? I guess just de-peasanting, basically, is going to empower the petit bourgeoisie. But that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. We can decrease other autonomies. Yeah, so we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is wait and get Zulu's autonomy down quite a bit so that we can get a little bit more cohesion, because we are having problems with that. Although right now, yeah, Upper Canada is the main concern. But we're going to keep working on Upper Canada. We're going to keep working on becoming more prestigious by growing our economy. And we're not going to invite the Netherlands in, even though they were almost 50-50 on it. But yeah, just keep boosting our prestige with wars and economic activity, basically, is the current plan. So meanwhile, what stance are we taking in Anatolia? Probably nothing. Russia is supporting Egypt, and Egypt therefore doesn't want our support. I did miss going in before Russia supported Egypt, in which case we might have been able to grab something, but it's okay. What we could do is, if the war breaks out, declare on the Ottomans for Iraq. Because that is a pretty oil-rich region, so my, somewhat cheating maps and historical knowledge inform me. But we'll see. Oh, my wartime advisor has arrived and is here to give some advice. What do you think? What do you think? Should we side against Egypt? would be hard. Russia would take us on. He's no help. He's no help at all. I think we opportunistically attack the Ottoman while they're losing to Russia. But we wait so that we make sure they don't back down. Oh, they're both cocky, actually, so they're not going to back down. Very optimistic in their chances. Oh, Jesus, the Ottoman army is large. I did not realize. Oh, I hate that thing. So they have 22 average defense on their big army. And 17, 16, 11. It's a big, big army. But they'll be busy. They'll be very busy. And my army is of higher quality. Quite substantially higher quality. Their main army, this is buried through way too many tooltips, by the way, to be able to see this. 22 average. That's quite a bit worse than our army. Rarely will we get as good a chance. I think... Oh, sorry. I didn't realize which way? There we go. Sorry, I thought I'd stayed on main capture the whole time, but... On full cam, rather, but I hadn't. Rarely will we get such a good chance to go against them. Because, I mean, their army's big, but Russia's bigger. So I think we go for it. Problem. Our relations are currently cordial. So what about instead if we went after Egypt? We could do a make protectorate war goal on them immediately after they win their war. Could be interesting. Who's got interest in Egypt? Why is this not working? There we go. Who's got interest in the Nile? Yeah, Russia, who obviously has some sympathy for them. I think we probably stay at peace to keep the... Or at least don't go into big wars for a while, maybe. Now that I know we can't do a quick war here and piggyback on Russia smacking the Ottomans around in order to... Oh, hello. They will offer us military assistance. No. Idiotic. Maybe that would be a good idea. To, just stay at peace for a little while, or just do very small wars. Let's look for some more small wars. Okay, yeah, I think some conquests in Indonesia would be good, before Dutch East Indies and the Netherlands gobble them up. So I'm going to start working on some of those. Like, just going, and we can do straight up conquest, I think, because they're really low infamy. Oh, the game crashed. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Let me reboot it. Ooh, okay. We didn't crash again, which is good. But we did get a revolution. Okay. So what's it going to get to? How do you see this again? Maximum progress is 76, but it could go as high as 82. And this is so bad because the Anglican Church are all in on reactionaryism. Where is it? Oh, I guess it doesn't show up here once it's here. Can I still suppress it? Yeah, apparently I can. Well, I hope it's not going to be able to break away. Suppressing it will slow down my enacting of public schools, which is what gets rid of it. But I think it is worth suppressing it just to try and limit them. But does it matter? I guess the revolutionary progress can go to 76 because activism is militant. So it looks like and suppression is only going to work on their relevance. So I think actually suppressing isn't going to do anything. I really like that reactionary has specific goals. I find that very funny. Just linguistically funny, I mean. I know that this is often what reactionaries want, but still. Yeah, so I think this doesn't matter. I mean, it's making more people radical every month, which is bad, but I think we're okay with this running. We should be able to get public schools done, and this shouldn't fire the actual revolution. So I'm going to go ahead and go for our conquests over here. We'll start with the larger one. Looks like the Dutch East Indies might side against us, because we are so ideologically different to them. Interesting. I wonder if they would be willing to become a protectorate without a war. No. That's kind of annoying. I'd rather not fight the Dutch East Indies right now. Let's go against Acre instead. Maybe by the time we go against the Dutch East Indies, we have the Netherlands in our power block. Seems good. You haven't got many men, have you? No. Cool. Let's go for that. What's this, by the way? Dutch East Indies are making a stand against just lowering someone's autonomy? Yeah, annexing someone. Fine by me. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, improving with Zulu because they're our highest, and then improving with Upper Canada. Oops, there we go. Okay, yeah, good. So, we're going to send over the West Indies army. This is our most experienced army, which is why I'm using it more than the others. I may also increase its size just slightly, so that as I go on using it a bunch, we go on to get a one with plenty of artillery organized. Actually, I already have an army over here, though, so I'll probably just use this one. That's fine. Cool, cool, cool. All right, don't worry about this. We will... What is it? A stall? Ah, nuts. We will, yeah, press on with some wars in the Indies, hopefully avoiding conflict with the Dutch, because we're going to have them in our power block soon. So, 2 wars to catch you up on. One, radical Prussia has had a revolt, and I don't think I'm going to pick a side. I would love it. Trust me, I would love it. But realistically, I can't get anything out of it. It would be nice for Prussia to be more ideologically aligned with me and less ideologically aligned with other German states, but with Belgium siding against especially, I don't think it's worth it. Meanwhile, the Comanche, as predicted, have launched a uprising against me, so we're sending over one of our small armies over there. Should be no problem. And we're just a little bit over 2 years away from our next war with America, which will be exciting. So I'm looking forward to that. Our institutions are upgrading, almost finished on the upgrading of them. And we have had 1 successful checkpoint on public schools, so we're making some headway there. Revolution, a little bit of a concern, but it'll give me some events, which could potentially be productive. Look at that, using exactly all of our convoys. I should probably move a few of our things over to a few of our ports over to something more productive. But yeah, all in all, went pretty well. Pretty well. A few more convoys. Yeah, pretty well. This will help us colonize this area faster, which is good. We're going to end up with a weird little Texan exclave once we finished colonizing here, because we can't go for this right now, which is annoying, because it thinks that Mexico has... It thinks that... oh, well, right now I can't colonize here because of this. Maybe that'll fix the bug, actually, because it'll like, reset it, but... Yeah, Mexico does not have an interest in these provinces, so it's weird that that's bugged. One way that we could fix it, of course, would be, you know, making Mexico not exist. So that's on the docket. Damn. I think we have to invite the Netherlands to the power block and thereby damage its cohesion and owe them an obligation, so they're much more likely to accept, because they are very much at risk of becoming a great power. How many great powers are there? 8, I think. Is it 8? I forget how it's even calculated. I mean, it's based on prestige, but how many... Your prestige can't possibly be 140 Netherlands, can it? Where's your prestige? Yeah, they're major... Oh, no, it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't want them to become a great power and become ineligible. So, 88% chance? Come on, Netherlands, don't do me dirty. We've been good to you. We gave you Luxembourg. So they accepted, which in some ways is good, but in some ways is bad, because it gives us -3 cohesion base here. And yeah, look at that. It's going to go down to 51. That is unfortunate. And now we have bad relations with the Dutch East Indies. That's easy to fix. But yeah, so we need to subjugate people, and we need to stop inviting people who we could just subjugate with infamy. And we should only have one non-subject in at a time. You want to get foreign investment rights with France. Is that plausible? That is not particularly plausible, but we'll give it a go. So we've got to improve with these guys. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, but I didn't want to risk losing out on the opportunity. And I'm pretty sure because the Netherlands are in my power block, they are no longer eligible to become great powers. I could be wrong, in which case they'll just get booted out when and if... Why doesn't it say their prestige here? I have to go in here and then here. It still says if it goes to 165, they will become a great power. So we'll see. We'll see. And we owe them an obligation now, which is not great. Okay. There's public schools, which will weaken the Anglicans. The revolution is at 94. Does it just keep going or does it immediately disband? It looks like it's gone. I don't see the icon here anymore. The political movement has disbanded. Protestant traditionalist movement. But the revolutionary movement still seems to be here. Is it just like... Has it found a new center or something? Because it used to be right here. Maybe at the end of the week it'll go away? Nope, didn't think so. Okay, so the problem is that it's still militant. And it's the recently enacted that's giving them a lot of it. And then turmoil in the country is giving 60%. What? How much turmoil do I have that I didn't realize? 60% from turmoil? That seems like a lot. Excuse me, sorry. Where's all this turmoil? Surely turmoil is in map mode. No? How am I meant to see? So I guess it's the turmoil down here that's causing the problem. We conquered all this land, but it's not incorporated. Surely unincorporated places aren't eligible for revolutions. Otherwise, every time you conquered somewhere, you'd get revolutions or irrelevant topics when actually they're kind of, you know, insurrectionist. You know, not insurrectionist, successionist. Okay. Not sure what we're going to do about this then. I guess I might as well suppress them. If I try and pass another law they don't like, it would make them even more mad. Yeah. They're also militant. Yeah, Springtime of Peoples isn't helping right now. Should be going for another 3 years. It's going down by 10% next time just because it's above its element, but what am I meant to do about this? 60% from turmoil in the country. That seems so unlikely that it's just... Oh, hang on. It's centered down in Ceylon now, huh? That isn't even my country. Can revolutions fire in... I think that must be just meaning here. Okay, yeah. Maybe it's time I finally built that port. But surely the 100% turmoil here with 500 people isn't what's causing this. There must be a way to show turmoil. Like if I hover here, does that show it? I don't think it does. But if we just go like, just take a look at our states. 0 turmoil, 0 turmoil, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then Ceylon. Can it really be that this thing is getting 60% because Ceylon is at 100% turmoil? That seems unlikely, right? Because wasn't their activism just high anyway? But maybe it is literally because Ceylon is an incorporated state that I have just left to starve this whole time. Literally everyone in the state is starving to death, by the way, because I never integrated it into our economy, and it's just got a couple of subsistence farms. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Madras. It's my bad. We'll build the port and see what happens. Okay, so I've looked into this and sought help from the Discord, and they give me some help with the code. So the reason this is so violent is because of turmoil in the country. Now, if you saw something that said plus 60% from turmoil in the country, Tell me, how do you think that's calculated? Why you take the average turmoil in the country on a population-adjusted basis, and then you divide it by 0.25, of course. Just a nice, sensible way of calculating it. The reason that it looks like we don't have any turmoil is because on this screen it doesn't show you have turmoil unless you have over 25, which is silly. But here it does. We have about 20% turmoil in quite a few of our provinces, including some of our very populous provinces, like East Anglia and the home counties. Lots and lots of turmoil from radicals here. So that's what's causing it. You take, let's say we have an average of, we don't, but let's say we have an average, I don't think anyway, an average of 20% turmoil, population adjusted turmoil in our provinces. You take 0.2 and then you divide it by 0.25, aka times it by 4 over here in Sane Land, and that gives you 80%. So that would give us 80 plus 80%. If we had that, we would have a revolution. So we need to reduce the turmoil in these counties. How are we going to do that? Well, as we established, these lower class pops are struggling. Can't really afford to cut taxes or consumption taxes right now. At least I don't feel like I can. I also don't really feel like I can afford to pay people more. So what we're going to do instead is try and get ourselves in a position to afford those things by building in the affected areas. So we will be providing jobs, we will be improving the budget such that we can hopefully cut taxes and or pay civil servants more, thereby just generally improving the circumstance of these people. I think part of the reason why this turmoil has got bad is because I've been so heavily focusing on my construction on things other than just kind of normal development in the home areas. So that's kind of caused part of the problems. We're also doing guaranteed liberties just because it's an easy win, basically, and it will give us slight reduction on the amount of radicals that we get from this. But if we look, we're not really getting the radicals from political movements, a mere 50,000 from that. It's standard of living below minimum and decreases in standard of living that are causing the problem. So I am going to be focusing on trying to fix those. I am also going to still build the port in Ceylon just because I want the pop-up to go away. And I don't want to right-click on it, I want to fix it. In happier news, whoops, sorry. In happier news, I used space to unpause and said I played YouTube. We have quinine unlocked, which is nice. So what do we want next? More authority would be good. I'm just using it for the enactment time still right now. We probably should stop doing that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to stop doing that, actually. But what else do we want? I mean, I want to work towards steel frame buildings, probably, and mutual funds as well. For the commercialized agriculture, potentially. But maybe I should also be working towards, you know, nitroglycerin. Get all of these, all our mines being so much more productive would be really nice. Yeah, let's go for that for now. But with quinine, the important thing there is I can go to the next level on this, which I will need to build for. Again, delaying our move towards improving that. Let's employ, they're bad paying jobs, but they are at least government jobs, not peasant jobs. Although, are there even any peasants here? Yeah, there's still plenty of peasants here. So if we can get some peasants being clerks, even if they're paid badly, it'll be better than being a peasant. So, yes, the other thing that does is it really unlocks our ability to colonize in Africa. You can see we are now, well, here, let's let this go and we'll see exactly. 270 days? That seems a little slow. Why is that slow? Is 270 a normal time frame? I thought we would be looking at more like kind of 90. It's 150 here. Is it just because this is a relatively populous area? Times 0.6 due to the population and 0.5 due to the number of provinces in the area. Why would the number of provinces in the area being lower slow it down when you're also multiplying by population? Oh, okay, because, okay, it's saying you're going to occupy all of South Cameroon, which is this area, at a rate, you know, firstly decided by the population size and then what segment of the population size you're trying to get at a time. Okay, no, that does make sense. I'm still annoyed that I can't do more colonies over here, but we are at least going to cut off America from being able to get down into the southern Comanche areas. Hang on, why have I got a colony in Texas? It says we can't colonize Texas. And I can't colonize New Mexico, yet I have a colony in New Mexico? What? Okay, well, that seems to be working. I don't get it. And yeah, I can't have one. What if I click? Does it just do it? No. Says we can't do it. Oh, no, I do not want to cancel colonizing New Mexico. What the heck? So I could depopulate Texas right now if I wanted to. That's funny. Actually, I guess they wouldn't depopulate them. It would just give them to Comanche. So Comanche would suddenly have loads of... That's really weird. Anyway, they're growing, so that's good. I'm happy about that. Funky. Funky, funky, funky. When is our truce with you, by the way? August. 11 whole months. And yeah, the revolution looming makes me leery to start any wars. I think we're just going to focus on building for a while. Oh, the United States of America claims Nevada, Canada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Texas. Huh? Well, that better not stop my colonies progressing, just because some... I was going to swear. Someone over in Washington decides that they have a claim here. Better not lower my progress speed. Yeah, geezers. Because it means a lot to me. But we'll get to you, America. We'll get to you. You managed to make yourself any friends? Argentina. Oh, I'm so scared. Trade agreement with France and Russia. That is more troubling. Who is interested over here? Literally no one else has an interest in Dixie. Amazing. I'm going to make all my war goals in Dixie. Or the Midwest. And then you are doomed. Nice. We did go just now, by the way, for that investment agreement with the French Republic. They still aren't a big fan of me. But that might bring them slightly more around to our side. Should be nice. You know, what is this attitude score? Set by the... Yeah, the cordial relations are good. Yeah, the natural enemy. I don't know if that will ever go away. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, wait. What happened to the revolution? It's gone away. Why'd it go away? Because they fell below 75%. Okay, nice. So, which only comes from the fact that racial segregation's recency has dropped off. The turmoil has actually increased despite my best efforts. So I don't think suppressing it is helping at all, because none of this comes from its support level. I guess the number of supporters who are radical... No, that doesn't matter either. This is just the share of its supporters that are radical. So more supporters doesn't mean more radical proportionally supporters. So we're going to stop suppressing it, just because I could use the stuff for something else. Like, for example, boosting this, so we can try and get something like granulated taxation. Not that we can invent that right now. Whoa! 60% on... I keep doing this, man. I keep looking at it and going, wow, plus 60%. But no, that's because we have plus 47 from checkpoints. Don't look at the next thing until you've passed the previous one. It's frustrating. Okay, I'm not sure what we're going to do next, but I feel like maybe supporting... We're currently boosting the radical movement, just so that we can hopefully get census suffrage done. We can get our, guaranteed liberties out. We can get our, might do protected speech. Actually, I think we already have protected speech, but yeah, public schools, things like that. So I should probably do, I don't really know what to do with my decrees. I've just boosted manufacturing like everywhere to try and reduce the cost of some goods so that people can buy more and up their standard of living. But I don't know. Maybe I should be doing some greener grass campaigns over in like California and things like that. Maybe actually start, building things in California. I haven't made any effort to kickstart things over here yet. We're about to end our truce with both Mexico and the US, and it occurs to me that we could be colonizing here much faster if we were actually allowed to colonize these places. You cannot colonize because now it's both the US and Mexico saying I can't colonize these places. Well, you know what, US? I'll show you what I think about that in just a few months. Nice. There's guaranteed liberties. which means in the future should get a few less radicals and revolutions will progress a bit slower. I don't think we actually increase that. 40%, I mean, the more loyalists from political movements might be nice, but even then we're not getting... Well, okay, we actually have got a fair number of our loyalists from that. So maybe I should work on that. But right now, when my budget is feeling a little tight, I know players who are good run massive deficits a lot of the time. Like, you know, Florianomics and EU4, but I'm not saying that's an example, because I know these examples are from this game, but I don't like doing that. I like nice, stable budgets, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. I was thinking about where we expand our colonial efforts, and I think in Africa, and I think the answer actually is we don't, unless I wanted to make a play for West Africa, now that we can do it faster. And I think we probably should, actually. I mean, there is rubber over here, but what I'm going to do basically is lock down the areas I want to lock down here first. So as we cut in here and we finish cutting off here, good. So we have finished here, but I want to wait until this is fully cut off. Maybe if I go in here, actually. Yeah, because if I take North Cameroon, yeah, let's take North Cameroon as well. Because with North and South Cameroon, and also, is there oil there? No, there's no oil, but a fair amount of rubber. Yeah, let's just go here and here, because then this central bit is fully cut off, because if you visualize you can see where the extreme malaria is. The only ways in that aren't through extreme malaria are going to be here or here. So realistically, it's not going to be able to expand too fast. We should probably, yeah, probably take Gaza at some point. It should be useful. But yeah, war in the Americas is what's next on the agenda. And we're probably going to do a relatively low infamy war against America. I'd like some infamy spare to start doing a bunch more protectorates, get some more authority up and stuff. So we're probably going to do a bunch of revoke claims and liberate countries and stuff. And then we can start messing with them. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for public health insurance next. We don't have great odds. Them just being neutral is good. It would mildly annoy the industrialists, but they're thrilled with us. So I think we do go for public health insurance. The other things we could try are proportional taxation. Problem there is the landed gentry will be radicalized. There's no movement, so I don't think there would be a revolution from that radicalization. Or we could try and go universal suffrage. We should probably try and go universal suffrage, shouldn't we? Just for long term. That will make it easier for us to pass other things. Because remember, the Springtime of Peoples event is going to end pretty soon. And we're not going to pass it. We're not going to have monarchy abolished. We could abolish the monarchy, I guess. That's another option. We would then get a militant royalist movement. It would go straight up to militant. 77%, 83%. Maybe it would be the right move, though, to go like presidential. Remind me of the difference here. You get 20 legitimacy based on votes and 1 government size, or you have to have the head in government, and the head of state is the person that wins the election. But then they're also not very good at having incompatible governments. We're not going to get an opportunity to get off monarchy soon, right? And the political strength of the aristocrats is not good. But these two, like having 2 revolutions, it's kind of thematic to pass this while we go to war with America, right? Which would I prefer? I think I'd prefer presidential, because usually the power block that I'm trying to support, the one that I'm trying to pass things associated with, is the strongest power block. Meaning, because I've, built buildings and the tides of the game are such that is usually the case. But I guess, yeah, because I don't want this to fail and us to have the revolution vanquished, which I imagine makes it way less likely that radical ideologies appear. We could reform the government, by the way, but we definitely don't want to. The only choices right now are, yeah, big tent or one side or the other. Pretty bourgeoisie, love it. Intelligentsia, love it. Armed forces, love it. Trade unions, love it. I think we should do it to try and... I mean, I like Victoria. Her being loyal, her being so loved is great. We did have to take a short-term failure of judgment modifier, by the way. Oh, it changes the flag, doesn't it? Doesn't it make the flag something awful if you're not a monarchy on Great Britain? You know what? That might be a good enough reason for me not to do it. Doesn't it turn it... It makes it a tricolor? I always pronounce that wrong. Tricolor? Right? Tricolor? I hate it. I hate it so much that I think I'm not going to pass one of these, at least not right now. I guess I could just mod it, couldn't I? But let me check if that mod already exists. Yeah, I've decided. I am going to do it, and we're going to go Presidential Republic, I think. So I think, yeah, the extra authority is nice, and the head of state will tend to be the one in government, I think. What, by the way, is a parliamentary republic? Are there any parliamentary republics that aren't, you know, actually, technically speaking, constitutional monarchies, but functionally parliamentary republics? Looking up examples. All the examples seem to be historical. Parliamentary republic. Yeah, okay. Napoleon. Sure thing, bud. Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. The ones with ceremonial presidents. So Germany, Italy, India. Cool. Cool. Yeah, we're going to go Presidential Republic. Let's give that a go. We just had one revolution. Let's try and dodge another. So that's going to radicalize the reactionaries again. And they will become militant. Oh, hey, the turmoil is dropping, though. That's good. Let's check if we can actually see that that's connected to the turmoil here. Yeah, look at that. Turmoil in East Anglia down by quite a bit. Extra, you know, point a few of extra standards of living here. New journal entry, stamp out monarchism. Okay, so if we don't have monarchy and you don't have a civil war progress of 75 and you have to have no greater than neutral interest group that's powerful, and you can get rid of monarchy. Okay. Complete if we've enacted free trade and increased the number of trade routes and we get the marketplace of the world. Well, maybe we'll do that next. For now, we're worrying about this. And yes, they're mad. They're super mad. And I think at the start of the next week, they will trigger their attempts at insurrection, which hopefully we will be able to avoid. And yes, the royalists are mad. Predicted agitism is 100%. That's not good. How would you ever stop this? It looks like we can't get rid of the monarchy right now. It seems impossible to stop this. Plus 75% from Presidential Republic. Plus 25% from monarchy being abolished. I guess you could just try and abolish it so quickly that the revolution doesn't happen, which would be much easier if you had very strong home affairs and law enforcement. Well, actually not home affairs, just law enforcement. Are there other versions of law enforcement that would do it more? Like if we militarized it? No. Militarizing it wouldn't help. Well, let's see how fast it would progress and how fast we reckon we could get this done. So there's the reactionary movement. Can you have two revolutions at the same time? Because this one is only going to go to 82%. I imagine you can. I imagine it's just that only one is going to start at a time. Like in a single week. So I think the other one will trigger now. No. Interesting. So perhaps the royalist movement is not going to get a chance to fire because the reactionary movement, as they so often do, is messing it up for everybody. Excellent. Well, let's give this a go then. Yeah, they're going to 87%, which is a little close for comfort. But let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Our authority is negative, which is not great. So I will cut something. I'm doing a bunch of fairly random stuff. We'll cut the social mobility in the Midlands. God, so many hot lines that you say playing this game. Cool. Well, let's see. Maybe the reactionaries will inadvertently make it so that this thing works. Let's see. And if the revolution does look imminent, by the way, I'm going to cancel the law. We'll back down. It's okay. Okay, so while all that's going on at home, you know, you're having a revolution or whatever, I'm going to let you finish. But 20% chance they just liberate New Africa? Be pretty funny, right? Do I do that or do I force the diplomatic play so we can do more to them? If they're willing to do it for nothing, we really should just let them, but I don't think they're going to do it for nothing. I think we're probably going to have to do the play. Yeah, 2 in a row, 20% would be kind of crazy. So, who's going to join this? Nobody is, apart from the Indian territory. And so now we get to go to town. Weirdly, yeah, why... These are less options than I had when I was in the diplomatic demands liberate country. Maybe it's because there were just lots of countries within what is New Africa, I guess. But yeah, so if I add this, I think I understand this correctly. If I add that, then Russia and France would be eligible to join. And I don't think there's any way for me to see. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's just based on the primary demands. Well, okay, I'm going to allow myself to save, and we can find out. Cool. So, I think, yeah, because right now the play is in this area. It's limited to Dixie. But if I add Liberate Country, this one, it's still only in Dixie, and they still can't join. That's hilarious. Amazing. They're at -60, so not likely to back down. But I really don't want them to back down, so I'm going to add these to primary. You can get away without paying me war... Hang on, don't do war reps, that's a waste. Liberate... Michigan? North Carolina? North Carolina's not that big, are they? I mean, how many people live in North Carolina? 700,000. Michigan, 400,000. I don't want to take any land for myself because we have this turmoil problem at the moment. So maybe I take some land for like the Hudson Bay Company. Upper Canada has an aloof attitude towards me still, annoyingly. We're trying to work on that, but it's taking some doing. So yeah, maybe if we give some land to Hudson's Bay. Oh, right, and potentially revoke some of your claims. Whoa, that's expensive. What the heck are you talking about, game? It costs more to revoke their claim on 2 provinces that they've never owned than it does to liberate all of the South. What are you talking about, man? Ridiculous. Well, we could transfer over the Indian territory, sure. They probably won't like me, but that's okay. And then transfer over Liberia? Do I want Liberia? Anything interesting going on in Liberia? Some logging, some other stuff. Might as well, right? They don't like me, so that's negative. It's true, actually. I probably shouldn't take these because they don't like me. I'll improve relations with them in the meantime, just so they'd like me a bit more. We don't want people that don't like us because it damages our cohesion, by the way. Which is pretty silly, right? Like, the British Empire wasn't massively concerned about the opinion of... I'm just trying to pick someone small in here. Okara. Did they... I don't think that Okara disliking them a bunch crippled the cohesion of the whole British Empire. But no matter. It's gamey, but it is good. I think it's quite a good system, to be clear. I'm not actually complaining about it. I just think it seems funny. So... yeah, what if we did a little conquest of Pennsylvania for New Brunswick? 35 infamy is quite a lot. If we conquer these places before they're fully colonized, that's just kind of annoying, isn't it? And kind of wasteful too, actually. It's interesting that I can't just claim wherever. Ah, I guess it's only places that they have interests active. Yeah. I think I should save my infamy against the US for now. I should be using that infamy elsewhere. Hello, buddy. I should be saving that infamy for actions elsewhere while I focus on just weakening the US as much as possible. So yes, what have we got left, by the way? 53. So I won't be able to primary demand these. Let's... Yeah, I think these two are gonna... I mean, that's a serious weakening, isn't it? Let's liberate Michigan as someone that we can then go to war with easily. And then we'll take war reps. Make sure you pick American war reps. And still, no one else can join? Yeah. Oh, yeah, and I would like to have humiliated them so they couldn't go against us. Should we ban slavery? That'd be funny. Can't afford it. Just spare them the Civil War. I mean, we're liberating the South, so I don't think they're going to have a Civil War. I think there's nothing else I can take. Is there literally nothing else I can take? Oh, no, right. We can do some small conquests. Well, do the Americans have a claim up here? How do you see who has a claim? Because if I yoinked some of their land here, maybe I'd be able to colonize it instead of them, which would be good. Oh, no, there we go. Claims. Yeah, they got claims on all of this stuff. I think this is probably enough then. Have you got any... Have you taken Hawaii yet? No. I was going to take Hawaii off them. We're liberating this bit, right? So we could take New Jersey. Is New Jersey too expensive? Yeah. By 1 whole point. Any of this that we really want? Not really. Well, we could take American Colorado, because we're colonizing Colorado. Taking the rest of it. Yeah, taking this would cut them off from the bit that we're colonizing. Perfect. Give me Colorado. And same logic on Utah? No, we're not actually currently colonizing Utah, are we? But if we take Wyoming, that will seriously slow down their colonization efforts in this direction, giving more time for the Columbia District to head over there. So yeah, let's take Wyoming. And actually, even better, if we take... Oh, can we not afford it? Oh, we can't quite afford to take Montana. But if we're taking this, we might as well take Nebraska as well. It's possible that taking a province from someone destroys their claim on it, but I doubt it. Yeah, now they're probably going to back down. We won't get any of that anyway, but we'll see. All right, mobilize. Their capital is the war goal. Mobilize to the front. Mobilize to the front. This is all one front here, yes. Yes, and then there's also the Canadian front. All right. Mobilize to the front. And where are you currently? Over here. And that's the route you're going to take, huh? It's probably actually faster. It takes so long to move through this low infrastructure area. And yes, they refused our demands. Fair play. All right, let's see how this goes. Okay, it's a new day, and I've been trying for a while to woo France. I feel like France is a good person to have as not necessarily an ally, but someone who doesn't oppose us on the international stage, especially in our African dealings. France has found themselves in a play against Constantine, which Egypt and Sardinia-Piedmont have backed the other side in. So we could do it for a trade agreement. We could join the war and have a trade agreement with them. Would they just accept that anyway, by the way? No. So that would be good. A trade agreement with France. I feel like I don't have a very good grasp on when it's a good idea to trade, or when it's a good idea to have investment agreements, which we did go with, remember. I don't know if they're doing... Yeah, they're not doing any building in our country, but I don't know when it is a good idea to do these things. But in general, I feel like given that our economy is good and strong, I don't mind trading. Like if I sell goods, that means it's more profitable for me to make them. And if I buy input goods and stuff, then I can use them to manufacture more manufactured goods. That's my basic reasoning in favor of free trade. So I think we join the war for a trade agreement, don't do anything, and we still get the trade agreement if France loses. And right now, doesn't matter if France loses. So let's negotiate our support rather for a trade agreement. And then yes, I have no intention of taking part in the war. We'll see how that goes. I think that'll be good. I also had to think about, I was talking about how having too many subjects is a problem. It's not, I don't think. Having too many subjects is a problem if you want to annex them all. Because if we don't want to annex all, because what actually triggers increasing liberty desire is when you annex a subject or decrease the autonomy of a subject. But increasing the liberty desire of one subject or 10 subjects is functionally the same thing, because as long as they're all trending down, it doesn't really matter. And the subjects don't get liberty desire from the collective strength of subjects, I believe. So I'm fine with having lots of subjects. We just must be careful not to take too many subjects that we actually want to integrate. We want to make sure we actually annex those places. And of course, because of the infamy mod, annexing is a bit cheaper, which is why it costs us less than 5. Oh, actually, I think it was slightly more than 5 for this guy, but slightly less than 5 for Accra. Which obviously makes the whole trying to do big conquest easier, but I didn't really explain why I did that. I really don't like the 5 infamy floor. 5 infamy is tons, and there are places that just don't deserve that level of international recognition in this context, in my opinion. So I'm okay with it. War with US looks like it is going to happen. They could back down, but I think it's unlikely. And even if we had to surrender, all they want is Oklahoma. So it looks like we're going to massacre their colonization efforts in the West. It's a big shame that we couldn't include Mauritania. Wait, what? No, Montana, not Mauritania. We probably should have gone for that instead of New York. New York is obviously a bigger economic hit in the short term, but it would have been really good to be able to block them off from any further colonization over here, leaving it all for Connecticut and Hudson Bay and us. But still, we will give it a go. We have a big advantage on both fronts. They haven't really mobilized enough troops. Should be good. I am going to press in, by the way, on all 3 fronts simultaneously. I want this war over and done with so I can stand down my army. I'm okay with us losing some troops in the process. Oh yes, and our mandates continue to increase, and I didn't realize having primary principle at higher levels increases your cohesion. So I'm definitely going to do that right now. Decree on subject states I don't care about really at all, but an extra 10 cohesion is effectively being able to have 3 more non-primary subjects in the block. That said, I probably don't want to add any more non-subjects into the block right now. What I should do instead is subjugate members of the block who we haven't already. So the Netherlands. Why can't I subjugate? Oh yes, that's right. It needs to be 5 years. Have you guys been in here for 5 years yet? No, 3 years. The game hasn't actually run. The game has only run for doesn't it start in 39? No, it starts in 34. 36? 36. I think it's 36. Game's only run for 6 years, so I don't think there's anyone we can add that way. I imagine it will come up as an alert, can add to block. But let's keep in mind, Costa Rica, they were certainly one of the earliest additions to the block, and we can do it for them in 2 years. Cool. So what we're going to do, is use that subject interaction, that block leader interaction, add people. That kills my cohesion. We get the cohesion back up. We do it again, until we have only one member of the block who is not a subject. And that means, and then we'll go, from 1 to 0 to 1 to 0 to 1 to 0, which means that our cohesion ticks up as fast as possible, which means we can do that as much as possible, and thereby 0 infamy, subjugate a whole load of people. And I will be focusing my efforts in conquest on people who there's no way I could pull into the block normally. So it looks very much like much of Central America and potentially Southern America we can pull in peacefully, meaning I will focus my conquests elsewhere. Oh, nice. The leader of the rural folk just died, leaving a Democrat in charge. So he's in favor of all of the better voting methods, which I think will decrease their support for this movement. Not sure how exactly that works. And yeah, America indeed did not back down. More fool them. That's good. That's very good. I don't know if that'll have an immediate impact on this, but it does mean that they're no longer really unhappy with us, which is good. So yeah, we can't improve relations with the Indian territory anymore because we're at war with them. I think I will not subjugate the Indian territory, by the way. We want to conquer this land, not have it be a subject. There's not very many people living here, right? For tragic reasons. Yeah. So we'll work on trying to directly annex that rather than have it be a subject for ages. Cool. Yeah, so initial battles of the... should we call this the Second American Revolutionary War? Or is this a continuation? Oh, no, because there was the War of 1812, wasn't there? Was it 1812? Or am I thinking of the Overture? But yeah, the initial battles, we're winning. Oh, no, we're not winning this one anymore, actually. We were winning before, but their defense is pretty darn good. So we may need to halt... God, this... It's slightly finicky, let's say that. I need to defend this front instead, but I think we are pushing here. Yeah, we're taking not too many casualties there either. Good. But they have put an incredibly small defense force on what is obviously the most important front. I guess the AI defends war goals. Maybe they prioritize defending war goals, and therefore they're all clustered over here. Really, it should defend capital followed by war goals, because getting a capital is as good as getting all the war goals occupied. So unless the Americans adjust their strategy, they're in a bad place. But the thing is, even if they do adjust their strategy, they're kind of doomed, at least with these composition of armies. They only have 2 armies that could even slightly stand against me. And we have 3 fronts. So it sucks to be them. Yeah, efforts to push in the south are also meeting with some difficulty. So I will cease efforts there, and we will push in the north. We will do as Sun Tzu told us, and hit them where they are not. Yeah, and anyone who wants to join the British Empire, weirdly, right now, I'm saying no to. Which is, again, it's a bizarre, as generalists would say, we accidentally unpaused earlier in the video on my second monitor. It's a strange play pattern that the game motivates, but oh well. Also, our literacy has dropped a bit. The inclusion of all of these illiterate colonists over here has not helped, but it's coming back up, so that's good. You can really see where we conquered places. GDP growth, though, after a very, very rocky start, is now looking a lot better. I've just realized we have 0 infamy. That won't do. But how can I... Oh, hello, Liberia. I completely forgot about you. Doesn't matter. How can I give myself some infamy in a productive way? What's another war we want to do that I could do at the same time as this one? I could afford to take these 20 off this front. I reckon. Yeah, I could. So what can I do with 20 guys? I could go take Guatemala. They kind of like me. What do we think here? Little conquest in Guatemala. That's 11. Or another protectorate. Yeah, you know what? A protectorate in Congo would be just what the doctor ordered. No one's going to get involved. Let's do that. And that's not even that much infamy. That's annoying. I should have picked something that did slightly more infamy than that. Oh well. How fearful are they, by the way? Yeah, so I think we can afford to do this. I really don't want to, you know, waste my my infamy regen by not actively constantly having it ticking down, especially while I'm using all this influence to let it go over the top. Oh, you get more leverage generation with excess as well. I didn't know that. But yeah, Congo is part of the locking down of this area. We should also go after Gaza. I might just occupy Gaza. Maybe 9 to fully occupy it. I think I will, just so I can get a port here, basically. I don't think there's anything particularly interesting locally. Oh, some coal mines, you know. I think I might occupy Gaza directly, so we can get, in the fullness of time, a slightly more complete occupation of southern Africa. I really need to get a handle on our American states. The amount of radicals over here is causing real problems, and large numbers of people are now emigrating from our territories in America to Tennessee, which, I mean, you know things are bad. So I think what we're going to do, once I get a handle on my construction queue costs, maybe I'll pick somewhere over here. You know what? Yeah, that's a good idea, I think. Plus this gold, I mean, we could literally just throw down gold mines. The problem is the construction efficiency is so bad. I don't want to build places where there's bad construction efficiency. And there's not even any coal over here in California. But I guess I do set up a construction. I try and build a construction loop economy in California, which means I'm going to build logging, I'm going to build iron, I'm going to build some livestock, and I'm going to build construction centers in California to try and improve the quality of living over here, while at the same time giving us some more construction. So we'll work on that. We'll work on that soon. Oh, right, and we just got nitroglycerin, which will really help out with our construction loop, because it means we can get a bunch more, you know, raw resources and stuff. And working towards, yeah, there we go. Even more from the condensing pump. Beauty. What? 5 of them are holding us back? No, okay, good. What? Hopefully not. 50 versus 5. If the Americans hold us back here, this is going to be... I mean, look at this thing. It's bouncing back and forth all over the place. What is that? I might have to adjust my plans for the Congolese war. Or maybe once I win the Congo war, these guys can come back up here. 5 versus 50. Come on. I mean, I know it's actually 15 versus 5, because that's all who could fit into this battle, but... It's not going great. It's not going great. Despite, yeah, it's just a mighty defense. Why do you have so much defense? What's causing this? You have adamant defense, camouflaged. Oh, supplies! I completely forgot. Alright, that will help. Oh, Congo just backed down. Okay. Right, well, that frees up this army then. Get up here. And heavy barrage. We need to kill them. We could also land. Yeah. Let's land these guys on Washington. That seems good. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I was wondering why the heck the armed forces was sticking around in the Tory party when they're Republican and the Tory party is trying to organize a monarchist revolution. They finally have split. Ooh, and Victoria has a new trait. Expensive tastes. Ah, that's annoying. The Tsarist party has formed. What are your ideals, Tsarists? I mean, it's the same guys, right? It's the radicals and the Republicans. I'm surprised that you aren't in the Tsarists. Oh, they do have more affinity for the Tsarists. It's just that these guys are going to join the Tsarists. And the trade unions no longer are they marginalized. So we do get the 10% manufacturing industry throughput and 5% workforce ratio. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. And they are also Republican. So we could reform the government and... oh, that's not good. Unfortunately, next time we reform the government, we're no longer going to be righteous. But we could do this, which would throw the trade unions into government in 1843. That seems pretty fast. We could be just intelligentsia trade unions. Wowza. Well, I think we stay as we are, unless this makes it way easier to pass our presidential republic. Ooh, it does. 71% rather than 55%. But we do get 25% slower. End of discussion factor. What? The lower this gets, the more negative pressure it puts on possibility it may advance or stall. Interesting. I think we do need to increase the odds of success versus stall. So I am going to do this reform. What if I just had you two in, by the way? That wouldn't be better, would it? Oh, it was 71% still. From the clout in the country that endorses it. So why is it 50? It's not recognizing the existence of the trade unionists right now. Or maybe it will at the end of the week, because it's just recalculated. No? I'm going to save just in case this messes everything up. Also, won't bringing them in cause problems? If we do this, it's going to give me some loyalist changes. No. We lose... Oh, we actually weren't... What are we now? Are we righteous? We are righteous. I'm liking the extra 30,000 loyalists a month. If I reset this, does it say the right number here? No, okay. Okay, so we're not going to do it because it thinks we have 70%. I don't know why exactly. The end of the discussion factor isn't shown here. We have fairly good odds of getting this passed. The revolution is troubling, don't get me wrong. With our extra supplies, we do appear to be able to push here, by the way. So the war continues. Ooh, hello. Front splitting, eh? Let's see if we can get these guys in here and fix that. Whoa, where are you going? I did not tell you to do that, you morons. Turn around. But yeah, we'll see. It's good. This revolution is getting me a little hot under the collar, but we'll see. I continue to be a bit nonplussed by the direction that our armies are choosing to attack when there is a strategic objective on the District of Columbia right here. They are instead going for West Virginia, which is annoying. Hopefully the next one they go for will go here. Oh, and there's an election on. What's looking... Ooh, Charists coming in hardcore, but the Tories also gaining a little momentum. Last election they got 37% though. The loss of people to the Whigs is pretty big. If I don't reform the government before the election, what will happen to the votes that would have gone to the Charist party? Because, like, I think the election doesn't recognize that the armed forces are going to be in the Charist party. So if I reformed now to put them in the Charist party, they would have more votes. So maybe I ought to reform and put the Charist party in. No, I think they're getting enough of a vote that we don't need to do that. And I like the... Yeah, I mean, we're struggling on the whole loyalists, not loyalists thing. The 20,000 from high legitimacy are really helping out. Whoa! We just signed a trade agreement with the Greeks, and now there's been a secession in Anatolia. Look at that. They want to revoke Ottoman claims. Crazy. Well, it looks like the Ottomans are going to be in a bad spot. So we should probably negotiate to side with the Greeks, see if we can get something out of them in order to help them out here. I want to weaken the Ottomans, even though we just signed a trade agreement with them, because I still do want Iraq off them. Well, I only know one way to force them to attack Colombia. I'm going to naval invade Colombia with these 20 guys, even though they're right next to it. And they're not being opposed, I don't think. So there we go. That's how you take land. You take to the sea and then you come straight back again. That's pretty funny. At least I find it funny. Whoa, there's a District of Columbia. There's a different front here. What? Why haven't they merged? Weird. Not a problem, though. Cool. Oh, we have unused construction. Wait, what? No, I don't. So, we will be able to force a peace on the Americans very, very soon. And roar our way to great victory and supremacy in North America. Huh. American colonization of all of these places complete. But no, it isn't. So, because it has no connection to their capital? they are not able to colonize, I think. That's pretty funny. There's nothing we can really ask for that we really want. Ooh, actually, yeah, let's back the Ottomans to get military assistance from them and then not do anything. Nice. Military assistance is strong. At least it seems strong. So we're in the war. Where do I see... What's this? Alright, yeah. More momentum for... Yes, demonstrate your connection to the people. Where do I see my military assistance? I think I can see it on one of my armies, I guess. But it seemed strong when I was considering granting it to other people. What does it give us? I can't see it here. Here, I'll be able to see if I offer someone else it. Gives you 10% military goods costs, 50% weekly experience, 20% training rate, 200... Oh, that's their leverage on us, not just what we get. And 10% military spread rate. That is bonkers. Thank you for that, Ottomans. Do we get it immediately? What? Oh, come on. It said we swayed in order to get military assistance, but they can't give us military assistance because they have to have general staff and be a great power. You know what, Ottomans? We're out. It's going to annoy you, but that's okay. Never mind. Fight your own wars. Nuts. That would have been really good, but a little overpowered to be able to sway for resist for that. Whoa, hello. American push into Hudson's Bay. Oops. Oh, yes, check it out. The rural folk have left the royalist movement. Whoa, but the militarism is 100% all of a sudden. What? Oh, because this is the royalist revolution, not the... Oh, no. This is the royalist revolution, not the reactionary one. Because they left... Oh, that's so annoying. So the rural folk left the reactionary movement. No, they're still here. Well, some of them are here. Interesting. Okay, so now we really need this not to fire. The home countries would join the revolution. That's not ideal. 66% chance we get less. Oh, balls. We need this to pass to voting and then pass on the next tick. Please, please, please. Yes! Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Who knew getting rid of the monarchy in Great Britain would be a contentious topic? The good thing is, when this election result comes in, the Tsarist party have got bonkers momentum, and that will cut the support for them. But I don't think that will help us, because they're militant just based on this plus 75, plus 25. Oh, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I've cancelled all of our edicts to give us the 25% enactment time. Just need to pass Presidential Republic. Come on, I believe. If we weren't currently trying to pass it, this thing would only have 60. We'll see. All right, there's victory over the Americans. Boom. We get all of our war goals pressed. Excuse me. Why did it say target war goals? Nothing. But they all did press, so... There we go. Welcome to the world, New Africa. Oh, what? They didn't get downtown New York. What? It showed the whole region. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, well. And Michigan is independent, but they don't like us, interestingly. I wonder why some people like you when they get independence, some people don't. Is it because we don't border these two? So they don't have an opinion about us, maybe? But yeah. Welcome to the world, New Africa. I'm going to make you like me, I think. Why can't I do this? They're already amicable. Fair enough. But yes, we're going to work on getting the potential to pull them all into the power block in the fullness of time. And look at this. They can't colonize. Neither can I, unfortunately, because America maintains interests and has claims. But our subjects can. So I'm hopeful that... Oh, no, they won't be able to establish a colony here because America has one, but... So that region... In fact, I'm not sure that will actually block them out at all. But hey, it's literally just land. And it's good to take this land before the Americans populate it with all their migration. Now, downside... it is... There is going to be some turmoil. There's no turmoil in Colorado, interestingly. But there's going to be some turmoil, which will cause issues, but we'll see. The plus 18%, what determines that? Radicalism and then home affairs reduces it. Yeah, I mean, I could do with cranking up the home affairs, but come on, 55% chance this is over. And then I need to go and learn how to mod flags in Victoria 3, but come on, 55%. So now I'm in a bit of a weird position. We have righteous government 100 legitimacy. Why would I reform? To let the Charist Party form, and then the Whig Party form, such that we always have to have them both in. Because there doesn't seem... it seems like there's no advantage to doing that. Because the odds of stuff passing is already affected by people not in government, right? Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm confused. Because the armed forces support this. They endorse it. But their clout is not currently buffing it up. Okay, so there is a reason to bring in the armed forces and the trade unionists into government. It drops us down to contested, which is not great. But it should, and I'm going to save to check, because I thought it was the clout. I guess the stall is clout from anyone who doesn't want it, and clout from success. Yeah, sorry, it does literally say it right there. Okay. So we will bring the armed forces and the trade unionists into government, dropping our legitimacy, but cranking our success chance. And why is the stall chance dropped? Because the end of discussion factor? Interest groups in government consider further discussions on the merits of the law currently not being useful. But how is that actually determined? I guess just because there's such a high success chance, basically. All right, come on, 71% chance, I believe. Right, so now, because we just got nationalism from tech spread, we can federate Australia and Canada. And to do that, you have to be at peace. And you have to have amicable relations with 2 people in the area. Okay, so we'll pump up relations here. But yeah, it would make sense to confederate them together because we do eventually want to integrate them. So we'll start pushing relations with all of our Australian and Canadian. Is Colombia a Canadian area before we give this up? And obviously we're never going to give this up to America. To Anglo-Canadian or Franco-Canadian subjects. Hey, Colombia. They are Anglo-Canadian. Yes. Cool. Well, let's get nice relations with everybody over here then, including Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Cool. And then we can confederate them up, which will make it... I suppose the other thing that's good about having less subjects is avoiding subjects with low approval requires improvement of relations with less people, less individual people. So that's kind of good. Oh yeah, France won their war, by the way. They had no problem. Okay. Moment of truth. Come on, baby. 74% chance. If this doesn't fire, I think we get one more roll before the revolution pops, assuming we don't get bad events. Come on! XCOM! Don't do me dirty, XCOM! Come on! That's not good. That's not good. We can get 10% revolution chance, or... Okay. So, they next get a chance in August. 3 months. 3 months, and if this gets 3 more checkpoints, 5 weeks per checkpoint, I think if we don't have any bad events, we make it. I think. Please, it would be so good if we managed to make it through. They're not getting a big army. It's not good. They'd also be able to raise an additional 117 conscripts. That's a lot. Come on, no bad events. Am I right? Yeah, 18 times 2 is 36. I'm not right, am I? 36. No, yeah. 36 plus 59 is 60 plus 35, 95. So we have to not get any bad events. And we'll be okay. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's troubling. That's troubling. What do I go for here, by the way? Probably cheaper bureaucracy and less infamy. Seems good. Oh, goodness. Goodness me. Look at this baffling situation we've just created, by the way. So I don't know how to say this. I'm going to call them Iroquois, which might be inaccurate and anachronistic, and I apologize if it is. But the Iroquois here, the Iroquoian, these are the ones in charge. Like this people, they are animist, Iroquoian. It's Iroquois in French, so Iroquoian, I guess. But they are indigenous American heritage, indigenous North American. They're mostly animist. But the province is 99.4% Yankee. Which means that the upper classes are impoverished because they're being discriminated against. Violently discriminated against, I think, right? Oh, I don't think I can see the breakdown of their population by how they're discriminating. They have got a plus 15 homeland on the Yankees, but the Yankees here, can I see Yankee? This is Yankees in Great Britain, isn't it? How many Yankees do we have, by the way? Maybe it is showing it. Do we really only have 1,000 Yankees? Oh, that's right, they're Dixies that we've got. But so all of these farmers and all these clergymen and servicemen and academics and so on are all going to be Yankees in this province. So this place is doomed. Like that's going to be. Are they even allowed to be employed? Like it's all going to be just terrible. But I mean, that's what you get, America. I shouldn't have declared independence. It could have been one of our glorious subjects, like the Columbia District. Sorry, couldn't pause. Failed to pause the recording properly. Okay, this might be our saving grace. Leinster, you militants. Church wood scarred by bullets, yet the oaken walls doors stand firm. Not against the final argument of, oddly, presidents. Shell the building. Okay, this is actually a pretty good event. Because not only can we lower the progress of civil war, by enough to mean it doesn't happen on the next tick, we get +1 standard of living for the lower strata in the home countries, or for the low cost of making the aristocrats annoyed. That's pretty good. Come on, do we have time? Next tick is on the 10th of August. Wow, I did my maths wrong. Without that event, we were screwed. Oh, that's so good. Nice. I didn't realize at all. That's so funny. Exquisite. I love that. Okay, unless I'm mistaken, it comes down to this. If this event increases revolution progress. Come on. Oh, 66%. Our men are professionals. They can maintain discipline. Yes! Now, come on. Don't make me fail a 75% and then an 85%. Let's work it out. There's only a 15% of 25. No, it's easier to work out the other way. There's only a 25% of 15% chance of that happening. What's 25% of 15%? Like 3 something, right? 3 point something. 3.75% chance that both of those went against us. Obviously, the first one doesn't affect this one, but I can be unhappy about the whole circumstance. Come on! That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, so we're a presidential republic. We get the Hungarian flag for some reason. Okay. So now... it's still got plus 2075 from recently enacted? What? Okay, but it hasn't got monarchy going away. It's just got this from Springtime of Peoples, which will go away in 2 months. That's not soon enough. That's not soon enough. So it's still going to fire. No, because it will complete. At which point, excuse me, at which point we can have legitimacy or loyalists. Okay. Okay, let me think about it. Getting more loyalists would decrease the number of radicals, and our radicals are our big problem right now. 25 more legitimacy would put us into righteous, which would mean we could enact more quickly. And we got some stuff we want to enact. I don't know. I think I go legitimacy so we can enact faster. 99. It's at 99. Oh my god. Holy boosh. That's... that's a little intense. That's a little intense. That means... oh no, that means if we get any bad events, it will go against us. Alright. Welcome, President Thomas Barnes, a radical member of the Petit Bourgeoisie. It's 99%, dude. That's, it's predicted to turn to 80%. What? What are you talking about? Yes! Why did I say 99%? Oh, because it's currently 99%, but it's going to drift towards 80. Oh, thank goodness. Now the question is, does it drift fast enough? And the answer is, I don't know. So the other thing we can do is reform the government for free. We can kick out the trade unionists and get 100% authority. Because that would entail, which would give us some more radicals, which I don't love. So we can just have our Republican and radicals in government. I would rather have the other radicals in government, I think. It doesn't actually make a difference right now to being able to do that. So what do we want next? Proportional taxation would be good. We could go for universal suffrage. Yeah, it wouldn't even make people that mad. Another 600,000 loyalists for that. We could get regulatory bodies. Probably not. Need more powerful trade unionists for that. Could do public health insurance. Looks like now is the time for universal suffrage. We'll radicalize the landed gentry, which is not good. Don't get me wrong, but I think we're past the worst of it, and the budget is looking much healthier. Fair whack from our East Indian Company, and yes, our construction good costs are somewhat trending down as we're managing to reduce the cost of iron and wood. Oh my goodness me, what a stressful little political episode. I'm a moron. I never switched to the philosophy department. Which is why I thought I was struggling more than normal to get the right level of innovation. Okay, the new London University that we built would give us 60 extra innovation. I'm a fool. All right. That's 15 extra innovation, so it claims. Didn't actually give us that much. That gave us 1. Okay. So we just switch this over. It goes to the cap. We are generating 140 now. 71 in the home counties. So I'm just gonna downsize this government building, which I can't do. Ah, because we're in a revolution. Of course. That's annoying. University throughput for 5 years. That doesn't really help us because we're already at the innovation cap. I can't shrink it because we're in a revolution. That's irritating, but oh well. Yeah, so there we are. Innovation cap. Now we just need to... Main thing I can do for innovation is education access, which we can achieve in a number of ways, but mostly banning child labor or restricting child labor would be good. God, this is so stressful. So Catholic pops become more radical, Protestant pops become more radical, Catholic pops, but the Anglican Church likes us a bit more. Are we ever going to be able to get the Anglican Church to like us? Not really. They oppose the recent change. That will fall off over time, but I think we make... Yeah, interest group pull towards the Anglicans. But 2% of Catholic pops more radical? How many Catholics do we have? Not that many. Quite a few. Quite a few. Okay, I have thought of a reason why you would suppress these things now. They cause a certain number of individuals to become radical, and I assume that's a proportion of their support. Meaning, I mean, 8,000 becoming radical every month. By the way, the ticking is now low enough that I think even if we get a bad event, this won't necessarily get to us. You get less attraction to pre-bourgeoisie, more for that, more support, or same, but yeah, that seems fine. Do I think we're okay now? Because even if a bad event fires and gives us plus 10 revolution progress, we don't get a revolution. I think we did it. Right. Given that we've done it, I'm going to go get rid of the Hungarian flag. Okay. It's different. It's not quite what I was going for. There we go. That's better. So that is the modern UK flag, which is different to the flag we had before in a way that I, as a British person, definitely know. I'm not going to tell you, though, because that would just be insulting to your intelligence. That took me not very long. God, that took me half an hour. Bloody hell. Ridiculous. I'm not very good at modding. But anyway, there we go. New flag. We're still called the British Republic, but we get that flag, and it appears as the on all of our subjects. Well, not all of our subjects, but the relevant subjects. Nice. Good stuff. Right, all that coding's made me hungry. I'm going to go and eat. And then after that, we'll come back, and we're almost at 0 infamy again, so time to start expanding. I did start one new colonization effort just here. We are going to push in here and cut off Portugal from having access to the interior here. We aren't, unfortunately, able to cut them off over here very easily right now because of severe malaria. But given the severe malaria, they won't be able to colonize more than just South Angola. So East Angola, we should be able to access ourselves without too much difficulty, because Botswana has, yeah, well, okay, also severe malaria, but as soon as we get access to severe malaria, we'll cut in here and then see what we can yoink in here. Plus, Portugal is someone that we intend to unify with in the fullness of time. Is it time to get the block leader action? It is. Okay, so we can subjugate Honduras or Costa Rica. And I don't think it particularly matters which. We'll do the bigger one. And that is going to, as mentioned, tank our cohesion. So maybe I should wait 5 months to get another tier of mandate progress. Wait, mandate progress isn't determined by cohesion? Eh? I was sort of sure it was. It's just number of people. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, so we subjugate Nicaragua, lose 40% cohesion, unidirectional truce, meaning we have a truce with them, they don't have a truce with us. Boom. Tanks that. And it actually made it go faster? What? Ah, no, it did slow it down. Didn't it say 11 before? Maybe it said 6. So it does, sorry, yeah, it doesn't have a direct mod, it's a modifier benefit, or in this case, pain. So now you can see that their Whoa, our leverage over there is... Oh, no, sorry. That's what our leverage was already. It's just that, yeah, they now probably don't want to come in because cohesion in the British Empire was giving us a big bonus before. But we're keeping good, amicable relations with New England and New Africa and the Netherlands and Portugal. So once we want them all, we will be able to get them. And, of course, the Netherlands we already have in. And we will notice that this is no longer -6. It's now only -4. Excuse me, show me the cohesion growth. -6, sorry, it's now -6, not -9, from 2 independent non-block leaders. Cool, and then, so how fast are we going to regain that cohesion? Just 1? Is 1 the maximum gain? I assume it is. So we're going to be able to do that once every 40 weeks. While keeping the same level of cohesion, we can subjugate 1 person every 40 weeks, 1 a year. It's pretty good. It's pretty darn good. God, yeah, US looking like something out of Kaiserreich. Meanwhile, just working on industrializing, getting more explosives so that we can mine more, so that we can build more. All looking pretty good. Nice. Now, I just made the switch over to condensing engine pump. It's really good. I know that's probably like the very first thing you're supposed to learn, and I'm sure I did know this at one point, but this is going to really radically change our situation. Look at that iron cost. Very nice indeed. And the Royalist movement, activism predicted to turn 2, protesting, only 74. 6,000 individuals becoming radical every month. Seems kind of crazy, but that will decline. And once it gets to protesting rather than militant, the revolution will go away. Yes! Very good news. I've thought of the problem with my plan. So my thinking about the plow block cohesion was you have 1 guy in at a time, and therefore you can do 1 a year. That doesn't work because there's a 5-year delay on when you can do it. So actually, what we should have is however many... it's leader's share of total prestige that gives us this. I hadn't realized. So adding in the Netherlands wasn't necessarily ideal because they have quite a lot of prestige, but our prestige will skyrocket it along with our GDP, so I don't think it's too big a problem. Anyway, so we should be adding as many people to the block as we can while still maintaining... Oh god, Nicaragua has got some mega liberty desire after we forced them in. Yeah, that's annoying. Oh, and I did take the Indian Territory. I meant to not take the Indian Territory. Oh well. Yeah, that's a problem. We need to. I can't do anything. Why can't I do this? Because they're not. It's not weak enough. I'm gonna need urgently to get them happier with us. Let's get some lobbies going. Anyway, yes, we need to add more people. So many. I think I can live with stable as a level of cohesion. So really, it's going to go to 74 right now. So we should keep adding people until it's at like... Oh, I don't know. Because the thing is, when we knock off 40... right, it's going to go to, if it were 80, it would be individed. I think we can live with temporarily being individed, which means we can knock it down from 60 to 20 and be okay with that. So we keep adding people until our cohesion target is about 60. So we can add 4 more people. I think that is probably the way to go. So we will... once our cohesion comes back up, we will add New England, Portugal, and some other people. And yeah, it means we should be a bit more strict. We should only add people who it's worth, using our cohesion ticking to integrate them. So New Africa. So let's say we added 4 right now. That would bring us to 61 trending cohesion, though we can get better than that because Nicaragua is going to stop giving us this -11 soon. Not that soon, but we'll work on it. So New Africa, New England, Portugal, and maybe was thinking maybe someone in Greece or Denmark. Denmark would be quite difficult to get, I think. They don't love us right now. Belgium? Belgium would be a good pickup, I think, probably. They're relatively industrialized. Or maybe I should go Michigan to be a counterplay to America. They have a reasonable amount of prestige over in Michigan. In Belgium. Yeah, I think Michigan we could just protectorate via war. Let's do Belgium. So the targets are Belgium, Portugal, and New Africa, New England. And then we, with all of those in, we start the process I was talking about. Yeah, okay, so if we can get it to 5, if we can hold at 5 independent with sufficient cohesion, that's a pretty good place to be. Because then, by rotating 1 in, 1 out every year in the order that we get them, we'll be able to maintain our kind of 1 per year system. So Portugal, come on in. They would accept. Welcome to the British Empire. Pleasure to have you with us. And that will give us faster here, right? From another minor power. So we'll be able to crank up our construction and research. By the way, I'm thinking eventually we'd get rid of colonial officers. Basically, once the Scramble for Africa has finished, we'd get rid of colonial officers. I'm not certain what we'd replace it with. Okay. Good. Good, okay. So next up, next war? Not sure. But yeah, that's the new plan. I'm still learning how the power block stuff works. I'm not sure I like the vassalize, like the sovereign empire power block, to be honest. The whole vassalizing people with cohesions, your cohesion's never nice and high. But I don't know, it's pretty powerful, isn't it? So, nah. For a World Congress, I have to imagine. I mean, that's remember that's the goal? No clue if we're going to pull that off. I better start conquering, huh? I'll look for some opportunities. And there we go. No more revolution. Because we are now only at 71%. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful thing. Still 5,000 becoming radical because of it every month, but that will fall off. And we should now be making progress on Stamp Out Monarchism, which I will keep track of. I have done 1 federate in Canada, by the way. Not sure if I showed you that. Upper Canada has taken over the Hudson's Bay Company, and we'll keep doing those when we can. Okay, so working on, yeah, Belgium, those, and the next war, I think we don't want to be making, well, yeah, no, we should make some protectorates in places that I don't really necessarily want to own myself. So maybe, yeah, here, around these parts. These are all people that would just accept joining us anyway, but making them protectorates seems good. We'll have to improve relations with them afterwards, but that's fine. So yeah, I think making a bunch of protectorates around these parts seems good. They produce quite a bit of sugar and stuff, which will be nice, and other plantation goods will be good for our economy. So I think that's where I'm going to focus my attention, just gobbling up some of these lot. So anywhere else we could do in Africa? There is this. Is there gold here? Not yet, anyway. A lot of coal and iron, though. There's loads of good coal and iron mines in Africa that we'll be making full use of in due time. Has Sokoto colonized North Cameroon? I think they did. Sokoto, do you have a colonization effort? No. Was North Cameroon always owned by Sokoto? Maybe it was. Anyway, yeah, some wars over here. Areas we don't necessarily want to... Well, actually, no. Areas we don't want to incorporate directly are places where we would always discriminate against the locals. So, Africa. Maybe I should be doing some protectorates of people like Ashanti and Benin and Oyo. All this lot. Yeah, that's probably a smarter idea. And then we do more direct conquest and integration of people here, because these lot have the Oh, no, Central American culture. Interesting. Yeah, there we go. So they have European heritage, which means it'll be easier for us to make them accepted. Now, if you always want to have all of your people be accepted, I don't know. It seems strictly better still, but I could well be missing stuff. I'm by far not an expert. But yeah, so I'm going to do some... Okay, wars here. Wars to annex here. Wars to protectorate here. I'm going to straight change my Africa strategy as well. I think we are quite successfully locking down Central and Southern Africa, which means we should make a play for Western Africa. And the way we could do that is by colonizing Mauritania. And if we could cut in here to connect to Futa Toro and take control of the coast. Is this Morocco is the only one that has access there, right? If we can cut in here and we can cut in here by locking off there and there, we effectively lock other European powers out of the whole Sahara. I think there is some useful stuff in the Sahara, right? Yeah, there's oil. Not a huge amount of oil, but there's some, especially in what I kind of like the idea of calling Niger, since the French aren't going to get their hands on it. I also noticed there is some opium here, and I would like us to try and we could try and establish basically a monopoly on opium. Could be quite fun. We'd have to take all of Persia and large sections of Southeast Asia and China and stuff. But it'd be kind of fun to have an opium monopoly. So I may look at that. But also just, you know, there's coal here. There's all kinds of fun stuff. So colony here. And I might as well put one here. I'm not sure how that will work exactly. Actually, I guess I don't need one. Well, yeah, I need one here so I can reach the inner bits of Kong and things. This one is going to run out of available new tiles quite quickly. And then also, anywhere else? No, I think I relinquish Gambia and Guinea and Senegal, and we just focus on trying to cut them off. It looks like France doesn't have... Yeah, France doesn't have quinine yet, so we have a good advantage there. Do I want to grab a tiny bit here? Probably don't need to bother. We'll just take it off the Danes later. That seems fine. Oh yes, and something else I wanted to show you. Check out this culture map. We have had so many former Mexican residents of these areas leave that Texas is now majority English, and California is not majority but plurality English. Colorado, majority English. Nice. We may have also done some assimilation. I don't know. I don't think I can see, like, what's the treatment of the people specifically in this state. I'd have to just say, okay, how are the Mexicans doing? They're second class. How are the Equatorial Bantu? What? There's 67,000 Equatorial Bantus here? Just having migrated from my colony down here? That's funny. I guess that's another reason to colonize just wherever we can. Just the population is going to be valuable to us. So we are finally starting a building project in the New World. California is not integrated yet. I remember it's going to take us quite a long time to integrate California, so I'm not going to worry about industrializing California until that's done. In that we will probably do some plantations and stuff there, and some logging, extraction stuff, but probably not industrialized because... Oh, does that make any sense, actually? Because the reason to not do it until they're incorporated is an incorporated state benefits from institutions and they pay taxes. So I don't really want to foster lots of rich people living in California because they don't pay any taxes, which is a waste. Whereas Texas, nice incorporated state. So we're building some coal mines, some logging camps, and some construction and some livestock. And I want the livestock to, yeah, focus on fabric creation. I don't know if there is a way for me to actually focus on fabric, but yeah, some nice fabric from that, which will help because the construction sector needs fabric for now. Good. And then Colorado has some gold mines, by the way. I'm just building one to see if it's able to employ people, because there aren't that many people. Well, there's quite a lot of peasants, actually. So yeah, we're definitely going to be able to employ people. Let's get let's max out those gold mines. But finish the ones you're working on first. Good stuff. And then we should start to reduce the turmoil over here by providing lots of nice, well-paid jobs. Two problems I've discovered. One, we can't subjugate the Netherlands because they cannot be a major power. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we probably won't... We don't want major powers. Belgium, rather. You're a major power, right? I always get confused which one I'm looking at. Hello, Belgium. No, you are a minor power right now. Okay, okay, so we can still do it to Belgium, but not the Netherlands. Portugal, you're also a minor power. So what are major powers again? Major power is... They would need less than 83 prestige. There's not really going to be a good way I can reduce Netherlands prestige, I don't think. Can you still... Because they're in my block. Well, we've got a war. Let me just get this war started. Okay, now we're at war, which means I can look at this. We can't make demands of the Netherlands with them in our block, right? Right, we have a defensive pact with them right now, but it only costs 32 infamy to protectorate the Netherlands. That wouldn't give us their subjects though. But okay, so that is a problem. It's good to know. We can't use it to sway people in. But for the minor powers of the world, it's still very much a valid option. Okay, so we may wish to get rid of the Netherlands being in our block. But it's kind of nice. Well, is there an advantage to them being in our block versus them just having a trade agreement with us? We get slightly faster mandate growth from the major power members. We get one per. So that's good to finish off these. All right, let's not think about it until we finish loading up on principles. But it is going to slow down our cohesion growth, which I don't love. Yeah. We'll see. New England is been... Yes! Okay, they were at like 80%. I didn't want to risk them saying no and delaying things. So there is New England's entrance into the British Empire. Wonderful. Cohesion will... yeah, we'll get worse because of that, but that's okay. And now I think we're going to start going hard on trying to persuade New Africa, with whom we are improving relations and funding lobbies. We should probably bankroll as well. Let's just do what we can to get New Africa in here. I love that the population of Mexico is British. That's just very funny to me. Okay, well, I was just happily going around protectorating rather small nations in Western Africa, and America was like, hey, you know how you burnt down our country and liberated huge chunks of it into new independent nations? Do it again, please. So, okay, if you insist. I mean, it doesn't seem like something I would request. But if that's what they want, that's what they want. So we're going to fight America again. And I can't do it from New England this time. Because I haven't... New England is not a subject, and they're no longer... No, they are allied to me. Okay. But I can't sway them in. No, I can sway them in. Okay, what do you want, New England? Cool ally. Okay, perfect. So New England is in the war. What do we do to America this time? We've only got, if we don't want to go over 25 infamy, which we don't, we haven't got very much to play with. How about you give me Montana and South Dakota? I always assume, all right, my American geography is not very good. I always assumed North and South Dakota was split because one sided one way and one sided the other in the Civil War. Isn't that true somewhere else? Is that North and South Carolina? Or is that somewhere else? Or is that nowhere? It could also be nowhere. Are we going to conquer states just to completely cut them off from their colonization efforts? Because they are going to mistreat the locals. We will too, but that's okay. It's because when we do it, it's not illegal. So we could go for those three. And then... Yeah, I kind of like this push into America from the West. Let's just keep doing that. Give me North Dakota as well. Ooh, that's quite expensive. How about Arkansas? That's quite expensive too. All right, I think we will go with North Dakota then. And we'll stick with that. Good. And the reason I like pushing in from the west is it gives us nice, fresh, definitely fresh and completely empty, I assure you, land. And that gives us immigration pressure. How are we doing on mass migration attraction, by the way? Average is 38, but we got up to 60 in Texas. It's pretty good. 38, yeah, not nearly as good as the average on places like Canada or indeed the US. But if we yoink a bunch of these places with lots of available arable, I don't want to have to keep saying it just because it becomes tedious, but, you know, available. Go watch the They Were in the Way video if you want a primer on why it's definitely not fair to call it available. But I think that will work well. So let's go for that. Bring the armies in, smash America again. And of course, every time we do it, it's easier than the last. And there we go. Universal suffrage. Very uneventful passage. We had literally, I think, like 2 events associated with it. But yeah, there we go. Also unlocks women's suffrage. Nice. What does women's suffrage give you again? I forget. It gives you more workforce ratio. That's a bit odd, isn't it? Like, I can understand there being... Because the difference between propertied women and women in the workplace makes sense to me. Slightly falling birth rate because richer, better educated women tend to have children later in life, and higher workforce ratio because there's more of them working. Giving women the vote doesn't increase... Well, I guess if women have the vote, the government... It's much harder for the government to discriminate against them and therefore keep them out of the workplace. But you see what I mean? It feels like this should be 2 different... I mean, I'm not recommending it should be because there's plenty of laws, I think. And this certainly wouldn't be a justification for another one. But these 3 being one law track and then women's suffrage or not women's suffrage. And you could break it down into the ways that it historically happened in lots of places, like, you know, no suffrage, propertied suffrage, unmarried suffrage, total suffrage, something like that. But you see what I mean? It's a bit weird that just because they can vote, you know, more of them work. doesn't quite track, but it's close enough. But we can't do that right now because we haven't invented feminism yet. So what do we want? One thing I would love is total separation, but it's not looking likely. Public health insurance. Again, it's not super likely, but I think it would be good. I mean, obviously it would be good. How much better is it? Actually, it's worth looking at. We get +1 standard of living, which again, I don't really understand if that's a good thing. Because standard of living that doesn't come from wealth doesn't increase how much they consume. And long term, it doesn't increase how happy they are either. Because it changes the standard of living. I guess it would bring some people above minimum expected standard of living. Okay, yeah, so there's that. Pollution effects reduction, 30%. That's an extra 10% pollution effects reduction. That's pretty good. And yeah, a full 4% less mortality. Interestingly, no extra... This lowers food security. And then most importantly, +2 max health system investment. So this, I think, is what we're going to try and do, but there's low odds. So if is there something I'd rather do first? Bring the monarchy back. That'd be funny. Yeah, we've stuck with protectionism just because I haven't had a good chance to get to free trade. I do feel like free trade is the way to go. Happy with this. Happy with public schools. We could try this. 6% though. Really doesn't seem likely, does it, that we could get those through? Wage subsidies would be good. What do you get? An extra... Oh, that's interesting. The only difference... Right, okay, so instead of poor laws, it's wage subsidies, which removes... It means that those who are more impoverished, aka those receiving... This is only unemployed pops, isn't it? I think. But so those receiving welfare aren't disempowered, which would empower... Well, it would empower unemployed Does welfare only apply on unemployed people, or is it on anyone who's below minimum expected standard of living? Welfare payments. The fraction of the normal wage at which POPs receive welfare payments. Welfare payments are paid to all POPs in the workforce that receive lower than the defined fraction of the normal wage. Okay? The normal wage, the baseline wage in a country which many buildings take into account, government wages and military wages are based on the normal wage, is determined from the average wage paid by industries across incorporated states. So we pay welfare to people who receive wages lower than the defined fraction, so 20%. So if anyone is receiving 20% of the kind of average wage, the average private sector wage, they get welfare payments. So that's like nobody. Nobody is getting that. That's why it costs us, what was it, like 113 quid a week. But the interesting thing is that, yeah, it doesn't actually change that threshold. That threshold is still set just by law. It just means you can set a higher threshold. So we're not really interested in that right now. Let's have a crack at... oh, yeah, what about taxation, though? Landed gentry would continue to hate it. It would be good for us. It would be good for us. Reducing the tax burden on the impoverished amongst our people would be nice. I think I'm going to have a crack at public health first. It would weaken the Anglicans, apart from anything else. Worsens food security. So probably at the same time as doing that, we build a few more admins and then up social security a little bit. But we're going to keep a close eye because I can imagine if you put that to 80%, you'd suddenly start paying quite a lot in welfare payments, which would be a challenge. Oh, first roll. Straight to study. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, NHS. Let's do it. I know the NHS isn't public health insurance. You don't need to comment. I know. Straight through the voting on the second tick. No events so far about this. So I think this might just go all the way through. Can you imagine? It'd be so good. It's going to stall 3 times in a row now. You just know it. Oh yeah, and we landed on Washington because the AI is not so good. But not my problem. We're marching on through. What are the chances? I want to work it out. What the heck are the chances? That was a 0.19 followed by a 0.19. So that's already 3%, 3.6, followed by another. That's 0.68%. Holy hell. That was lucky. That's so funny. All right, well, we're going to crank that all the way up. Get those pollution effects reductions in and get that mortality down. Get that pop growth going, baby. Meanwhile, America is being absolutely owned. And I am finishing off the last centralized state not yet in the British Empire in all of Southern America. Not counting Madagascar. Oh yeah, new law. We should have a crack. I mean, we've got a hot hand, right? Let's have a crack at proportional taxation. Who is supporting this, by the way? It's literally just the labor movement and the trade unions. It's crazy that that's working. We passed a law with just those two. Could also try free trade. Rural folk don't like it. Don't really care about them. Just the industrialists liking it. Yeah, elected would be really easy. Less political strength for bureaucrats. Who are the bureaucrats supporting right now? Yes, no, I know what that means. I'm hovering over the word bureaucrat. Population. How do I see... I want to learn about who the bureaucrats are supporting. Here we go. Intelligentsia, petty bourgeoisie, armed forces. Yeah, so I'm very happy for them to remain powerful. Sure, you know what? Let it ride. I don't like our odds. But let's try proportional taxation. And also, we should probably stop bolstering the radical movement, because we already have these. We already have all of these except no police, which I don't want. So let's stop bolstering the radical movement and start bolstering the labor movement. I wonder, there's a springtime of people's event, right, that helps the radical movement get going. Then there's another another one called, like, yeah, the Red Scare. No, not that one. Indian famines. That doesn't sound good. We should try and work on that. Where is it? Looks like it's not here. There's another one which is about the rise of socialism, which we would like to try and foster, probably. I don't know. Maybe we stay kind of fairly market liberal capitalist types. I'm not sure. We'll make it on a kind of as and when it comes up situation, because I think maybe succeeding with the radicals makes that less likely. That would make sense to me, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, smashing America, unifying, protectoring, although I am conquering down here in Africa just because we already have a bunch of land here. It will look more consistent. And then some protectoring in America for me. There we go. America, once again, looking very sad. And yoink. There we go. Divided along. Isn't this parallel important? Was there some kind of treaty where America promised not to expand beyond this parallel with a bunch of different native tribes? Or am I misremembering? I might be misremembering. I feel like I'm not, though. Maybe I'll look into that. Anyway, yoink. There we go. America is at war with this nation, by the way. Or they have them full occupied. Be really funny if they lost somehow now. Be very funny indeed. Because of the way that claims work in this game, aka rather simply, unfortunately I still can't colonize any of this. On the bright side, Colombia can. So Colombia is now going to be able to colonize all of this. And once America stops existing, I have to imagine they can't maintain an interest in an area without existing. So once America stops existing, we'll be able to get this. Meanwhile, I am inviting a few more people into the block. We're up to 4 independent people now. But yeah, working on being able to subjugate them, which will be good. We still have some problems with minimum standard of living not being met in Lancashire and East Anglia and the West Country. So I'm going to focus on trying to build up some more stuff here to try and increase their wealth a little bit. We have some infamy to burn down, so I imagine we'll have quite a few radicals in some of our new conquered territories, but mostly, yeah, with the exception of North Dakota, there are not very many people in them. So, all good. Well, things had to go against us at some point. We had one thing that gave us a bit more support for some radicals. This time, more enactment time, but the head of our armed forces loses popularity. That's not bad. But yeah, we do get a setback. Unfortunately, we can't afford to take a 10% or a 15% hit. So we'll take the setback. Up to 36% is pretty nice, honestly, starting at 17. So I think we're in a pretty good place there. The new American layout is looking pretty fun. Our influence on New Africa continues to grow. Sure, have a trade agreement. And yeah, Michigan and the Iroquois, which I'm saying because I can pronounce that a little bit better, we are just going to conquer, I think. 10 here. 17 there. New York is rather populous. Although, I mean, yeah, the pop is going to decline pretty rapidly because, look at this. It's not looking so good for the local Yankees. Wow, that pop has declined by at least 200,000 already. That is kind of crazy. Okay, so new election. And oh, it hasn't quite registered that there is one. There we go. We have the DRP, the Whigs, the Tory, and the Pelite Party. I don't know the history behind that name. Hang on. Sorry, that's Peelite. Right, as in Robert Peel. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, cool. Right on time. Well, a year late. Still. So we've got the Peelites, Tories. Tories have some momentum behind them, which is not great. Yeah, just random number plus some events. He's quite popular. But the DRP is looking pretty good. Interesting that the Whigs are fairly firmly separated out from the Democratic Progressive Party now. So our government situation has declined with that new formation. We are pretty incompatible. Can we kick... We could kick the industrialists out of government. Right now they are... What do they want? Where do I see this again? Here? Yeah. They are Republican. They are plutocratic, which we don't like. They are laissez-faire, which we might like, and free trade. We like their laissez-faire-ness, but with only 16% clout, I think their clout is going to increase as we industrialize, as the armed forces and intelligentsia clout declines. Well, no, intelligentsia is probably going to stay pretty high. And they are individualist, which we don't like, because we already have all the relevant laws. So yeah, I think kicking the industrialists out of government seems the way to go. Gets us up to righteous government. And importantly, it keeps the trade unions in government, who are going to be good. By the way, radicals, we have all these, yes? Universal suffrage, protected speech, guaranteed liberties, public schools. Yeah, we have all of those. I think we might be able to flip the petit bourgeoisie, because there is a reformer here. And reformers like compulsory primary school and cultural exclusion. Which is good, right? Or is that the next one up? Which one's cultural exclusion? Yeah. That's a good one. We might be able to get the norm. I mean, I think of the petit bourgeoisie in this game as like the fascist party. We might be able to avoid that because we can grant you leadership. He's loved as well. Oh, that caused a problem. That's because we haven't reformed yet. Okay. So now the petit bourgeoisie are reformers. Are they still going to be loyal to this party? They are, but narrowly. And now we do this. We confirm. First off, we can still make this pass. No problem. Labour movement plus trade unions. But now, bearing in mind these numbers are inflated by 15, if we go in here, wowza, 40% chance to pass cultural exclusion is so good. So that's going to give us 40 acceptance from culture rather than 20, which means non-Christian, non-Europeans will go from cultural erasure. It goes to 44. Oh no, wait. Our religious law, freedom of conscience is... there's no base freedom of conscience acceptance. Whereas this one... This is... I know... I often think that Paradox things like this communicate things slightly badly. It's worth noting that it does communicate things extremely clearly if you can read it. Because what this is literally just a visualization of the code. In that it will say, you know, it makes sense when you think about it from a code perspective. You get plus 15 acceptance if your religion is the same, and if you share a trait, and if you don't share a trait. So this just means plus 15 acceptance, period. It doesn't actually matter to you necessarily what it comes from, because the functional method, the functional thing it does is just plus 15. All right, but unfortunately, we only have 15 and 15 with a religious trait. Unfortunate. Which means if you were, for example, an equatorial Bantu, you would go from having 20 to having 40 acceptance, which is no good. The only people who have 20... Oh, I thought it said 20%. No, 2%. So this very small group who have between 45 and 69 will be those rare... Do we share a trait with Sunni, by the way? No, didn't think so. It will be those rare Christian Bantus. Here we go. Yeah, so these Afro-Caribbean Bantus... Hang on. You're at... Okay, you're at 40. Yeah, that makes sense. So how are some Bantus higher than... Oh, I guess they're somewhere with a homeland. Right, yeah, that makes sense. So if we raised this... If we raised it from 20 to 40... Oh, hang on, Afro-Caribbean? Anglophone? Oh, they're a bad example then. I don't mean Anglophones. I'm trying to look at, like, Dakotans who are like you. Yeah. So they have 20 base acceptance and 20 from culture. Well, that's the same. Does Anglophone not matter then at the moment? Afro-Caribbean. Yeah, okay, so sharing a culture trait and sharing and not are completely irrelevant to us right now. It's only heritage. No, heritage isn't mattering either. Oh, no, sorry, no, they're African heritage. Yeah, okay, so right now the phone ones don't actually matter because you get 20 either way. Okay, but these people, like the Kuru Protestants right now, have an acceptance of 40, whereas if we raise their base from culture to 40, they'd have 60, which would mean at least those that we converted would move from cultural erasure to open prejudice. And that is a big improvement. They get the vote, which is interesting. That might be bad, actually. Oh, no, but you only get the vote in incorporated states anyway, so that's fine. I was thinking I don't necessarily want to colonize all this area and give them the vote because they're going to be leaning landlords and things like that. Landlords and clergy, because there isn't much industrialization and education. So, but we would bump their wages, which is good. And we would let them work in government buildings. And we can still convert them. And they would assimilate way faster. Now, the problem is, this isn't enough on its own to do that for anyone other than the relatively rare converts. If we'd kept religious schools, we would have converted people more. But that's only in incorporated states as well. So what we really need is total separation, which actually, oh no, sorry, remember, knock off 15%, knock off 15%. It's only 10% chance of pushing that. Only the intelligentsia like that. So let's take a look. What we now want is someone who'll join, yeah, like a utilitarian movement. Let me have a look at some of these guys. Here's a thing. I could invite this market liberal landowner, put them in. The landowners are suddenly all about the liberal movement, and they might perk up a bit. That could be good. What does the peasant movement want? Homesteading and collectivized agriculture and not land-based taxation. Okay. I think, yeah, a popular landowner market liberal. That could be good. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get total separation. But here, a relatively popular demagogue. I don't love that this is going to be increasing the political group strength and attraction of the gentry by making them market liberals. Yeah, could give us free trade, could give us commercialized agriculture, could give us child labor allowed, because right now we're on, oh no, that's not what we want, is it? We want restricted, but still, let's try that. And then I can't grant leadership immediately, so hopefully he survives 5 years, and then we'll put him in. But yeah, that seems good. Radical petit bourgeoisie. I'm not sure we need that, because the petit bourgeoisie are already... No, they're inherently reactionary, actually. Interesting. It's just because their leaders haven't been so far. Oh, hang on, that's a problem. Does that mean that now the petit bourgeoisie, because I gave them this... Hang on. Oh, no, you're my petit bourgeoisie president, whereas the petit bourgeoisie leader, who will hopefully be our president shortly, he's the one that's a reformer. So because he's a reformer, that should override the petit bourgeoisie's tendency towards national supremacy, I think. Meritocratic is fine. Well, it's okay. And patriotic is fine. Yeah, the reactionary, this is the problem. This is the issue that the petit bourgeoisie have, but okay. I think that works. So what I was thinking is I was thinking I should exile this guy because he's radical and we're past radical, but I'm going to keep him in the wings in case we want to put him in charge of the petit bourgeoisie to prevent them from going full reactionary. But we don't need, because the trade unionists are already proletarian egalitarianists. That's fine. So you can go. I can't, because he's too similar to our ruler. Fair enough. Never mind then. Okay, election results are in. And we do now have... What? A pacifist? How did that happen? Oh. Wait, what? Yeah, what happened to my guy? Shouldn't... What? Did he go back to being a radical? I mean, a guy? He didn't. We gave someone leader of this party, and then he just vanished. Well, that's not ideal. There goes my cultural exclusion dream. Petit bourgeoisie are against it now. No. Okay. Well, we'll just have to push socialism via the trade unions then. I guess when you're a presidential republic, who the president is somewhat random each time. I guess. He didn't change his ideology, did he? We can't resign unless he's ill or wounded. Interesting. I'm not quite sure why that happened. Oh well, still going well. We've had another stall on proportional taxation, by the way. Not looking great. Proportional tax. We got one hit and one delay since last time. 40%. Come on. We've had such good luck. I should go play more XCOM. I am currently playing an XCOM long war game, by the way. Great mod. You should check it out. Nice. Proportional taxation is so good. Check this out. Oh, baby. 26% on the upper strata. 30% on the middle. 13% on the lower strata. Our standard of living is going to go up. So good. So good. Now, the middle strata being taxed so much is a bit of an issue. It might finally be time to remove the services consumption tax. Or wine. Let's see. Because, yeah, they're paying 9% in consumption taxes right now. Because, yeah, we are making services more expensive for them. And wine. Wine, the thing about services is that the poor aren't using that many of them. And the rich use plenty. But let's get rid of the services. No, let's get rid of the wine consumption tax. Because the poor drink wine. And that leaves us with a small deficit, but as we keep going. Also, I've raised government military wages, which has helped. If you take a look at our food security, still 5% in mild starvation. It's mostly... I didn't realize there was a global one. That's interesting. It's mostly people in India who are suffering from this, which is obviously not great, but it's not as bad as if they were in my core territories. And clearly, I mean, you can see, look, there's lots of places that are starving, which are places that I haven't colonized yet. Clearly, they cry out for being part of the British Empire. You want to trade states. Portuguese, Zambia. Is there such thing as Portuguese Zambia? Is that this? No, you want me to give you that in exchange for this. Interesting. I have never seen the AI offer to trade states before. That's a bad deal, looks like. So no. But interesting that they tried. But yes, look at that. Granulated taxation, amazing. So if I bump up taxes, we can get 70,000 extra. And it gives 1.5 minimum expected standard of living from the lower strata. And it increases... Well, let's just have a look. If it also cuts our legitimacy. But if we did this, we would go from 13, 30, 26 to 15, 33, 33. So, you know, big increase on the lower strata, but not nearly as big as previously. That's pretty good. Once we get our standard of living higher, we might be able to sustain that and really start blitzing. I mean, that's a pretty big increase, but it's not a colossal increase in revenue, is it? It's not even 20%. But, yeah. Okay, cool. Cool, we'll keep going. Keep going. Honduras wants in, but can't come in yet. Next war. I'm just letting our infamy burn down. Canada is almost unified up, by the way. As you can see. We have loyal, aloof, loyal. So we need to improve relations with Nova Scotia some. Why can't I do that? Relations are less than amicable. They are less than amicable. They are aloof. Oh, sorry, that's attitude. It's relations that matters. Yeah. So, Yeah, these guys are happy with us. We would be able to annex Canada. 75% chance. It would cause 43 infamy if they said no, which is a lot. Or does it still do it even if they say no? Let's experiment. I'm not sure. Did that save work? It bugs me that it doesn't load saves straight over. So if we... Because the problem is if I let Canada get much bigger... What's the break point for infamy is 100, isn't it? Where it gets really bad. Because I do want to integrate Canada. So I should probably integrate these others before I do it, so we only have to do it once. But then the downside is... What if it causes too much infamy? If it reaches pariah, it will cut you down. Yes, but what level gives you pariah? I'm pretty sure it's over 100. Okay, so we should be able to do this and unify Canada. It's going to give us loads of aggressive expansion. Sorry, infamy. Bad boy. But that's okay. We can just wait for it to burn off for a while while happily industrializing and colonizing. Yeah, I think I'm going to wait to integrate the other bits of Canada in. And then we'll try this. 75% chance. It's not likely to get much worse than that, I don't think. Because we're still going to have the same military power and willingness. It's possible impact of the selected war goal will increase, but yeah, if we could unite Canada into us, that'd be pretty nice. 10% GDP growth right there. And a massive, massive population influx. And it'll be bigger than that once they've integrated all of these areas. So... that'll be good. I also have them trying to pass frontier colonization, by the way, so that they can keep up the colonization effort here that we have, that's been abandoned since Colombia stopped existing. I still don't know what this line is, by the way. Is that just part of the background? It might just be part of the background, actually, now I think about it. So I'm thinking about what law to pass next. We've had these guaranteed liberties for a while. And I'm not sold, to be honest. I'm not sold. Progression speed is not the problem on revolutions, usually. Activism is the problem, and National Guard reduces the political movement activism and gives us a loads of mobilization, which would make us scarier in diplomatic plays. Plus, it makes the droughts and floods and wildfires less impactful, and it also gives you the revolution speed. So the only advantage here is the radicals and loyalists from political movements, but if we look... we're not getting a huge number from political movements. I mean, right now we're getting like none on that. And loyalists, 200,000? It's not nothing, but it's not the most impactful thing. So I think going for one of these, and then which would we prefer? Suppression impact or all of these bonuses and a bigger army? It's going to be National Guard. And I think that's where we go next. Because there's nothing else I really can do. I still haven't invented mutual funds, which is a bit crazy, perhaps, but... And, yeah, the industrialists don't want us to restrict child labor, so we need a movement to help with that, really. Yeah, so I think that is what we do. We could also make the play for total separation, but I think letting the intelligentsia beef up a little bit more in the meantime will be better. So let's go National Guard. Now the intelligentsia, wow, they hate it. -20. That's quite bad. 10% society research speed and 15% migrant attraction. I hate it. I hate that we're losing that, but it will be somewhat temporary. And the pretty bourgeoisie will love us long time. So let's do that. Let's get the National Guard. We need to be able to deal with, you know, administering this mighty global empire and all of the natural disasters that it may face. Based on how fast that's going, yes, it looks like France has now, unfortunately, got quinine. And even though Ashanti is my protectorate, I can't establish a colony out beyond them. So if we're going to trap France in here, the thing is, trapping them in this area isn't that valuable because this is the valuable area as opposed to up here. Trapping them out of Niger is good. Maybe a conquest against you, but then how do I get there? I have to violate Sokoto's sovereignty. I think we keep on with the current plan, but maybe... Yeah, because now that I accept that cutting them off from getting in here isn't that valuable, maybe I start colonizing a few extra places, like Gambia and Guinea, and Niger Delta. Yeah, I think that's probably sensible, just so we can get some slightly larger colonies down here. Now, we've got very lucky, the Niger Delta one connected here. Apart from that, we are going to have to build... Ah, and this one connects to Solia, and beautiful. So yes, welcome back, Gambia. We are... we missed you. Did you miss us? We'll build a port there and go for that. Cool. Tech-wise, by the way, 160 innovation. Pretty good. We're getting mechanized workshops so that we can keep making some headway towards things like open heart process. But we don't really need more here. I think we'd rather have steel frame buildings, which is why after that one I've queued up psychiatry and realism so we can get steel frame buildings without being too far ahead of time. Ahead of time penalty is, yeah, it only doubles the cost now. I might do it ahead of time because otherwise, I mean, it's not really worth doing. I do care about psychiatry. I don't care about realism. So let's just do psychiatry, which will reduce the cost. And in the meantime, postal savings will come through. And then we'll get steel frame buildings. And then we'll get mutual funds, which will give us potentially going towards commercialized agriculture. Yeah, that seems good. And civilizing mission I do want, so I'll probably get that next. It's going to be an era... Oh yeah, and we should look into corporatism. Don't know if that's any good. More petite bourgeoisie power. Less legitimacy. Yeah, that seems kind of interesting with corporate ownership. Interesting. But yeah, steel frame buildings, it's going to be a while. But then once we have steel frame buildings and mutual funds, we probably don't want to do civilizing mission next. We're probably going to be desperate for steel at that point and reinforced concrete and stuff like that. I think that makes sense. Oh, okay. The radical movement that we spent so long helping out is pretty mad. It's going to go to 95% because they really don't like that we're enacting this National Guard. And they also don't like our level of investment in law enforcement. And then it's just 10% because he has ambitious. Yeah. I mean, it's not great, obviously. But as long as it only stops at 95, that's okay. The fact that we've already got it to study before this happened, and I think that's because... No, they're already marginalized, so it's not that they stop being marginalized. So I'm not sure what's going to happen there. 97, 10,000 people turning radical every month. Really? We align so well with your goals just because we want a National Guard. Come on, we won't use it to oppress your freedoms. I promise. I promise. If this looks like it's going to cause a revolution, we'll have to back down. If this ticks over to voting, we will be in a really good place. Let's go, please. No. 10% enactment and some support of 15. I'm going to take the 10%. We have good odds that we can pass this before the revolution gets dangerous. We'll see. We'll see. Ooh, I can make him step down. No, it just gives him failures of judgment. It doesn't actually make him step down. Damn. I'm okay with hurting his popularity a bit, though, I think. Yeah. Good. Slowed down the civil war. Oh, damn, I just noticed. Look at our standard of living. That's crazy good. Look at that bump from changing the taxation law. So good. Okay. Hello, Heavenly Kingdom. Not a very big Heavenly Kingdom. And they would not do it to become our subject. They would help us steal Lang Fang, but that's just not... It's not of interest to me. Would China like our support? No. So it looks like the Heavenly Kingdom's just going to die. A bit of an anticlimax. Oh well. Not a big deal. Whoa, there we go. Whoops. Be quiet, generalist. So we got National Guard. Excellent. 260 battalions. That's more than it said before. Nice. We are now going to... Oh, hang on. Pause. We are now going to increase that. Oh, it doesn't increase the number you can recruit at once. But when we get it all the way up there, 50% slower speed and 25% lower activism seems pretty good. Because I don't think... Well, I guess in some ways that's bad, right? Because it means the activism of our labor movement won't get high. But I think it's the support that matters for helping you pass laws. So that seems okay. Now, this is still trending up because of recently enacted National Guard gives a plus 100%. But that will now steadily tick down. So we should find ourselves in a good spot. And immediately it has the negative 5% from the presence of National Guard. And as we upgrade it, better and better. This is not great. 10% political movement for 5 years, or 10% civil war. We've got to take the 10% civil war, but that's pretty bad. But it is now ticking down, right? The end of this week should go down to, yeah, there we go. 98.3, not even at the end of the week. Nice, 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 nice. So should be able to bring this under control. I feel like we've had a darn good time with passing laws so far. I know some of the revolutions have been mentally close, but we've really been doing okay. A revolution in New England. Interesting. Who is it? The Proletarian Revolt. Do they accept the Yankees? No, they don't. How many Yankees are there? It hasn't actually gone down by that much, but it's still tanking. Okay, the Intelligentsia wants us to pass total separation. So do I. I would love to do that. I don't know if it's going to be plausible, though. We will... I mean, let's just kick into giving it a go. In 30 months, I can put someone in charge of the landowners, but that doesn't really help me, does it? Let's get rid of this radical trade unionist. Oh, I can't exile him because he's still... Oh, because he's insurrectionary. Right, yeah. Once these calm down, we get rid of him. We try and bring in... There's never going to be a leader of the Anglican Church which supports total separation, shortly. So that won't really help us. Do you support separation? You don't. I could imprison you. Which does what? Imprisons them. Does this actually get rid of them, though? Gives the radical movement more activism. Yeah, we don't want that. Can I imprison you? Oh, come on. When you decide to not do it, it still gives you a timer? Humbug. Humbug. Oh, well. Huh? This huge bit versus this tiny bit. More men will become my subject. Because we're really strong. Even though they don't have enough to lose. Okay. I guess. I'll take part of New York. Sure. It's not looking good for total separation, unfortunately. I think the Intelligentsia are going to be mad. Because we are not going to be able to make this happen. 2%. I will leave it going just in case we get a good debate. Oh, and unacceptable government? What just changed? What the heck just changed? Ideological incompatibility went up because... yeah. Because they really like the idea of guaranteed liberties. Nuts. And now there's no legitimate government that includes the intelligentsia and trade unionists. Which means I think I fail this because they're not in government. And then they get minus 20 interest approval. Giving me minus 10 prestige and losing the society research speed. Oh, that hurts. Just as I'm trying to do all this research. Nuts. Alright, well, bring in the gentry and the Tories. Fine, fine. We'll get more legitimate. Although, actually, it is contested. Although contested is not that bad compared to legitimate. So maybe I stay on these two. But there's not really much downside to bringing these guys into government, except just, you know, feeling like a step in the wrong direction. But how about I do that, and then I grant this guy... I can't grant him any leadership. Come on. But I could grant him remain an agitator, but also lead armies to try and make him a bit more popular. Yeah, 19 months. We put him in. And yep, sorry, we're going to have to cancel that. We put him in, and then we try and go free trade. And, sorry, free trade and maybe laissez-faire if the gentry flipped for it. But the gentry aren't going to be enough. We'd need the industrialists and the intelligentsia. Ho-hum. What could we do in the meantime? Yeah, God, this is not a good government to have found ourselves with. Nuts. Nuts. I think we just rock with not enacting a law. Maybe the next election will help. Oh God, the trade unionists and intelligentsia have oh God, yeah, because they hate us so much. Gotta join the radical movement. Lacquer. Sure, we'll have some foreign investment rights. Not looking good. Not looking good. Well, I'm going to call it for there. Don't worry. Your service will continue uninterrupted in mere seconds for you, but I'm going to take a break. Oh! Thanks for watching so far. I'll see you in about 10 seconds. Or less from your perspective, like half a second. All right. New day. Here's the first big accomplishment of our power block vassalization stuff. Getting New Africa and New England in locks them out of America's influence, which is nice, but more importantly for us, Portugal has been in for 5 whole delicious years, which means I can subjugate them. We do lose 60% cohesion, which, trust me, does hurt, but they are no longer independent. We are getting minus 22 from the fact that they have a high liberty desire, but we will be able to tank that in short order. Let's see, already dropping by 0.19, already fairly economically dependent on me. Amazing. We have investment rights, defensive pact, trade agreement. Those will all go away, freeing up a whole bunch of influence, presumably at the end of the week. There we go. And now, I can't make them pay us less because they don't pay us as a protectorate, right? Only as a the tiers below that. No, we have been able to lower Ashanti's subject payments, so I think I will be able to do that shortly, which will be good. But even so, dropping by 0.25, pretty darn good. And also, that's the first time Portugal has been in our market, I think. Because if I look right now, the Netherlands, yeah, the Netherlands is not in our market because they're neither's New England or New Africa, because they're not a subject. Dutch market is still there, but now the British market includes all of Portuguese land, which is pretty nice. There's probably some stuff going on over here. Yeah, dye plantations, coffee plantations. And now it means that we will be forever able to invest in their market. Is that true? Yeah, because you can invest in subjects, not relevant to the market. There is a principle that lets you invest in your market, I think. Is it this one? Yeah, foreign investment rights and power block members with lower rank. Cool. Next time I play, by the way, I'm definitely not going to do Sovereign Empire, because the fact that everyone becomes a subject, I mean, it's the best for conquering, for sure, but I kind of like the idea of building more of a, assembly of equals under a trade union or something. Okay, good. So the revolution is still, not ideal, but they're getting less mad about the National Guard. Our political situation is all kinds of balked up, with the Whigs suddenly furious with us after the hard pivot towards the Tories and the DRP. But we do have a pretty legitimate government, even if we annoy the Tories, just because the petit bourgeoisie are so freaking loyal. But I am, of course, missing the manufacturing input, throughput, and workforce ratio. I think that's where we piss them off. You can see it. Pretty crazy. But standard of living continues to do pretty well. Interesting. Standard of living in New Africa is better than most of the standard of living here in America. But look at that standard of living in Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. These places have been really on the up. Wow, why is it so high here? There's literally nothing here. How the heck are you so well off? They're just peasants. What? I guess because we're just providing relatively cheap goods to them. Oh, hey, and this place is still majority Mexican. Cool. Sorry, not majority. Plurality. Wow, this place, Arizona, has that high standard of living, despite the fact that we have plurality Pueblo? That's how you say that, right? Pueblo? Is Pueblo a Native American name? It sounds kind of Spanish. I wonder if there's a Native American counterpart of that name. Or if that name even describes a real group of people. I should look it up. Maybe that's just a colonialist fiction group of people. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying we're going to look it up. Aha! I was right. Pueblo means town in Spanish. It's used the term to refer to permanent indigenous towns they found in the region. Yeah, so it's not actually a name of a group of people, but rather a type of people that the Spanish encountered. Seems like. Cool. What are their actual names? That's interesting. They're called Pueblo of such and such. Maybe they adopted it. I don't mean to imply that they just couldn't have the, Spanish name. That's interesting. Pueblo meaning town, meaning like we found people in town, so we're going to call them the Pueblo people as opposed to the, less settled people. Cool. Anyway, just building tools right now. Trying to bring the tool price down a bit so we can keep cranking on this. I'm going to... We've done the kind of basics, like iron and coal, relatively cheap now. So we do also just need to generate some cash money. I'm not really sure how we're going to achieve that. We're losing so much to Diplopacts, by the way. The Canadian lobbies. The new African bankroll is very expensive. We should be able to get rid of the Canadian lobbies, I think. Because that is costing us a fair whack. And we should still be able to maintain this, I think. Odds on them accepting this? Yeah, because they're not loyal. And I think the reason they're not loyal, by the way, is because they're aloof. And I think they're aloof because we adopted this strategy due to an increase in relations. See, so that's wrong, right? Surely an increase in relations didn't cause them to go from loyal to aloof. I think it's because when they annex somewhere, they recalculate it. So maybe when they annex Lower Canada, they'll get more cheerful with us. We'll see. But if we have to take Canada by force, we'll take Canada by force. It'll be a fight, but we have land to base it from now. Actually, with that in mind, we should probably build a railway across this area. Wow, that's really lagging the game. There we go. We should probably build a railway across here so that we have more infrastructure in the event of a direct conflict. And in fact, same logic over here. No, they're not. Yeah, they're not really going to be able to do much, but let's just try this. We'll put some railways over here. That way, if we do end up in a fight with Canada, we'll be in a better place to win it. So let's get some ports as well. Cool. Well, that was sudden. The Sepoy Mutiny, huh? Okay. Isn't it Strappy? No, that's the Persian thing, isn't it? We just lost a lot of members. And it all kicks off. Okay. So we've got 2 wars. We can sway someone apparently. But we can't, because we're not in the diplomatic moves. It instantly goes to the escalation phase. Sorry, to the countdown to war phase. Damn. What's the war goal here? Just conquer... Where is that? Oh, sorry, that's the other one. We are conquering on behalf of the EIC, because this is former EIC land that just went free here. Okay. You annexing down there. But then we also have this one. Geez, it's a pretty big deal, huh? What about this one? Oh, sorry, that is this war. Does that mean that there are some people annexing Hindustan, conquering both halves of Bengal, but more than that just went free? Like, what about this guy? They're just independent? What? How does that work? I guess there was... The EIC must have had some kind of... This hasn't been perfectly communicated to the player, is how I will phrase it. I assume there is a... Confederate Australia, cool. I assume there is a journal entry that the British East India Company just failed. Probably not helped by the fact that I never did build that railway that they wanted. Yeah, okay. Well, that's not ideal. If we had to reconquer these places, how much is that going to cost me? Not too much on some of them, but substantial amounts on others. That's not ideal. Plus, that's going to be a real problem for some of my imports. We better get this squared away as quickly as possible. How many men they got? Not many. Is this the one that historically got caused by a myth that there was pig fat on the rounds and you had to bite the end off the round to load the rifle? Is that this one? My Indian history is pretty lacking, I confess. Alright, so it's jumped straight to escalation, so we're going to arrive late to this war, which is not the time you want to arrive. And we've also got this little war in Ethiopia, but we can win that pretty fast. Okay, okay. So I guess we focus on a couple of these and then go after Bengal while holding the line here, maybe? That could work. Alright, wish me luck. Oh, whoops, I started streaming. Oh, they all, I hit the wrong button. They all sided in now. Oh, and they just joined Hindustan. They side. Yeah, I get it. Okay, this is going to be a bigger war then, huh? Interesting. All right, well, presumably it's adding in conquers. Yeah, okay, so this will at least have the upside of unifying the EIC, which will be interesting. Cool. I think we'll be able to win, because presumably these armies are not that good. They're not that bad either, though, because I haven't researched a single military tech in almost 20 years, because it's just not been my focus. We have got a few from spread, though, fortunately. All right, well, this will be more of a challenge than I realized. Nice. My foreign interest lobby has gotten us a defensive pact with France, which I'm happy with, just because, again, I think it helps avoid them opposing us in our overseas endeavors. Also, there is a certain amount of economic integration going on between us and France. We own 3% of their GDP. They own, we own 6.5% of their GDP. They own 3.2% of our GDP, which is cool. I think integrating with France and making them like the last person we turn on seems like it'll be a good strategy. Meanwhile, rushing troops to the front here, that's a lot of fronts. The game is obviously not designed to handle this kind of war, but after this, the ESC will be much simplified. So, simpler fronts in the future, one might hope. Okay, so I have realized why I didn't have any conscripts. It's because you have to add them manually to armies. So I've created the American Home, Scottish, African, and Home conscript, and Home 2. I should standardize that naming convention. My dog is whining at me. You want me to throw the toy? I know you want me to throw the toy. I threw the toy earlier. Hush. And Home 2 conscripts, made up of armies, all with their respective generals. I've so far only mobilized... Can you hear that through the mic? I can't tell if that's coming through. Let me show you this. Look at this guy. He's so demanding. Yes, you want me to throw the toy. I know. Anyway, I've only mobilized the home conscripts and the American conscripts and the home conscripts. I'll actually also mobilize. Oh, there's only 6 African conscripts, probably not worth it. I've made them all kind of relatively. I don't know what the good unit compositions are, by the way. my sub general here is very insistent that he feature in the video. Hello, buddy. Hello. Cavalry makes you capture faster. Artillery makes your attack go faster. Infantry help with defense, and they're the best at defense. And they're the cheapest. Mobilizing all these guys is going to spike the cost of military goods, I feel like, in our market. It's a good thing I recently queued up some extra explosive factories and things. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It looks like the EIC is going to hold relatively well on some fronts. So hopefully we can just plug some gaps and make it home for Christmas. Initial results, decidedly mixed. We have more or less lost control of northwestern India. The EIC is successfully advancing into what I want to call central Bengal, but I guess I mean, Bangladeshi, modern Bangladeshi Bengal. And this front is completely undefended. I don't want to abandon this front behind the lines to move to that one. I guess if they complete the occupation of this state, shouldn't these fronts merge? That one and that one, at which point this army can hold the line. which was the only army I had nearby except the one that's tied up in Ethiopia. The war in Ethiopia shouldn't take too much longer, though. We just have to win 3-4 more battles. We have more guys en route here. This teaches me that I should have had larger armies deployed in more parts of the world. Yeah, because our ability to respond was found lacking in this critical moment. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not too worried because I don't think we can lose very easily. They're after the whole EIC, right? Well, okay, actually, this one isn't. This war... Oh, that's bad. This war is only after those provinces. Okay, so we have to make sure that Bengal doesn't fall, basically. Otherwise, this war will start getting ticking war score. Because our war support... They just need to do this. British Indian War reparations. EIC, where is your capital? West Bengal. Crap. So we need West Bengal not to fall. They're currently trying to advance. It seems ill-advised. The army is a way out yet. Alright, West Indies army. Get yourselves here. Hold the capital. The other one I'm less worried about. Because they need... Sorry, it's the same one. This one I'm less worried about. No, that isn't the same one. You... Crap, it's the same ones. Yeah, we have to hold Bengal. Okay, we might have to abandon the front down in the south in order to move to hold Bengal. Because if they successfully advance here... Yeah, if they take this capital, it's a real problem. Nuts! Okay, this army is going to have to divert up here. How long is that going to take you? Only 10 days. Okay, that's good. That's very good. Now, Ethiopia. Could we come to an agreement? They really don't want white peace. You should want white peace, to be honest. I know why people don't just accept losing stuff in wars they're obviously going to lose. What's their war goal? British war operations. Why is the war goal the AI always chooses one that they will never ever get? Because they need to occupy the capital. Okay. Sorry, Somaliland and Kenya. It's not going to be your lucky day. I need this army over here right now. Oh, those fronts have merged now. Okay. That's good, at least. But yeah, I need that army over here. So we're just going to get occupied, and then we'll come back. It's not the end of the world. There we go. New election, and the DPP have managed to come out in front. Enough. Yeah, we couldn't get them in. And the industrialists want to join the DPP, which is good. Ooh, but no one... Yeah, so this is... I'm frustrated, but not at the game. I'm frustrated at the armed forces. They should be in the DPP. Why are you not in the DPP? Plus 10 reasons for that. Plus 3 to be in the blooming Tories. Nuts. Nuts, nuts, nuts. And this is the most legitimate government we can form. We're just going to leave it as is with the Tories in there for now, I think. Until we have to get the industrialists back in, but it's not ideal. Our political fortunes are seriously hampered by this damn pacifist in charge of the petty bourgeoisie. Even a radical would be better. Because we've got most of the radical stuff, but still. No one eligible to be invited right now. At least we've got the victory in Bengal. I was going to say lockdown, but we don't. That battle just ended inconclusively because we finished capturing it. Nice. I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay. So now with Bengal more secure, as long as we hold this front. It's not a great time. Not a great time to be, well, an Indian on either side, I guess. Okay. One army has made it to the Bengal front, and I'm going to completely abandon the south. We have to just hold the Bengal front, basically, and then push out from there, I think. This is going to be a bloody war, and because we are conscripting so much, it's costing us a monumental amount of cash as well. I think we may need to cut government wages and this to avoid falling into a complete spiral here. Could consider adding in some more consumption taxes. I never did manage to get rid of the services one. Could also temporarily raise taxes, but raising taxes is just so nasty for increasing radicals. They're less bad now that we have the thing. You know, the better taxation law. The other thing we can do is continue to monitor market prices and try and make some moves there. But wars also, I mean, you know, I've heard this before in this era, but it tend to go quite quickly. And I think now that we're holding Bengal, we'll be in an okay place. To actually win these wars, the easiest way would be to push to Delhi. And we already have the capital state of... I was going to say... Sorry, yeah, it is Bengal. But who's the actual war leader in the Bengal War? This is the Bengal War, isn't it? Bombay. I know where Bombay is, I promise. It's down here. Damn it. It's the front that I just abandoned. I think a naval invasion in here. In here. And then moving in to take the capital state. That's the way to do it. Okay, you. Naval invasion here. With a fleet that's not quite here yet. The others I need to keep raiding. I want to try and prevent them from importing any munitions from overseas. Nice. Managed to get her one of our allies. Who was it? Oh, it was actually the East India Company. Nice. Managed to push in there. Oh, no, I don't think it was them, actually. I think it was New South Wales. Who's still called Australia, interestingly. Ah, because they haven't got Van Nieman's land yet. Cool. All the United Tribes. But yeah, managed to get that, which is good as this war rages on. I did notice, though... Oh, no, we are at war with all of it. Okay, cool. Yeah, we have got some troubles. Looks like they're narrowly managing to hold down here in the south, though, so that's good. Our second front army has arrived here. I was staying on the defensive. I think with both armies here now, I'm comfortable to move back onto the offensive. See if we can make some moves. Our conscript armies, by the way, I've realized, don't actually set off until they've finished conscripting, which is annoying. But I think they should soon. 51 out of 60, I think I said it for. Yeah. I also paused construction. I don't want to fall into debt while we're doing this, especially if the war then ends up dragging out. So we're just going to, you know, short pause on GDP growth. It'll be all right. I'm a fool. I've just realized that's not the conscript army. That's just the normal home army that I apparently completely forgot to deploy. That's not ideal. Oh well, just the biggest army in the nation left at home. Landing successful. Quite pleased with that little maneuver. Oh, these guys are seriously under-organized. Oh, right, yes, I forgot yet again. Turn on everything on the new army. Can't turn these on because it cuts the organization when you first turn them on, but I can turn these on, which makes them a lot more expensive, but they'll only cost it when they're actually raised, so that should be fine. Good. Now they should recover a little faster at least, but we need to hold this front. So let's focus on defending this front. I actually might also switch to defensive up in the north. We are making headway. No, let us keep making headway, because if we can push to Hindustan, to Delhi rather, capital of Hindustan, that would help. God, can you imagine, I was thinking about this, can you imagine the kind of national trauma that my winning this war will inflict upon all these different countries' populations? They pushed the British out all the way back to the tip of India and the side of Bengal. This game, more than usual, I know in Paradox games you always just do, you know, constant monstrous stuff, but for some reason this playthrough more than normal is making me appreciate how monstrous some of the stuff we're doing is. How many people have died so far to secure my my victory here? To be fair, not that many in that war. Tens of thousands in this one. So far the wars are not crazy bloody. I think the wars get really bloody when they stagnate basically between great powers. For now, the battles that we engage in are fairly swift. Okay. Ah, we can enforce on the separate participants one by one. I forgot. Okay, we're definitely going to stay on the offensive then. There's Bengal resecured. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's making me introspect more than normal. I'm feeling a little bit less happy with my naval invasion theory now that I remember that just taking the war leader's war goal sorry, war leader's capital isn't going to piece them out. Oh, actually, now I look, there's only 2 people in this war on this side. Okay, well, that's fine then. Pushing them out here will still be useful. We can liberate some land down here. Yeah, because the East India Company is a subject, they don't even have a war support. Or rather, they do, but it doesn't matter because they're non-negotiating. So I'm pretty sure that means they can't capitulate. I'm probably wrong, though, aren't I? Actually. Yeah, I think I am wrong. No, there you go. Unable to capitulate. You can't capitulate when your overlord is in the war. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's get one of these fleets raiding down here. Now the naval invasion succeeded. So yeah, we'll push them out, and then we'll just hold a beachhead here in anticipation of reinforcements. Here they are. The home army is finally here. Finally, of course, due to my mess up. We'll move them in here. They can work on the liberation of southern India. Liberation. They can work on our occupation of southern India while these guys continue to push on these 2 northern fronts. Alright, things more under control now. Bit of a funny reversal. They hold the south, we hold the center. But with all of the conscript armies arriving, it's certainly making things easier. And we didn't have to raise the Scottish conscripts or the Home 2 conscripts, which is good for our home economy. There's another annexation rather. Yeah, the way they move when the fronts move is a little awkward, but we can make it work. Yeah, quite a few need moving now, looks like. That's okay. We can make it happen. Not quite sure how that one happened. But we are currently... Oops, sorry. We are currently fighting against the East India Company and losing. So that's interesting. Other than that, war's going well. Oh, okay. We won one of them. Oh, we got mutual funds. Nice. Oh, both of them. Nice. Okay. I feel like we didn't win both wars. I feel like we only won one of them. And then it just fired this. Okay, so Gooderins to company rule. It's now a colony instead. It loses company rule, so it's not so much industrialists. Okay, okay. And it gets crown rule. Okay, sorry, still industrialists. They get autocracy. They codify the caste system. Interesting. They were working to get rid of that, I think. And they're now a colony instead of what they were before, which is a chartered company. Chartered companies are better, I think, right? They give me substantially more money. Where's the relation? Here it is. Chartered company. Chartered company. Chartered company. Okay, they give you 40% of their treasury, forced to join your wars, special restrictions on reducing autonomy. Okay, so with this, they're now a colony, which is the lowest type. I love that I have to go through 4 different tooltips to get to this, by the way. 3. They give us settlement efforts initializing by colonizing country. No, that's not that's not quite the right tooltip. British East India Company, they're a colony. No, it's still wrong. Okay, we have other colonies. They're wrong as well. Okay, well, I'm not quite sure how much money they're going to give us now. Let's see. Can we infer it here? Yeah, 0.3 rather than 0.4. Okay, so that's worse in some ways, but also we can annex them, which is pretty cool. 63 infamy? That's not absurd. And these other people here, are they now our direct subjects? No, they're still subject to the East India Company. Do we still have a journal entry? No. We don't have a journal entry to kind of unify them all in, but maybe now it's a colony. It'll have something to do with that. We'll see. All right, time to stand down the conscripts and get this going. Meanwhile, by the way, Denmark had a proletariat revolt, and the Goobers were willing to become my protectorate, just for the low price of joining this war and then doing nothing. So that's pretty cool. We got Denmark. Nice. Also, my African plans have been somewhat stymied by the fact that France is at great pace colonizing the Sahara. So a lot of this land is going to go to France, but that's okay. We have our we still have our stranglehold down here, which I'll continue working on. We're spending our infamy on securing the Horn of Africa. Egypt is also on my agenda. I would like to control the Suez in the fullness of time. And we are also working on trying to add... Oh, that's right. It was actually Belgium. No, sorry, it was Denmark that I was trying to add to the power block. Nice. Well, we can work on someone else then. Yes, Michigan is also on the agenda. There's the embassy. We're also continuing to subjugate, which is why our cohesion is low, but it's trending pretty high, which is sweet. And yeah, that's the status. War's coming up. Horn of Africa, focus for now. When's our truce? Whoa, we have no truce with them? Oh, no, sorry. One directional truce. So I think we do have a truce with them. No, we don't. Wowza. Okay, well, good thing we have low, relatively low infamy. We'll let the infamy tick down a bit, and then I think it's time to go at them. It's going to give us a lot of infamy if we try and take Pennsylvania. What? Could we protectorate them yet? No. Realistically, we should probably try and just keep taking states and things until we can make them a protectorate. Maybe we could liberate some more countries from them first. We'll see. In the meantime, I'm hoping we might be able to nab Baghdad, because there's been a Baghdadi uprising. I'm pretty certain we'll be able to negotiate our support for that in order to make them a subject, given the Ottomans are weaker, because that second Greek uprising, no, third, I think, Greek uprising did succeed after the Bulgarian uprising, which I believe was Russian-backed. But so yeah, if we could get Baghdad as a subject, that would be pretty nice. But yes, time to stand people down and actually begin building things again. It was a few years of economic slowdown, but as you can see, it's only slow down, not stop. That's when I stopped building things, obviously. Oh, sorry, I guess that's actually them declaring independence, but you can see there's still been steady growth because the investment pool has still been happily spending away. I genuinely don't want this to sound insensitive, but I don't know how else to say it. There is a bit of a famine in Bengal, and I think we're going to fix that. It just seems karmically like a good thing to do, having just probably partly caused it with a war, which, I mean, yes, the parallels continue. So how do I fix a problem like that in a different country? Because if I bring down the cost of grain, people elsewhere in the market are just going to eat more. Like, this is the whole problem with food security, right? It doesn't matter how much food you make. It matters that the people who need the food can afford the food. Or to put it another way, it matters that the people who need the food can deliver enough value to the people who are making the food. So I guess the way I do it is I build things in Bengal. Like if there were some, if there were some coal and iron mines in Bengal, then they would be able, the workers at least, which is not everyone in Bengal, but the workers at least would be able to afford more, or opium plantations, more profitable. How many workers? 5,000. Oh, here's the problem. These guys have slavery. No wonder there's people starving. Okay. Well, maybe we can fix it that way. I've been just ignoring the fact that there's this kind of few million in food insecurity, but the number is increasing. It was like 3 million earlier, and now we're up to 12. The size of our market is obviously also increasing in size fairly precipitously. Even our own population has gone up quite a bit, but also I'm sure Canada's is exploding. So how do we fix the food insecurity problem? I feel like, profitable industries built in Bengal would probably be the way to go, with a side of abolishing slavery. Because with debt slavery, there's going to be a bunch of people here who are slaves. And slaves don't get paid, right? Treated not as person but as property. Certain buildings employ slaves. How does it work? Like, do they get paid at all? How do they meet their needs at all if they're not met? Okay, so there's slave upkeep, which goes on buying stuff. But I wonder how that actually works from the perspective of one of these people. They're destitute. This is truly terrible standard of living. They spend, I imagine, almost all their money on food. Let's take a specific example here. Yeah, it's not great, is it? So you guys, yeah, these are the ones who are starving. So consumption-wise, it still represents a percentage of their expenditure. But surely they have no income. Yeah. But I guess it still counts as expenditure. Okay, so it's overwhelmingly grain. We could also... Yes, the main thing we can try and do is get rid of debt slavery. Let's see how doable that would be. Not likely. Not likely, but let's give it a go. The other thing we can do is integrate the Raj and then ban slavery ourselves, which is probably what we are going to work towards doing. 63 infamy is quite a bit, but it's not too bad. I think the Raj has proven it's not a responsible steward of the jewel of our empire. So I think we should annex the Raj and fix it that way. But we could also build a bunch of farms. So what farm produced the most rice? Sorry, the most grain. Is it rice? These employ more people, but there's loads of peasants here, presumably. Yeah, there's 15 million peasants living just in West Bengal. So we could just build... This is 30 grain for... Well, yeah, so we don't worry about the number of employees. We just worry about the output, which means it's rice farms all the way down. Yeah. So let's build some substantial rice farms. And I mean substantial, across Bengal, to provide both local jobs and massively improve food security. That's the play. Cool. We'll give that a go. Meanwhile, this is working, it seems. And the Ottomans know what's good for them. I've won literally one battle. One on the defensive, one on the offensive. And they are prepared to accept and give us the Baghdad Uprising. Now, more appropriately renamed to Baghdad. Say hello to our newest protectorate. Excellent. Financial situation, not great, but on the bright side, we have invented steel frame buildings. So we are now going to work on retooling the economy towards that. But first, we have a debt to the Bengali people. So we are working on that. We have the rice farms going up, which I hope will help. And yeah, so the objective is to get this number down. Right now we're at 9 million people starving. They are attempting to pass, the Raj are attempting to pass slavery banned. I don't like its odds. Whoa, 30%. They had a good, 2 good checkpoints. That's fantastic. Excellent. No setbacks. That's really good. Yeah, if we could ban slavery in the Raj, that would be extremely good. It might hurt our market a bit, but I don't think it would. Like, it might make some input goods like opium, for example, more expensive because the people who are growing it are getting paid, but those people in turn will consume. Consumption is good. Turns out the best way to eat more cake is not to steal more pieces off those near around you. It is to enlarge the cake. Thank you, Veterinary. And next war is probably America. But I think I'm going to hold off on America for a little bit while I do a few more small wars, just while we get the economic situation a little bit under control. Although, no, actually, I'm talking about America like they're a big threat. They're probably not. How's their defense look? Yeah, they haven't done much military tech themselves either. So, yeah, okay, war with America. Nice. So I'm taking a look at the political situation. I think there may be a way we can improve things somewhat, because these radical ideologies, they've served us well, but their time has come. It's time for the market liberals. So we could put a market liberal in charge of the landed gentry, but they're practically marginalized. They're really not that important anymore, so I think we forget about them. We can get rid of him. If I exile him, does it cause actual problems? 5% of gentry pops become radical. Can I just dismiss him? I'm not really looking to... Ooh, a range accident. Fun. But we have this guy available. Market liberal intelligentsia, which seems interesting. I think he's the only Collectivized agriculture, but the rural folk are useless. What are you? Positivist. Endorses total separation. Interesting. Does anybody else back total separation? Oh, the intelligentsia already back it, so. And it's the problem is the Anglican Church. Why are the Anglican Church so freaking powerful, man? We've done so much to damage their wealth. They've got 2 generals, and of course we have freedom of conscience. But that's about it. It's just that they got a bunch of votes. But once the landed gentry are out, I feel like the Tories are gonna suffer. And you guys should be with the DPP. It's frustrating that they're not with it. I don't really understand why the armed forces aren't flipping. Maybe they flip at the next election. Maybe that's it. But anyway, an intelligentsia who is, what do you call it? The thing we were just talking about, market liberal, would be good because we already have industrialists who will back market liberal policies. So then potentially we can get another intelligentsia industrialist party going. Could we even get you in with the Whigs? Probably not. But yeah, I think that's the way to go. And he's loved as well, which is good. Joining the liberal movement. Liberal movement aren't super duper happy with me after my treatment of the whole, you know, going for, what am I trying to say here? The National Guard. But in general, they're pretty chuffed, right? I mean, look, I'm doing a bunch of stuff you like. Admittedly, I am doing one thing you hate, but you like electric bureaucrats, but yeah, I think that's the way to go. Let's see if we can get some liberalization of the market, because we've done loads of good kind of social change, but we could do with some market change. I would like to be on free trade, first off, just because I'm not enjoying collecting tariffs. We make a measly 10 grand, and really, I don't think that's productive. Whereas more trade route volume and lower trade route processing costs all seems nice. And who cares if we don't get leverage resistance? And then laissez-faire, who hates it? The trade unionists don't like it, which would make it difficult to pass. But the landed gentry are not important. Or certainly won't be soon. I like the max number of companies. I like the private construction allocation. Yeah, I don't care about the fact that it forces privatization. That's all good by me. And the 25% investment pool contribution would be very, very tasty. Right now we're getting... oh, well, okay, yeah, there's no... Can you still not see that? That's annoying. There's no way, as far as I know, to see where your investment is actually coming from, like which pops it's coming from, because in here it's coming from financial districts and iron mines and company headquarters, but each of these employ different people and different sets of people, so it's difficult to work out, and obviously you have to sum all these numbers. This should show you by building and then by class. That would be really helpful. Anyway, let's get the market liberal in here and see if we can do anything with him straight out the gate, which I don't think we can, but after the next election, I think we're going to be in good shape. Oh, I can't give him command for another 18 months. That's fine. I don't think there's an excellent election in the next 18 months, so that should be good. Budget is really turning around, I think, basically as the devastation falls. There was quite a lot of devastation in India. As the devastation falls and the... therefore, all the iron mines and stuff come back online. Why are you at war? Why is there a front there? I think that might just be a visual bug. Anyway, war with America. The people are moving into position. Oh, by the way, the trade unionists in Tension have got over the putting in the National Guard. Maybe they saw just how useful the National Guard was for protecting our interests abroad, and that brought them round to the idea. I could also, yeah, the liberal movement. No, unfortunately, the liberals. This only means socially liberal, not liberal as in market liberal. I don't think we have a market liberal movement. What does the proletarian movement want, by the way? Yeah, they really don't like laissez-faire. They'd rather we stuck on interventionism. But they're not very active, so I don't think they're going to be a big problem. And yeah, radicals don't care about it. Unfortunate. But yeah, we'll see what we can do about getting onto laissez-faire while we continue to shift over to steel frame buildings, which it looks like we could maybe afford doing some more. It is going to push steel up to almost max possible price, but that's okay. It'll just motivate the private queue to build more steel and stuff. And I have a couple of steel mills coming up myself as well. Marvelous. So, a bit of a hitch on the whole War with America thing. Russia is in here, and they're not my biggest fan. So if I try and conquer New York, Russia backs them. And interestingly, so does France. Are they allied to them? Interesting. France allied them and yet can't act in their defense here? Oh, no, they can. That's not great. We're allied to France too. So we need a play to back France in something. They would form a formal alliance with us. Maybe then they'd do it. Also, there's a 40% chance to give us military assistance. All right, let me try and get an alliance with France. See if that improves the situation. Okay, we can't ally France. They haven't got multilateral alliances. So the fact they're allied to America prevents it. So we need an enemy that America will back, but France won't. What about Cuba? No. America has interest in here, and that's about it. What about Brazil? Got interest in Brazil, but so does Russia, the Andes. What about banning some slavery down here? France will do it? What do you mean allied to Brazil? We just established you don't have multilateral alliances. Defensive pact with Brazil. Okay. What about a war to ban slavery in Argentina? Ho-hum. New Granada and the US will back Argentina. Meanwhile, we move against the US. We might be able to pull France in on our side, which would break their alliance with the US. Seems promising. All right, proxy war using Argentina as a patsy. Seems good. Let's give that a go. Okay, so that almost went sideways. France is actually leaning Argentina, but I'm happy to have France. It's solid. We can help them out. Help them out by doing nothing in some future war of theirs. Seems all good. So that should sway them to our side. Okay, US side with them, they side with us. Beautiful. They're fearful. Minus 77. That's not ideal. Hopefully as the US mobilizes, they get a little more bold. Otherwise, they're going to back down and we'll need to add anything we want to do to the US to our primary war goals. Now, does being on opposite sides of a play immediately break the US's alliance with France? Yes, it does. Oh, no, it doesn't. Damn. Okay. Hopefully when they're actually at war, they won't be able to stay allied. Now, if we want this war done quick, naval landing on Washington seems best. So let's get a crack team. The home army will do. Let's get them based out of Bermuda. And we've got a fleet in Bermuda ready to land them straight on there. The rest of my nearby forces can take up positions here. And let's start adding stuff. Now, we may need to add it to the primary war goal. Anyone else want to go against me? Yeah, hey, Colombia, New Granada, I'd like to sway you to the enemy team, please. I'm not sure if that works. I'm sorry that my mic arm creaks so much, by the way. I really need to WD-40 it. I should get around to that. And they want regime change in Nova Scotia. Interesting. That's a primary demand. I think I just add the war goals and I hope they don't back down, basically. And hopefully the addition of Colombia makes things go their way. But yeah, let's have a look at this. Okay, war goals in place. Whether we'll actually get a chance to have a crack at them, we'll have to see. There's nothing else that I've added against Argentina and nothing I can afford to add. So I guess I'll throw in some American war reps. But my hope is that Argentina doesn't back down because they don't stand to lose anything extra by backing down. Only America does. We're going for Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, and the remains of New York. Oh crap, did adding New York? No, okay, I thought adding New York might pull pull Russia in, but we're also asking them to revoke their claim on Nebraska, which would let us colonize the area. If we take a look, there's actually not much. Oh no, probably, sorry, there'll be some discoverable resources here, but we'll see. We'll see where this works. I think Argentina is just going to back down, but not the end of the world. Don't mind if I do, France. I'll take minus 10% military goods cost. For nothing. Oh, yes, baby. 10% military spread rate as well. Didn't even have to ask for it. How polite. What a nice ally. Oh, yeah, I've just noticed. It's countdown to war. Please don't back down. Please don't back down. They're going to back down. You just know it. They've only got 5 days to back down, though. New neighbors, new grudges. The old English ways cannot continue to dominate. I don't really care about creating radical upper-class pops, because the intelligentsia and industrialists are all pretty loyal, and a few radicalized landowners is not a problem. Are they not going to back down? Come on, please don't back down. Yes! War has begun. Amazing. It's a war I mean to end swiftly and with extreme prejudice. Excuse me. Naval invade the capital with them. Oh, and I didn't leave a fleet down in Falklands. Whoops. No matter. They'll be here soon. In fact, I can just start the invasion straight away, can't I? So, which is your capital? Santa Fe, right? No? No. Here. Cool. You guys go on down. You can use that one. 5 weeks. Naval invasion of both capitals, which often is kind of cheesy, but in this case I think it makes perfect sense. Right? This is a kind of, a war in the New World with all of these powerful coastal provinces. The fact that the Royal Navy can just rock up and smash through into your capital city really is the kind of thing that would end this war quickly. I'm not advancing on this front because there's no need. And we continue to build glassworks, lead and steel, as well as inventing some better steel techniques to try and keep bringing our construction costs down. Easy peasy. Good landing here. Argentina's banned slavery, and we get to take a chunk out of America. All in a day's work. Call this one the yoink. There we go. Nice. And we got New York. Now, New York's going to be a bit interesting. A lot of turmoil. And without... Is upstate New York, like, actually the north bit? Or, like, all the middle and north bit? Or is it everywhere that's not Manhattan? Hang on. I'm Googling a lot of things in this playthrough. I'm enjoying it. Oh, I was way off. Upstate New York is literally just this bit. Or, like... Yeah, I think it's there. The city is not placed quite right here. Cool. Well, the more you know. So, we got New York, which is a good state, partly because it has Niagara Falls. I'm using that it still has Niagara Falls. Where are Niagara Falls? Presumably, like, somewhere up here. But we still get the bonus. So this place is going to be really good for building electricity in later on. Let's get it incorporated. Oh, it had loads of their government administrations, it looks like. Well, only 3, actually. Still, that's kind of funny. And these new states, yeah, obviously everyone's pretty mad. But hopefully, they'll enjoy it as we move towards... Where's standard of living? There it is. Uplifting their standard of living somewhat. Although they already had a pretty high standard of living, to be fair. But we'll see what we can do. Some iron, some logging. Whaling. We haven't been doing any whaling much so far. A lot of financial districts. Does that mean that we effectively just stole their ownership over all their buildings? Or, I mean, some of their buildings around here by taking New York and its financial districts? That's very funny. That's not how that should work. You shouldn't be able to conquer ownership of stuff that you didn't conquer. How else would you do it, Christo? I'm not sure. But one of the whole points of why conquest in this and especially later eras was less effective is because specifically, capital flight can happen faster than your troops can arrive. Anyway, That's good. Got all that. Got some infamy to tick down for a while I go back to focusing on gold mines and glassworks and working on that famine. So how goes it? Let's take a look. Whoa! Look at that! Oh, hell yes. Still work to go. But Bihar, that's millions of people less starving. Fully 2 point something million people less starving than they were before. That is excellent. We haven't even started building in Bihar yet, so I'm not sure I can take credit for it, but the increase in rice farms will definitely help. Why is there no historical data on the grain price? There we go. Yeah, we haven't moved the price much, so it might just be the fact that there's a decrease in, whatchamacallit? A decrease in devastation. It might actually be the law, though. Let's take a look here. Do you get it passed? No. Ooh, but they got it to consideration. 5%, though. Ouch. What happened to your previous checkpoints? Why is it just +5, -5? Ah, these are all the negatives. And that, all right, that's just because they're a, oh, interesting. Being a colony. Ah, because we imposed it on them, it gives it +10%. So yeah, after those good early rolls, we've had 2 more bad rolls, but no setbacks, which means they still have an opportunity to turn it around if they hit a setback. Well, good luck, Raj. I think I will burn down my infamy, annex Canada, burn down my infamy, annex the Raj, and then we can do some, you know, sovereign, assuming direct control business. In the meantime, helping the whole market will help the Indian market by, you know, just having more wealth to go around. Oh, and I've remembered power box statues are a thing, by the way, and they're really good considering that we're using so many decrees. They make them 25% cheaper, but they are very expensive. So I've decided I'm going to build them one at a time. And we're going to put down one in all 5 of our main kind of industrial areas in the UK to start with. They also give us some prestige, which doesn't hurt. Not that we really need it. And yeah, GDP, little spike from the seizure of New York. Not as wealthy as it could be, that's for darn sure. All the pummeling that we've given America will have weakened it dramatically. But, you know, little chunks being taken. We'll probably take not much more of America before we want to go over the infamy cap, because taking places like Michigan are just Pennsylvania, extremely expensive. 35, 35. We're basically only going to be able to do that when we're willing to go to the infamy cap, I think, to it and beyond. Now we've got an election going on. It's been a little bit of pressure from the DRP. Some people call them paramilitaries. I call them door-to-door campaigners. So once this election goes through, we'll be able to get the intelligentsia and the trade unionists into the DRP, which is going to be very, very good. I might do it ahead of time, actually, because I think it might affect the election to have more people on side. So let's reform to have just the DRP in charge. And then actually, is it time? Hello. No, 4 months till we can put them in. Great. And then hopefully our petit bourgeoisie will help. Now, interesting question. Will this guy change when the election happens? I think he will, but I'm not sure. I still don't fully understand how presidential works. But rules are chosen from the leader of the interest group with the most clout. Yeah, so it should be him, but we'll see. Ooh, trade unionist clout is collapsing. What's happening there? This guy just sucks, apparently. That's not great. Well, we'll just have to keep building up some buildings that'll give us more trade unionists, which obviously the grain efforts in India don't help with, but we have a moral imperative. Anyway, back to conquering the world with reckless abandon with our moral imperative. It looks like we might be able to get total separation. It's not great odds, only the intelligentsia are for it. But let's give it a crack. What the heck? Might as well, right? We've been getting lucky with the law passes so far, so, you know, might as well roll it. Ooh. Well, there's been no American civil war over slavery, but there is going to be an Indian one. Well, if they win, does that automatically pass the law? Looks like no. But things are turning around a bit. Come on. Surely the slavers rising up in revolt should give you a little bit of Emancipation Proclamation type boost. Surely. Do I even have someone stationed over here? Yeah, Indochina. There we go. How many men have these slaving gits got? Not many. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, this seems positive. Seems extremely positive. Hopefully, while the aristocrats are away, the mice will play. And by mice will play, I mean we could get some legislation through. That would definitely improve the situation. Interesting. Interesting. Well, fingers crossed that helps out. Interesting. Burma has decided to come in. Is it correct for this place to be called Burma, by the way, before the British take it over? I thought that was the British name. I really am enjoying the history that I'm getting out of this. Because Burma is now called Myanmar. Where did the name Burma come from? No, okay, it was Burma. It was Burma first. Because there was all the Ayutthaya stuff that we all know from EU4. And then Burma formed, did some fighting with China against the Qing Chinese. And then, yeah, then the British roll in. Right about, not till, well, about now, actually. We're 3 years early for the British to seize, sorry, 3 years late for the British to seize Lower Burma. Unfortunately, we aren't the war leader in this, so we're not going to be able to add war goals against Burma, but maybe the Raj will. But, yeah, interesting. I always thought Burma, the reason they changed the name was because Burma was an imposed name, as opposed to just, I guess it was associated with the old name. But oh, also, aren't the Burmese an ethnic group? And Burma is a very ethnically diverse country. Well, Myanmar is a very ethnically diverse country. So maybe they changed it to be less, I don't know, ethno-nationalist type thing. Anyway, back to gaming. Now that is a decisive election. Go DPP. I hope the DPP aren't the name of some terrible party somewhere in the world that I'm not familiar with. All the way up to a legitimate government. And it did keep the same guy. It's interesting. I don't know what causes that. Anyway, let's replace him with a market liberal. It might screw everything up. Like it might make the party fall apart, but let's find out. Okay, it's worse, and he's not in charge. What the heck? How can it be worse, but he's not actually in charge? It must be because he's president. That must not work when you use it on... Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong party. Okay, so now we have a market liberal. Unfortunately. No, this... Why are these numbers so bad? Oh, right, we got the minus 15. But why is this number so bad? Because the landed gentry are angry? We should be able to marginalize the landed gentry soon. Yeah, if we just marginalize the landed gentry, this starts to look a lot better, I think. Unfortunately, we did fail the first checkpoint. Got a minus 10% on this, which is not ideal, but oh well. I think that is the reform we want, right? We could bring the industrialists into the fold. Oh, that's why those odds are looking so bad. We don't have the industrialists in government, and bringing them in is not really feasible. Didn't we have a market liberal industrialist on the table? Not right now. And I can't grant him leadership for 5 years, which would bring the landed gentry off my bum about it. Although at 9.4, they should fall below the threshold, right? Should get marginalized. As long as their clout is below 4 and they become, sorry, okay, we need them below 4 and then they stay marginalized unless it's above 5, so they don't oscillate back and forth. Good design. Good design. Okay. Some progress. We're going to lose some interest group approval from the intelligentsia, but they're firmly happy. Back up to 19%. We're in the game. So I took a glance at this map and it occurs to me I probably shouldn't integrate India, huh? Because it would absolutely tank our literacy and therefore research speed. So instead, I think we engage after our economy is in slightly better shape. Instead, I think we engage in a little bit of education. Oh no, that only helps qualifications, not literacy. Nuts. I don't know how I'm going to be able to educate India then. I guess that could be the next law I impose on them. They have no schools. That's not great. Hang on, they have no police. Don't we have a law? Oh, right, it's the same colonial affairs thing this imposes. Same colonization law on bloc members. That's not true. It hasn't done that. Allowed to impose the same as their own colonization law. Okay, so what, I could go in here and go bloc member actions? No. But Canada doesn't have the same colonization laws as us. They have no colonial affairs. Looks like their attempt to pass this failed. So, what does that mean? Bloc leader. Impose same colonization law. Do I do it from here? No. It's just subjugate. Maybe you can only do it on people who are not your subjects? No. Huh. Curious. Well, no matter. Yeah, probably not going to integrate India anytime soon. Damn, doesn't seem to work that way. We put down the revolt, but they're still almost certainly going to fail. 2 setbacks, 10% chance. Well, good luck, Bengalis. I hope for your sake we manage to get slavery banned, but I should integrate it. It would just kill our technology, though. Because, I mean, there's 46 million people in my country right now, okay? 60% of whom can read. In India right now, there are 150 million people, 20% of whom can read. This is global, right? It's not just... CAP isn't based on your incorporated states, right? Yeah, I don't think it is, unfortunately. That's a shame. I've pivoted our diplomatic strategy, by the way. We are now attempting to use our influence to sway Central America. Is Mexico in Central America? No, right? It's North America down to about here. I mean, depending on how you cut it. If it's just north and south, you cut it on the Panama Canal. I guess there isn't a Panama Canal, so where do you cut it? Anyway, we're going to try and get Mexico, New Granada, Venezuela, Ecuador all to join the power bloc peacefully. So I'm going to be throwing my considerable diplomatic influence towards that end. I think we can get Venezuela without having to ally them. We're going to get a plus 176. Should be more than enough for a embassy. And we'll keep working our way through these while we use our infamy elsewhere. These guys are easier to pressure, I think, because we discriminate against them less. If we look at the influence that we have here, you can see that primary culture with low acceptance and state religion with low acceptance is hurting us. Whereas here, we have primary culture with low acceptance, but less of a negative. So easier to get those guys in peacefully, I think. Marvelous. Meanwhile, total separation. Here, I'll let you be here for the role. Come on. I believe. Working on that construction, by the way. Number is skyrocketing. Should be pretty good. Come on. 80%. I mean, it's not going to happen, but... is that a stall? No, it's debate. Okay. Oh, yes, and the Indians continue to revolt. Enactment time down for Anglican interest group approval. Right now, they're neutral. Damn, we shouldn't do that. I need them to not be angry, or it will increase the stall chance. So no, sadly, we do this by the book. 21%? Not sure why it's risen. I guess the intelligentsia got more power. Oh, let's go. On we go to voting. Come on. Total separation. I believe. Meanwhile, by the way, the economy is back under control. We have back to higher government and military wages. I don't know if having this high government wages makes sense. My reasoning is by having higher government wages, we have higher wages for everybody. It's a way. I'm basically spending this money to raise standard of living, raise migrant attraction. That's my reasoning. And also, it gives us somewhere to go. Like, I have a button I can click with very little downside in the short term that gives me 76,000 per week. That's just a nice place to be. We also just got the Bessemer process, so our steel price tanked, as you can see, which means we're going to be in a position to kick up a bunch more construction, which is going to be great. What's this? Nevada Gold Rush, or short-term Nevada Gold Rush is fine. Ooh, 35%. Come on, India, do me proud. So close, man. 35% for that. Total separation. Cross your fingers. Look at this. The exact area that rebelled against Turkey in a Greek uprising now has a Turkish uprising. And Russia is backing the Greeks again, so it's not going to go their way, but that's pretty funny. 22%. The charmed run continues. Down to 21. Come on! And we just discovered gold. Hit gold on this vote. Ah, the art of doing nothing. Oh, pretty good though. 10% bonus to the Petit Bourgeoisie and 10% bonus to the Intelligentsia for 5% enactment. And 10% enactment, rather. Come on, total separation. We've got a new building project for India, by the way. We're finally building that railway to complete the journal entry. Don't know what the journal entry will do, because it just says Railways for Prosperity. I have a forum thread explaining why that's a bad piece of user experience, UX design, but it still sounds good, so we'll do it. And hopefully that will help stabilize the Raj a bit. So it's becoming apparent that eventually war with Egypt is going to be necessary. They don't like me. They don't like me conquering these people next to them. So they are getting to the point where all of these, they tend to intervene in. I can't protectorate them because they are an unrecognized major power. So we are going to have to seek alternate methods of weakening them. And I think what we will do is humiliate them. We'll say, hey, you don't want to let me do stuff? Well, let me show you what I think of your opinion. We can't humiliate because they're not a rival, but I think I can add a humiliate war goal if we're already in a war with them. So we'll go for Djibouti, which I'm pretty sure is what this is called these days. Alsa now. And they will step in against us. Almost certainly. But they might accept. So I guess we might as well roll the dice on that. And if they don't accept, I will be taking some land from Egypt. And I will be humiliating them. They did not accept. We'll add the other state to the conquer war goal. And then we'll see where we go. Now, what kind of forces we need to take on Egypt? They got 130 battalions full raise. They got an average of 30 attack. That's pretty significant, so I will raise the West Indies army and bring that over as well. Excellent. And yeah, they might not join. The fact that they're leaning that way, and they're leaning less that way now, which is good. So yeah, they may not join, which should be fine. In which case we've just over-raised, but that doesn't really matter. We could sway one of these people. T-Grey, they'll sway for like, give me all your land, or something like that. Alright, come on Egypt. Make a move, I dare you. Up to 42%, bloody hell. From that previous checkpoint. I stepped away for a moment between the last little bit of activity here in this one. What's this? An Haltian liberal revolt. Interesting. Venezuela wants to host an embassy. By all means. My dear friend Venezuela, very much going to be invited to the power block very soon. Excellent. New Granada, yeah, still working on them. You guys, 82% chance. I'll take the odds. You, 82 as well. Come on in, chums. 2 hits. 1 hit. 2 hits. Nice. So that will hurt our, cohesion in the short term, but cohesion's looking pretty good right now. So that's okay. I am continually choosing the options that increase local tolerance. So what are we looking at here? It starts out very negative and then works towards neutral. For when you get the major migrations. And we have been getting quite a few major migrations, by the way. Check this out. 4% Portuguese here. Where else? Not huge ones. Yeah, quite a few Portuguese here. Especially just Portuguese. We had some Bulgarians at one point. Yeah, here they are. Not very many Bulgarians, though. 20,000, 20,000, 11,000. Texas received a few interesting migrations. Yeah, some Scots moving in. Wow, 600,000 Scots moving in. Stuff being built here that's not by me. Some stuff. Some ranches are popping up and things. Cool, 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 cool. There was something I thought about that I wanted to do to America. Oh, yes. So we could get to war with America again, potentially, by doing another slavery ban somewhere in America. We might be able to lure them into fighting us again, which would be fun and useful. But I don't think we need to. Also, this this subject that we released, the population continues to collapse, by the way. Down from 1 million Yankees here to 300,000. And a lot of those people did not leave. They died. It looks like they have got... Oh, sorry, that's in the British Republic. But yeah, they did not have a good time in the strange kind of absolutist state, now republic, of the Iroquois. The Haddon... that thing, which I still can't say. In another great step for our trying to fix the food situation, we've invented a baking powder, so we can switch over to that. So, I'm not quite sure I understand how this works, but when a pop needs food, I assume they need a certain number of units of food, and it doesn't matter which... Oh god, the mild starvation's back. Nuts. We're back up to 11 million now. That's higher, actually, although it might be... Nope, basically no one's starving in our new Horn of Africa territories. Where are people starving? Yeah, it's basically India still. It's Bengal. East Bengal especially. The fighting that we just had there won't have helped. Well, hopefully the railways will, and then if not, we can build some more granaries. But it looks like maybe groceries... What is the point of groceries if they're not more kind of nutritious? I guess they're just another good that helps make money in the consumer economy, but they consume... Oh, here we go. Okay, so grain and fish are the same as each other. Meat and fruit are worth 1.5 of grain, and groceries is worth 1.5 of grain. Okay, so when we go into our food industry, this might mean I build a lot of food industries to make tons of groceries to try and crank down the prices of food. So to make these food industries with meat, and yes, okay, so fish, you can see here the fish is, you know, less nutritionally dense. But we're turning overall, let me take a specific example here. We're turning, I need ideally a one-size food industry. No, a one-size food industry in my country. Here we go. West Indies. So here, why are the numbers higher? Oh, because of the throughput bonuses. Okay, well, we can ignore the throughput bonuses. Maybe it'll be easiest to see it. Well, yeah, there isn't a great way to just see the numbers on this. Does, what's his name? Generalist Gaming share that spreadsheet he has? I would love to read it. But anyway, right here we're turning... Oh, I could just quickly build my own spreadsheet. I could just real quick. Okay, so yeah, groceries are monstrously effective, is the conclusion that I have come to, especially because sugar is cheap right now. So you turn... Oh, let me get it up for you. Okay, so others have their own, you know, spreadsheets, but this one's mine. We have input of 60 groceries and 60 grain and 20 meat. 10 iron and 30 sugar. So that's a total of 90 nutrition, because meat is worth 1.5 nutrition, and you turn it into 150 groceries, which is 225 nutrition, 2.5 times nutrition return. That is bonkers. Now, obviously, the price of these things is variable and different, but that means that we're spending... So let's say instead of buying that iron to make the groceries, we were instead, and we're talking about this from like a whole economy perspective, so there's probably mistakes being made, but if we, instead of buying that iron to make the groceries, you could instead just buy grain, right? So is buying 10 iron and 30 sugar worth buying essentially 135 grain? So let me plug the numbers in real quick for right now. The iron is worth 40. The sugar is worth next to nothing, which is because I haven't been building enough groceries, as it turns out. Trade goods. That would be a... Sorry, that's trade routes. Goods. Staple good. Luxury good. Sugar luxury. Industrial. Where's sugar? There it is. Sugar is worth a measly 7 right now. So this costs 40 times that. This costs 7 times that. And then the, what does it say? 135. Oops. 135 extra grain we're getting. It costs 22 each. Look at that. Monstrous value. That's absurd. So this thing turns... Well, okay, there's also the input value of these. Yeah, so I should... Hang on, let me plug those in. So that would be 60 times 22, and meat is very similar, right, in terms of price. Is meat a luxury good, technically? Yeah. 27. But look at that. It's ridiculous. The value. The pure value. Plus that, plus that, plus that. So you get 500 value. Okay, that's not actually quite as good as I was thinking. But the thing is, we're able to turn non-nutrition in the form of iron and sugar into nutrition in the form of groceries. Still, that's not actually as good as I was thinking. I mean, it's pretty good. Don't get me wrong. What is that? It's sorry, wrong way around. Excuse me. We are making a tidy little 20% return. Now, to be honest, it's looking worse and worse, because how much do we need to spend in salary in order to achieve that? 3,200. That's quite a lot. Oh, but sorry, this is on 4 times running at higher efficiency, so it's difficult to see the actual thing. Obviously, you can just look here and get the overall summary, but still, this seems good. We're able to, especially because we're turning sugar, which is dirt cheap, into food, which our market is in urgent need of. So I think I'm going to start building a bunch more groceries, which would be good. I should also probably start doing some more fishing, because right now I think we're just eating the fishing directly, but I could start canning some of it as well. But yeah, we're going to try and crank out some groceries, get that price down. Should be good, I think. 42% for total separation. Finally getting these damn Anglicans off my back about the changes that I want to make to our glorious society. Please? Pretty please, 42% is good odds. It's good odds. Very good odds. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. That was from like 17%. Oh, baby. That's really big. Because that means that I'm pretty sure... What? I thought we were going to be able to get out of cultural erasure. Oh, no, sorry. Cultural erasure is up to 40, isn't it? But we're going to put everyone out of violent hostility at least, right? Because you get... Right, once the cultural community acceptance goes away, we should be able to get everyone out of violent hostility at least. And some people are upgrading from here. This doesn't seem like it's making as big a difference as I thought it was going to make, to be honest. It is going to weaken the Anglicans, though, which is very good. Very good indeed. I did think it was going to do more than that, though, to be honest. A little disappointing. Even better if we could do cultural. What do you think? We'll get some protesting from the British supremacist movement. And yeah, the petty bourgeoisie not liking it does make it quite a bit harder, obviously. Oh no, actually, they don't cause it to stall if they're not in government. Or maybe just because they're happy enough. Yeah. I mean, it's worth a go, right? Because with cultural exclusion, we'd be up to 40 plus 15 base. Oh ho ho. Oh ho ho. That puts us well into open prejudice, which sounds bad, but is pretty good. Anything else we want to change while we're here? Oh, we could commercialize agriculture. Landed gentry are not a big fan. So remind me of the advantages. Less powerful landed gentry, obviously good. Internal migration for peasants. Be good to get rid of that. Remind me what this gives you. You get 4 subsistence output versus... Oh no, there's still free presence here. So it's really just the... Ah, no, that's right. The main thing here is financial districts start buying up agricultural buildings. Petty bourgeoisie attracts middle-class pops, and the trade unions employ lower strata pops. Right, both of which are very good for us right now. 20 versus 6, better odds than 20 versus 19, so we probably go for that now. Unless... Oh, we could potentially get some regulatory bodies. Only 10% though. 10%, I mean, we've been lucky recently, don't get me wrong, but 10% is probably not realistic. Let's go for commercialized agriculture. Oh, and it looks like Egypt knows what's good for them and is staying out of my my play here. I'm noticing as well it's a good time to be passing commercialized agriculture because we are running out of peasants, not globally, but in the home countries. So enabling peasants from elsewhere in the country to migrate to the UK, to our new industrializing industries. Perfect timing. Absolutely perfect timing. I think Scotland is going to be the savior of the empire's huddled masses. It's got plenty of good agricultural space. It's got coal and iron. Does the northern Scotland also have coal and iron? No. But we've got coal and iron. I guess we don't need the coal, but got iron here. We've got plenty of livestock farms and things. It should be good. Can you focus on just meat rather than other stuff? This doesn't produce more meat, does it? No. It's worth pointing out, actually, my nutrition efficiency thing should account for the fact that, I mean, I'm not going to improve it because I know many smarter people than me have built better ones, but yeah, for every 30 meat, we're going to put in 10 grain, but we can reduce that a bit, can't we? Yeah, okay, I guess if you want to be more nutritionally efficient, you would sheep rants rather than wool gather, which makes sense. But yeah, I think this is the place to do it. The auto queue has already built a bunch of other stuff here, but we're going to make this our... Oh, it looks like there's already one here. Yes, food industry. Cool. We're also not making any alcohol because I don't know why you would. I guess you make more... Yeah, okay, so you make more alcohol than you lose in groceries, but I just feel like getting everyone fed is a higher priority. So, yeah, we're going to go hard. 10 more of these is going to consume 70 grain per level. Cool, so we need some serious rye farms here. Rye is pretty good. We could also go single crop, although actually the sugar will be useful. We also need better fertilizers. That's going to be a huge thing for helping our food security. How much do these make it per level? Ooh, only 20. So we're going to need 3 levels of this for every 1 level of food industry. Okay, and we also need 10 iron per. I'm sure we don't need to be quite this precise, but it's actually probably already enough iron here, but we're using iron in lots of places. And then 90 meat. Yeah, probably good on that. Just a little bit. Cool. So we'll see just how much groceries we can start cranking out here. By the way, these armies keep increasing in size, even though I'm not adding more barracks to them. I guess because it's the largest army, they're automatically adding to that, but I've been going around disbanding armies a lot when we conquer new territories. But yeah, we're going to see what we can do with groceries, try and feed the world. I feel like that would be an interesting point on a Qing game, where I imagine food can be a bit of a struggle, or an India game. How early and how hard you go into groceries being a relevant factor to how well you do there. It's cool. Okay, I can see why the journal might not want to tell you what this does. Magnificent? Is that it? I imagine that fired an event for the Raj? Why? I said I was being positive, and I'm trying to be positive, and many things about this game are very good. Oh, 15% enactment chance? Holy heck. Ooh, 25% communist movement, pop movement attraction. Interesting. I'm kind of managing okay, though. So I think we're going to go middle managers will be a thing of the past. It feels a lot of the time like the content that is designed cares only about the person the content is for, in this case, the British Raj, and doesn't communicate very well with anyone else. It's the same as the, like, isn't there a journal entry about struggling over Persia? I think there is, but I think you can only see it if you're Persia, maybe, or if you're Russia, because isn't the UK meant to be part of that? And I haven't really seen any of that. It's entirely possible I'm missing it. Maybe it's only when Afghanistan exists, but ooh, Indian famine? When does this happen? If there's a famine. All right, fair enough. So let's try and avoid that. Speaking of which, by the way, way better starvation. Dramatic reduction over here. I think those rice farms might be helping. Cranking out 1.5 thousand grain here will surely be pretty impactful. Let's take a look at East Bengal. Has that got the same level of food security? Shouldn't hovering here show where does and doesn't have it? I thought that worked. Didn't that work earlier? Anyway, it's getting a lot better, so that's good. Like, I'm not complaining. The series of good events we've had on this are insane, but it's 71%. And we're still getting more good events. So, do we want more for the intelligentsia and less for the armed forces? Are the armed forces with us? No, that's right. They are stuck in the damn Tories. All right, sure. We open a hand. Look at that. Look at that influence in the good old DPP. 81%. Nice. Are you kidding me? Serious 81. 81%. Stay the course and annoy people or annoy people less. Well, I don't care about annoying people who are marginalized or soon to be marginalized, like the gentry. We stay the course. Our wars to unite Yemen were quite infamous expensive. So after this quick war against the Trukul states, which is being slowed down by the fact that only one person can invade somewhere at a time, which is very annoying when your subjects do it, we're going to have to take a pause on the aggressive expansion, I think. But colonization is going well. So there's that. We are getting the civilizing mission tech, which is going to allow us to colonize even faster. Quite a lot faster, like 40% faster. So that'll be good. Meanwhile, trying to bring down fertilizer prices because we got some new explosives to crank out more metals. But as a result, we have spiked our fertilizer prices some. Gosh, even after some increases, actually, we are still very high on fertilizer prices. I think I'm going to leave that to the private queue for a bit, though. I want to get these groceries going. How we doing? Down to 3 million mild starvation. Getting there. Getting there. Hopefully these new groceries will help. Yeah, cover that. That's fine, fine. Cool. There we go. Commercialized agriculture. This game is Moorish, huh? It's currently 1:15 a.m. You can tell, right? Because the blue light. It's a good game, man. So, very shortly, we'll be able to make the industrialists market liberal, which should, hopefully, make them join the Whig Party, which I could then put in charge. Sorry, in power, rather. Should be good. Tories have completely splintered into, all these different groups. You could also have 100 just from having these guys. But let's take a look if there's any other laws we want the intelligentsia to help us pass right now. Because they right now are only market liberals. Laissez-faire is not happening. Free trade is not happening. Cultural exclusion is not happening. So with that in mind, let's crank up to a nice little 100% righteous government and take another look. I still don't think, realistically, we're going to be able to make any headway on anything that I particularly want to make headway on. What about some workers' rights? Yeah, they're okay with that because the trade unionists like it. The intelligentsia don't like it. Why is that? Liberals not good enough for it? Market liberal? Yeah, market liberal. Makes sense. 16%. I mean, we've had some good luck in the past, and no one's going to be mad enough to actually stall it out. So the question is, do we care more about that or child labor? It's going to be child labor, right? Education investment, dependence income. Yeah. Almost certainly going to be child labor. Oh, that's censorship. Let's go for that. Nice. And with our nice speed, we should be able to do this pretty fast because of our good old righteous government. Excellent. Meanwhile, that grocery industry is finished. It's not as profitable as it will be once these rye farms come online, but they are struggling to hire. Unfortunately, although now I think about it, I bet we're about to see an explosion of population up here. Weekly migration is actually negative. That surprises me. It does receive quite a few, but it's also sending them out to California and so on. That's interesting. Looking at that weekly migration. Yeah, lots of people migrating to places where we have gold mines. Can I see net migration on this map mode? Migration. Yeah, so lots of people moving to America still, including our subject now, by the way. I'm not sure I showed you that, of New Africa, which we should probably work on being one of the ones that we move to annex pretty soon, because I want those people in my market. But yeah, lots of people going to California, Texas. Lots of people leaving the home countries. It's interesting. I wonder why. Yeah, people leaving the lowlands too. I guess there's just not enough available arable land and things. Yeah, we need to keep cranking our standard of living. You know what? I've been finding us getting tons and tons of money recently. Maybe I should cut the tax rate. Or at least, yeah, okay. Definitely time. Let's remove the consumption tax on services. As is, though, our standard of living is increasing pretty rapidly. Look at that. 30% excess. 14% taxes. Yeah, okay. I mean, the services consumption tax is mostly only going to help out the middle strata. But, you know, there's 7 million people in the middle strata, so let's get rid of that. Should find ourselves in a healthy increase to excess to middle strata there. Oh, baby. 50% increase in the excess is nothing to sneeze at, for sure. You buying many luxury clothes? We are getting to the point where they're buying luxury clothes. We could probably... Whoa, what the hell just happened to my income? It was only 60,000. We were positive, weren't we? We were more positive than that. But these taxes realistically are not giving us much. Let's remove textile. Let's remove all of our consumption taxes. And then I think I'm going to not expand the construction sector until we could afford to go down lower taxes. Yeah, I think that would be good. Just so we can try and keep bumping standard of living and getting more and more of that immigration. Yeah, standard of living in the UK is really good. I should look into... Hey, nice. There we go. We should look into why the migrant attraction is not so good in our lands right now. We got 68. I mean, 68 is pretty friggin' high, right? Just because these gold mine places have great bonuses. I mean, that's high. Compared to, I mean, look, compare it to the world. It's basically us and our subjects. And then massive migration pressure away from these. Oh, time modifier minus 70%? That's high. What is that? Extractive colonial administration. Hey, that's really good. That means that when you have extractive colonial administration, you kind of force your subjects to send you their pops when they're eligible to come to you. That's the law we should be passing. We should be finally getting rid of our migration controls. Because right now, you can only migrate if you have 60, right? Restrictedness. Acceptance of popular listeners will be prevented from migrating internationally. Okay, so that means they can't migrate from India to us right now. And unfortunately, trade unionists and petty bourgeoisie are hard against migration controls. Sorry, against no migration controls. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I don't know how we're going to fix that. I have to go communist, basically, I think. We haven't even invented socialism yet, but we can get on that. Okay, time for me to go to bed. From your perspective, I will see you in mere moments. It's a new day, and I'm worrying about tax. So we have a lack of taxation capacity in some of the places that we've been industrializing in the UK. Well, 40% in Texas. And you can see that's costing us 40,000 in unrealized taxes. And unrealized taxes, at least in April of last year, are deleting money, which is not good. But does it make sense? How are government inspectors 160,000 here? Oh, because we're building here. Right, obviously. The building is very expensive. But I feel like... By the way, you know what? In this screen, it shows how much you're making and spending in each state. I would like that to exclude construction. Because construction isn't really happening in Yorkshire. It's not doing things for Yorkshire. That's something I'm doing globally. Maybe having it broken down in this tooltip. Okay, it does do that. That's nice. Personally, I would like construction sector and then everything else summed. That would be more helpful, but that's a good tooltip. The tooltips in this game are pretty darn good. This tooltip is not good, though. Unrealized taxes is the amount of taxes that a country is failing to collect due to various reasons. But actually, you do collect them, I think. We are currently attempting to levy a 25% income tax rate. And if I look at some English labourers in this area, I believe they are paying 25% income tax. So that money is just being deleted from my economy, which is not good. I would spend a fairly substantial amount of money. Let me put it this way. So if you were just trying to make money, you would only spend money when there's a positive return on investment, right? And you would look for the best return on investment. But I'm not only trying to make money, I'm trying to make the whole country richer and wealthier. So in order to achieve that, money not being deleted is very valuable. So right now we're losing whatever it is. Does it not say here how much you're losing? No, it just gives the taxation balance. Okay, but here we can see we're losing £18,800 are being lost in Yorkshire. Now that's happening because... Yes, but show me the value. Oh, that's annoying. You can only see this value here, and you can only see the exact number here. Anyway, so we need 130 extra taxation capacity. We'll be able to achieve that with about 10, well, maybe 8 or 9 new government administrations. Those cost about 800, so call it 7 grand. So it actually is a positive return on investment, but also the money I'm spending on this is not lost. It's still in the system. So it's even better than it seems. So I think I am going to work on trying to raise taxation capacity. The advice I'm seeing online says don't bother trying to raise taxation capacity a lot of the time, but I am my own man. So I'm going to make it about 9 bigger here. Oh, can I not see how much we're missing from the same screen as where I'm trying to build it? That's unfortunate. 80, so 30, 60, 75, and a little bit more. Good, and then everywhere else here looks fine. Oh, no. Over here, we incorporated Munster, didn't we? Is it Munster or Munster? Don't know. Texas? How much do you need? Whoa, a lot. So in that's interesting. So in Texas is costing us a lot less than Yorkshire, even though there's a lot more missing tax capacity, just because there's less wealth in Texas, I'm guessing, than Yorkshire. Yeah, 5 times less. But it's still money being deleted, which I don't love. I don't know if it's worth it, though, given how much less money there is being lost here. It's probably not worth it. I think we'll hold off on there for now. Right. What were we doing? It's the new day, obviously, so I've lost track. You can tell because I'm orange rather than blue again. We were working on restricted child labour and trying to build up sulfur. Ah, yes, because explosives are expensive, but glass is also still very expensive. Oh, I did some reading, by the way, and some asking on Reddit. The wow, the standard of living here is middling. Oh, 18.7 in the home countries. That is so good. Let's say you want to build something. You want to make glass to make construction sectors. It makes sense to have the glass factories where the construction sectors are if you can't have the construction sectors where the lead mines are. And this is just one narrow portion of the chain. There's many more considerations. But so I was thinking, let's say I have lead here, right? Which I don't. Here, here, here. There's got to be some lead somewhere. Come on. Where's the damn lead? Come on. Oh my goodness. All right, hang on. Okay, it turns out there's no lead in Africa, at least not that we know of. But there's lead in Yemen. Okay, so you might think you should mine the lead in Yemen and then build glass factories in Yemen. But actually, I think it's better mostly to mine the lead in Yemen, then build the glass where you have your construction sectors. And why is that? It's because every time you use a resource, you build it here, but you use it here. There's inefficiencies involved because of MAPI. Basically, you can't buy it at a fair price. You buy and sell when you're buying and selling not in the same province at an unfair price. And that unfair price is bad for everybody. So when we make the lead here, and then you make it into glass, and then you make it into construction capacity. So there's 3 steps. Ideally, they all happen in one province. Then everyone pays a fair price, and everything is better. By having the lead here, and then the glass somewhere else, the lead mine makes less profit because they're selling at an unfair price. The glass place makes a less good profit because they're buying at an unfair price, but they sell the glass at a fair price. And lead has a base price of, does it really not say? There it is, 40, right? But glass has a base price, glass, oh, it's also 40. But we're making more glass, right? We're turning lead into, because I was going to say because like glass has a higher price and therefore it impacts it more. Let me have a look here. Yeah, okay, we're turning the lead, I mean, there's also porcelain involved, but we're turning the lead into more units of glass, which means that paying an unfair price for glass is worse than paying an unfair price for the lead. So we want to be, plus the other important factor, in this case, we own a fair portion of this, but usually you don't own your buildings. We pay for the glass directly, whereas often other owners, in this case, financial districts in the Midlands, are paying for 1/3 of the lead. So we'd rather do it that way. I really like, MAPI has some negative consequences for the game, I know, especially in terms of it makes trade much less efficient. But I really like how it motivates both building in one place, but also this kind of extraction system, right? So we have a colonial exploitation, which gives us plantation, mine, forestry, and rubber throughput, right? Now, throughput means you have more input and more output. It's like, if you remember, it's basically like how tech works in Songs of Six these days. So we use those output bonuses to pull minerals out of our colonies, and then we bring it back to our heavily industrialized heartland. And it really makes sense to do that from multiple different perspectives, especially from the kind of supply chain profit maths perspective, which I think is really, really cool. Hey, it worked! Slavery banned in the Raj! Let's go! That's so unlikely. That must have happened a little while ago. I missed it. That's so good! Awesome. So, what's the situation now? Did the slaves all just get freed immediately? Become peasants, I guess? That's awesome! What's the food situation? 2 million. A lot better! No people starving in West Bengal. Let's go. That's so good. Nice. I'm very impressed with myself for clicking a button and then rolling well. Awesome. That's really good. We will continue to try and bring the grocery price down to give more food that way, but that's a humongous improvement. Excellent news. Excellent news. I wonder if I'll be able to see... Can you see their pop growth graph? You can. Doesn't seem like it's changed too radically yet, but that's very cool. That's very cool. Wow, 30% of their ownership is owned overseas. It's got to be mostly me. Yeah, cool. That is really cool. Nice. Famine more or less averted. Love to see that. Any other laws we want to change? Like, get rid of the caste system. Don't know if that would do much for us. More radicalism for the people at the top. More acceptance for... Oh, they have special social classes. I didn't realize. It's interesting. More education access. I assume this would not happen. 84% stall. But then, the other one was a pretty friggin' low chance as well. 10% to succeed is pretty... They've got cultural exclusion? Oh, crap. Raj is more progressive than us. That's not great. Anything else we could change for them that would help? Per capita taxation would be good. Yeah, let's give that a go. Cool. Nice. Not the best roll we could have got, but 10% for a small amount of money and the petit bourgeoisie don't like it. Enacted child labor suddenly looking more likely. Love that. Ooh, just paused and immediately unpaused because I've noticed that behind this, what do they want? National supremacy. That's a problem. If you say no straight up, that's not that bad actually. Do it multiple times will be worse and worse, but yeah, we obviously don't want to go to national supremacy. Petit bourgeoisie are beginning to show their fascistic tendencies. We can accept -5 legitimacy. It actually doesn't lower our legitimacy. That's very funny. Oh, who's retired? Leader of the trade unions? Who's the new one? A moderate? Don't give me no moderate trade union. What are you talking about? Does that mean they're going to stop backing this? No, because they're still proletarian and egalitarian. That's good. And populist. Do I want to make them socialist? Because when we research socialism, I've been focusing mostly on some industry techs recently. But, oh, we got improved fertilizer. I never switched over to it. Crap. Okay, I'll do that now. But it makes them socialist. They gain the socialist ideology. Now, do they really gain it? Or does it replace one of their originals? Because that's an important difference. Does it replace proletarian? It conflicts with some of these, doesn't it? Let me just get a screenshot of this up so I can compare them side by side. Where's my spreadsheet? There it is. Okay. So they gain socialists, which I imagine we do want. But let's... When you lock a tooltip, don't unlock the tooltip for a little moment. Actually, is that a setting? Now I complain about it, it's probably a setting. Yeah, unlock delay should be 0.25 seconds. I think the problem is that if you hover here and then you move across to it, okay, that's how it works. When you hover here and try and move across to it, you briefly hover over other things that can cause tooltips. It's a bit awkward, but I'll get used to it. Okay, so we get socialist ideology. That has a stance on taxes, which doesn't conflict with proletarian. Welfare is the same as proletarian. Health system. No stance on health system is interesting. Because proletarian does and socialist doesn't. They support command and interventionism and then co-op on proletarian. Interesting. They're neutral to interventionism on socialists. But yeah. And they strongly oppose laissez-faire as opposed to oppose. Interesting. And then on government principles, there's no government principles in proletarian, whereas this endorses council republic. Okay, and do we want to be a council republic? I mean, it seems okay. 10 legitimacy votes, 10 from the head of state in government. 10 from votes. No bonus from head of whatchamacallit in government. But +1 government size allowance. And -10 legitimacy from ideological incompatibility rather than +20. That would be a big swing. That would be quite a big swing. Right, and you get Communist Party starts existing with interest group clout approval affiliation. Okay, and do we want to go to... I mean, maybe we never be laissez-faire. Maybe we go straight to, like, command economy. 10% private construction allocation is not really what I'm looking for. But this is the one that lets you get a bunch of new production methods, right? No, sorry. Council Republic, yeah, Council Republic unlocks cooperative ownership. No, wait, cooperative ownership are both economic systems? Ah, I thought those were the same. You got command economy and that allowed you to have co-op ownership under land reform. No, that's collectivized agriculture. What am I thinking of? Maybe they changed it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just completely misremembering. But this has 35% private construction allocation and 100% government dividends reinvestment. Okay. And then you get workers have to own everything. Okay. Doesn't seem... I mean, the worker owning things cranks their SOL. I know that. I think I'd rather be laissez-faire, but I don't really see how I'm going to get laissez-faire through. First off, I need the industrialists in government. Well, we were going to maybe be able to join these two parties, weren't we? Yeah, in 5 weeks, we put him in charge, and maybe we can kick the Tory party out, bring the industrialist intelligentsia in. Right now, that's non-viable, but as long as the petty bourgeoisie is still really happy, have they got any ticking down things? No, just ticking up stuff. Okay. We might be able to get laissez-faire. I do think it would be better to be able to be on laissez-faire. Just the extra private construction allocation alone is pretty great. And we would lose out on government dividends, but, I mean, it's not nothing for sure, but given that there's a dividend efficiency, we're wasting a load of this. You know what, actually? We should privatize a bunch of our buildings, right? Yeah. How do I do that? Can you not do that? Do I own this? Yeah. No, sorry, I own these. Can I privatize this? I can nationalize. Maybe you can't privatize? Oh, I guess privatization is just happening over time when they have the money to buy it. I can't just instantly do it. This is nationalizing. Oh, it's bureaucracy upkeep cost for that. I didn't know that. Wow, that's a big compensation they want for the for these buildings. How much bureaucracy is it costing us to run all these buildings right now? 600. It's not much. Not much at all. Interesting. Interesting. Another good event. Nice. 10 or 20% approval. Interest. The intelligence you get a little mad, but small price to pay. This is weird. The one of our subjects initiates a play against our subject, wanting independence for a whole bunch of my subjects. And they're supported by a foreign power. But I can't support them because the attacker is not my subject. So, the defender is my subject. Ah. Okay, I can't support them because they are an indirect subject, not an absence of a check mark. Is that right? Not an indirect subject. Am I reading? They're not. So first off, they are an indirect subject. So they're not an indirect subject. And then, okay, no, it's not a triple negative. It's saying no because they're not an indirect subject. Dear Lord. Okay. So, who cares? Why can't I pick and choose between my subjects? That's weird. So the Raj might just lose all of its subjects? That seems bad. And I can't do anything? Huh. Well, hopefully they'll just win anyway, but yeah, that seems bad. If they win, they get the Punjab, which would be nice. So, Russia and Japan are going to war. Historically, of course, this ended in a pretty decisive Japanese naval victory. Recognition for them. I don't know how it's going to go this time. Right now, Japan is fearful. Relative size of militaries and all that. Foreign investment demanded. And Russian war reps demanded by them. We could go in asking for Alaska. We're needing up our borders a bit. And I have heard tell there's gold up here. Yeah, gold mines. Gold mines, whaling stations, more food for the hungry populace of the British Empire. Could be good. Plus, if I'm at war against Russia, Russia can't side against me when I go and make Persia a protectorate, which I have noticed is very cheap. Like, really kind of crazy cheap. Why is it so cheap? Because they're an unrecognized regional power, and I have got that nice tip-top colonial affairs and civilizing mission. Sweet. Yeah, sounds good. So we're going to go, hey, Japan, I will happily back you. What does Russia need to do to get their war goals achieved? This is going to be an expensive war. Is this a good idea? Maybe I go into it not meaning to win. Like, I don't care if Japan loses foreign investment rights to Russia. Yeah, that's fine. I'm taking Ryukyu Island Treaty 4. Perfect. Damn. I didn't do it fast enough. I reloaded the game because I wanted to check a different bug. And then Japan backed down. Japan, you can't just give up Ryukyu. Oh, that was a secondary objective. They just gave up the foreign investment. Damn, so that's a dishonorable, yeah, forced market opening. It's gotta hurt. Alright, so do we still go after Persia, knowing that Russia might come in? That's the question. Russia will come in. How could I avoid Russia coming in? Persia's not going to have interest in many regions. What's the Persian flag at the moment? Right, that one. Persia has interests like nowhere. Caucasus, Anatolia. Russia has interest in Anatolia as well. What about if I go after your subject? No, Russia's still in. Okay. Okay. Nuts. The fact that we're rivaling everyone obviously makes people way more likely to come in against us. I mean, we've got some big armies. Could probably make these bigger, in fact. Some more American conscripts available. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. Might as well just keep snowballing, fighting easy people, and wait on that. Maybe we go for the Canadian integration. How literate is Canada? Ugh, not very. That's not ideal. But big, vast open spaces ready for people to migrate into is hard to pass up. So I think we'll probably keep gunning for that. Any more subjugations we got available? Not quite yet. Nice. So France made the decision to make a French-Senegal, puppet thing, which strikes me as a very bad idea, because now their colonization rate is abysmal. Because this is based on, well, okay, it is based on incorporated population, actually. No, never mind. Okay, it's probably a good idea then, because France is still able to colonize, but now French-Senegal will have all of this land incorporated. Yeah. Okay, maybe it's not such a bad idea, but still. I'm gonna yoink this land off them. Nice. There's restricted child labor. Let's see. With that being the case, we want to bring the Whigs in. Yeah, unfortunately, by the way, we got David Copperfield, who is a Democrat. Messed up my double market liberal idea. Geezer. We should still be able to get regulatory bodies through, though, I hope. Wow! Industrialists all the way down to 0 happiness. They have not been thrilled. Or you should have helped me get laissez-faire in. This damn interventionism. It's really not helping. With your wealth. Less power for bureaucrats? Bureaucrats are just backing the petty bourgeoisie who are dominating our country right now. So basically, I think what's going to happen politically from now on is the intelligentsia and Anglicans are going to slowly diminish, while the trade unionists rise as we have more and more and more people working jobs that mean they can be trade unionists, probably. But we're looking pretty good on laws. The segregation's obviously not great. But we realistically can't get that through without a petit bourgeoisie leader who's amenable. Unfortunately, we are still on cooldown. Oh no, sorry, that's yeah, sorry, we're still on cooldown for another 3 years before we can invite another agitator. Not sure. Right, next war, I think we're going to take Liberia. They keep occupying my African holdings when we go to war with America, and it's a good excuse to get to go to war with America when no one's going to help them. So, there we go. And then, with no one helping America, oh no! We're going to revoke some claims. Not many. How many we got? 5 claims. Okay, so we're revoking the claims, of course, so that we can actually colonize some of these bits. I don't, what is that hair doing? I don't look in the mirror much, so then I sit down and I look at OBS. Anyway, so we should go for the states that have the most arable land, basically. So there's quite a bit here. 30 odd there, 20 here, 18 here. Less down in Utah, but some gold mines. So yeah, I think we'll probably start from the north, work our way south on these claims. So, oh, are they going to back down, by the way? No, good. Probably not. They still haven't banned slavery, by the way. They've had other problems. Are these not? Do these not highlight the claims that they are on? Sorry, the states that they're on. Oh, it does when you highlight. There we go. Okay. So yeah, Wyoming. And here, I'll do this off camera. Once again, they didn't put anyone on this front, so I took the army that was there, just invaded straight in. There's the capital. Meanwhile, they are fruitlessly wasting lives trying to attack me on this front. Very unsuccessfully. Look at that guy's outfit. The new African outfits are cool. Anyway, they're yeah, they're gonna lose. And oh hey, Portugal. Radical revolt. Interesting. Gotta make sure we put that down. If a yeah, I assume like Portugal is my subject, but the radical revolt is not. So if they win, I imagine they break free. Well, we'll work on that. Anyway, we are going to take Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, and South Dakota. It's those 4 because these ones down here, Mexico still has a claim on. So we're going to need do something about that. Can subjects maintain interests and therefore prevent colonization? Probably, but we'll figure out a way to deal with that. I mean, we could just make them cancel the claims in another war as well. Actually, that's a good point. We could war with Mexico is probably a good idea. They're very belligerent. Not big fans of us, despite my efforts. Efforts in South America, by the way, going pretty well. Wait, what? Hang on. Argentina? You were in my league. What happened? Oh, no, sorry. Chile is in our league. They haven't... Was it Chile that joined our league? Yeah, Chile joined our league, and they have an uprising. All right, we better go deal with that, too. Yeah. Easy war. Should be fine. 81% for the DPP. Now that's an election. We can get the intelligentsia in and still be a righteous government. In fact, we could get either the intelligentsia or the armed forces or the Anglicans in and still have a legitimate government. That's pretty nice. Now, with the intelligentsia in, do we have a shot at anything? Not really. I just got another market liberal landowner, but that doesn't help us much. Pacifist, him. We do have this anarchist. But you're going to oppose multiculturalism, aren't you, you damn reactionaries? So even if we get the anarchist in, I don't think we can get multiculturalism. Nice as it would be. Oh yeah, there's an anarchy distribution of power. How does that work again? It's just clout. That's really funny. That's although minus political strength from wealth. Well, we don't need to have a whole political thesis. That doesn't strike me as very plausible. So yeah, we could get them in. I mean, How old are you, Gilbert? 42, so he should live for a while. I don't think the market liberal landowner is going to do us any good, so you can go. 5% of landed gentry members become radical. That's fine. There basically are none. What we need is someone for the petit bourgeoisie. We still can't invite someone for another year. Just need what ideologies can the petit bourgeoisie currently adopt? Can't we see that somewhere? Yeah, here we go. Chance for leader characters. We have a 50% chance for a market liberal petit bourgeoisie. That would be nice. That would be very nice. Other chances. What? Leader characters. Other leader archers. What? Evaluated after characters. Okay, so we have a 50% chance to get John Bright and a 0% chance to get this person. Where's that chance come from? Doesn't tell you. Okay, but if that doesn't happen, we still have a 13% chance to get a market liberal, which means we have a 56.5% chance of getting a market liberal. That would be nice. That would be very nice. No particular chance in anyone who would let us do social reform, just economic reform. Okay, but I mean, if that's, 56.5% chance is pretty good. Fighting lots of our subjects' wars, which do begin to become tiresome, so I may start annexing people. Oh, hey, look. Canada has finally got a colony going. Nice. Just after I cancelled all of America's claims so that we could colonize these four. Cool. Go for it, Canada. Canada, are you loyal yet? Ooh, Canada loyal. You know what that means. Canada. Ah, but they've got some liberty desire right now. Oh, they've got loads of liberty desire. We have a truce. Why do I have a truce? Oh, yes, that's right. They got promoted from a colony somehow. I think when they united with someone, it picks one or the other to be the technical uniter. It must have picked the wrong one from my perspective. So yeah, let's do what we can. Give them whoever they want. Rural folk. What's this liberty desire doing? -16's pretty good. Got some spare stuff. Let's try and lower that with some... Yeah, bankroll won't really matter, but we can try and lower it with some interest groups. I've already got some pretty good interest groups in government. Cool, cool, cool. I could build stuff, increase how entangled they are, but it's already going down by quite a bit. But yeah, I think some building in Canada would be useful anyway. Here, have a Trans-Canadian Railway or something. Sure. Seems good. And then we'll see if we can get Canada annexed, because, yeah, we've got pretty good odds. 73 infamy is a lot, but pretty good odds of being able to annex Canada, which would be nice. So, our plan of locking down this area is beginning to have problems. Various people are starting colonies in these two states. I don't think they have quinine yet, so they're not going to be able to advance them very quickly. But I feel forced to do the same myself. Simply to secure coastal access here. Well, I don't need coastal access in Fang, do I? Actually, so let's scrap that one. Oh, that's right. You can start but can't stop colonization while you're in plays. Bit silly in my view, but oh well. Might as well let that press on, because pausing it doesn't remove its effect on dividing your other colonies' powers. Yeah, so we're doing some colonization over here at the same time. I'll stop, and we'll go hard on colonizing this province, even though we don't have proper malaria prevention. No, we're going to get one province every... Even with all of our attention on it, we're going to get one province every 3 months. It's not more than that. 4 months. It's not really plausible. Also, Darfur is colonizing. And they don't have the problem with malaria because they're local. I've set up the tech tree to research towards malaria prevention. We're just getting a few things from the previous tier. I will probably go ahead of time to research malaria prevention, just so that we can try and make sure we get in there. Meanwhile, we have 0 infamy. And Canada is becoming more and more loyal. At an 8 now. 69% chance that they would say yes. And if they say no, we force it on them in a war. But it would be nice, thematically, if they accepted it. Economy is doing better and better, but our standard of living dropped quite a bit. I'm not entirely sure why. I removed some decrees, and I've put down a whole bunch of greener grass campaigns, which have been very effective. We don't have any right now, but we have been having a lot of mass migrations, which will be good. And having Canada swallowed up will help us there. No real legal changes that I'm looking at making. We could take a punt on cultural exclusion, but it's a real punt with petit bourgeoisie. Excuse me. I don't think I can afford annoying the petit bourgeoisie that much. 14% on workers' regulations, though. And the industrialists have cheered up. Yeah, let's give that a go. But yeah, we've been getting a lot of radicals. Things just about turning around now. And I'm going to focus for a little while on trying to build some consumer goods, raise standard of living, cheer people up that way. No, buddy. So we'll see how that goes. I don't like our odds. 14%. You know, it's good. I mean, we've passed things on similar before, but we'll see. We will see. That is a very strong first event. Art of Doing Nothing. Isn't that the same event we got last time? Nice. Nice. So, they seem to have, standards of living seem to be coming back up, and the radical shift is dramatic. Look at that. We got an event from regulatory bodies that gave us 5% lower strata flip to loyalists, and that includes flipping some that were already radicals. Very nice indeed. Still at 0 infamy, which burns me up inside, but I'm still waiting. What? 6%? What just happened? Oh, they flipped from loyal. No. Why? Why, Canada? Why? Let's just do all we can. Here, look. We love you, Canada. Why would... No. We had a 60% chance to get all of Canada for free. For free, my boy. For free. Sorry, he's out of shot, but I assure you there's a dog just down here. See? Oh, no, that doesn't show him. There you go. See? Boy. Right. I don't know what we're going to do about Canada then. We'll just have to wait for them to flip loyal again, basically. Is EIC loyal? No, they're aloof. What is it with all these aloof people? You know what? Australia. Australia is genial right now. I don't think genial is quite as good as loyal. But... oh, they're not even a colony yet. Okay, well, we better do that. This will probably trigger some negative relations with various people. But worth it, I think. How much are lobbies in Australia? 7 grand. Yeah. So, I was thinking we could cut taxes. We could basically afford it right now. I managed to work our way back up to having higher payment. But if I cut taxes, I can't afford to build as much, basically. More money for the people, less money for me to build with. Maybe more money for me long term, because the people are richer, buy more stuff. We cut prices. I think I'm going to stick on medium taxes for now, but we'll see how it goes. It's a new day, and Victoria 3 continues. So, I found this guy, a reformer, a loved trade unions reformer. Oh, these trade unions. I thought I was filtering by petty bourgeoisie. Damn it. Trade unions reformer. It might help, but aren't they already in favor of compulsory private school? Yeah. It would make them in favor of better rights for women, which would be good. And you can quote me on that. But it wouldn't help with these guys. And it might actually break them out of the party. Because right now they're only narrowly in favor of being in this party. What does populist trade unions mean? Because they're populist, but these guys aren't populist. Populist plus patriotic? Maybe? Or maybe populist just means they go with the stronger one? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's any value of that. And look at this. Only 2 petit bourgeoisie people here. Maybe maybe someone to replace our author. Land reform is not terrible. And by the way, even the industrialists aren't laissez-faire anymore. Although they might be laissez-faire inherently. Yeah, okay, they're laissez-faire inherently. That's fine. But the fact that they're laissez-faire and the leader is protectionist, I believe the leader overrules the laissez-faire nature of them. Ho-hum. All right, never mind. I thought that was an exciting find, but really it's not. And I'm not sure I dare invite them. Well, you know what? We definitely invite them because they're going to join the labor movement. I don't think we need the... Well, the anarchists... The anarchists would give... 10% anarchist in government would be good, but I bet it will destroy our legitimacy. I wish you could preview that. Because your multicultural, anarchy, co-op ownership, and no police, all of which would conflict with the petit bourgeoisie. So we can't put the anarchist in. Really. Unfortunately. But we will get some extra power on our... I'm on the main one. Ah, I closed it. We will get some more power on our labour movement, which would be good. But yeah, I just don't... I don't see any way to get to laissez-faire, which is a shame. Okay, 2 things. Number 1, yes, the pacifist's dead. Let's go. So we can go with the popular but inept candidate or the determined but haughty youngster. So I think we probably want to go with the determined, highly youngster. And this person, I believe, has that discussed... Ah, this number's dropped a bit. So 55% chance to be a market liberal. But before I press that, let me just turn up the game volume. Why the hell does this event have this noise? What is that? Why is there a guy grunting in the political events? It's so funny to me. All right, who do we get? John Bright, the market liberal. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so now, don't get rid of him when the election happens. It's gonna, isn't it? No. It's gonna replace him with this bloomin' jingoist. Right? I think? That's so annoying. If true. So let's not jump to conclusions. He is awesome. 5% influence, popularity, and a big boost to political strength. Oh, well, he's not an interest group leader, actually, so... Another 5% influence. Political strength of clergymen down. Nice. So he could pass laissez-faire. He could pass it with flying colours. But he couldn't pass it in 160 days. I don't know why. It must be part of the mod, but this gets stuck off to the side sometimes. I have to reload. But he couldn't do it 160 days. So we'll just have to wait and see. If he sticks around after the election, great. If he doesn't, disappointing, but not the end of the world. Gods damn it. Yes, as predicted, the fun event that changes your leader is worthless in a presidential republic because it just switches again. How does it work in a what do you call it? A parliamentary republic? How does the voting work in this system? What picks the leader group? Doesn't appear keen on telling me. Okay. Well, that's annoying. We have a jingoist. We're still going to be able to get this through, but then he's not going to have any interesting views for us to make use of. I guess we might as well put the leader, the reformer, in charge of... Oh, no, that was going to cause problems, wasn't it? Oh, no, okay. Reformer and this guy can work together, apparently. That surprises me. Oh, that's even better, actually. Influential group supporting role, populist, progressive leader ideology. Yeah, I don't... Ah, no, there we go. They're going to go join the Patriotic Party because of this guy. Crap. Should have granted this guy command, brought them back to pacifist. Nuts. Well, bringing the armed forces in is doable. We have to kick the intelligentsia out. We can have the intelligentsia and be legitimate. That's not too bad. The 25% enactment time is nice. Do these guys give me anything worth having? They do endorse graduated taxation. So that's good. Yeah, we will roll with that. Can we put the industrialists in, by the way? No. But everyone but the industrialists in government. I'll take it. We're just... Ah, and there's regulatory bodies. Nice. We will immediately start working on cranking that to really cut down on the working conditions-based deaths. I don't know if I can see what's causing deaths. Census data. Population change. Needs. Interests. Surely there's a way to see what's happening to a given group of people. Like, yeah, this lot. How is your population number changing? Deaths. Just a number. Okay. Interesting. Well, getting rid of workplace deaths seems good, especially because the people who are working in factories and things have a certain degree of education, which of course makes their lives more valuable. I realized as I was saying the previous sentence what the following sentence was and how unpleasant it was. I'm still working on this reducing tax waste, but it's really not much. It's increasing a lot in Texas just because the population of Texas and California are exploding. Up to 6 million people living in Texas now. Bananas. Many of them Scottish, but many of them from lots of other places. California, similar deal. Plurality English, but lots and lots of other people spreading around. If we go to cultures, yeah, English is becoming the plurality in a lot of these places, which is cool. How about over here, by the way? Any English majorities? Yep, Transvaal is now majority English. Sorry, plurality English, as is Weistat. Nice. And Northern Cape. Nice. That gold mine, those gold mines have really drawn people in. Cool. Anyone going to Somaliland? Yeah, I mean, 13,000 in Somaliland as well. Population of the home counties and things is increasing. But yeah, Texas and California quickly becoming mainstays of our economic growth. I can hardly build railways there fast enough to keep up with the private queues allocation of building stuff over here over the last kind of 6 months or a year or so. I am subsidizing. No, I don't even need to subsidize the transportation. It's actually paying for itself, which is great. I'm sure many other people have made this observation before me, but the fact that infrastructure provides two useful things, infrastructure and transport, and the infrastructure is just like nobody pays for infrastructure. So if there's a deficit that doesn't create demand for railways is incoherent in my view. What's the difference? Transportation is the infrastructure provided by railways. Like that's all they do is transport stuff, right? It's strange. I guess it could mean like this is the government infrastructure, but then why are railways what provide government infrastructure? Surely that should be, I mean, there's a whole load of other things. Railways might help it. Maybe there should be a modifier on it. But whoa, what happened to my authority? Why the heck do my decrees cost 30 influence? Are you a god? He's ambitious. 25% decree cost. Yeah. And Imperious 20% decree cost. That is bonkers. All right, congratulations, Greener Grass. Come live on the home counties. I know they actually want to live out here, so we'll do this. And then I'll do it based on highest current population. So Missouri, Arkansas, Iowa. I wonder if I am going to just game it, because I'm pretty sure if I never turn these off, I get to keep their effects forever. Which would be quite funny if we just had greener grass campaigns on all these things forever. But I also think that would be kind of cheating. So I'm not going to do that. Come live in our country. We have green grass. I mean, yeah, just all these places. What is that? What does that bring our mass migration attraction up to? 64? Maybe that's before it's recalculated. Hang on. Let's just get to the end of this week. Game is beginning to slow down, by the way, which is to be expected. Yeah. 74. Nice. That beats out Canada handily. America probably also. Yep. Nice. Look at that. Get me more mass migrations. Love to see it. Okay, so with our current setup, because we have both the trade unions and the intelligentsia in government, we can make a play for cultural exclusion. Which would be good. It would be good. 27% stall chance is very high. So I am worried about that. But sometimes we roll the dice, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if there's any way to kind of improve the petite bourgeoisie beyond getting them a new agitator. You know, an agitator that would be keen on, you know, racial desegregation and stuff. But there's none right now, but I will keep an eye out. What was that tech that I just clicked away? I love, by the way, that when you hit escape, just as something pops up, it dismisses the pop-up. It's really, really nice. Continuing to do wars around Lake Victoria, which we should name, by the way, but not Lake Victoria. Let's name it after the guy that we almost got in charge, who was going to be a reformer. That would be nice. Oh, sorry, a market liberal. Okay. An opportunity presents itself. Canada, my loyal subject, with 6 liberty desire. It's ticking down, but I don't want to wait for that. Oh, why can't I appoint a governor? We could appoint a governor a second ago. They are still reeling from the last time I did it, apparently. I swear I could do it just a second ago. Okay. Right now, there's a 75% chance that they accept. Plus 76 from willingness to be annexed by Overlord at 6 liberty desire. So if I just wait, if I don't do anything, nothing should change their opinion of me. Change nothing, and we just wait. If that goes down lower, which it is doing, we should be able to make that chance higher. I really don't want to fight Canada. So I think we just wait a little bit longer. I thought I was going to be able to appoint governor and get 5 liberty desire that way. 5 negative liberty desire that way, but... Ooh, appoint governor came back. Just a couple of weeks later. Give me the one that drops it. They have 0. They should now have 0. Still 75. Wait, what? That's not 75. Give it a second. Excuse me? How did it just change? I watched it change. It was 80 a second ago. You telling me willingness to be annexed just matches this? That's 25 net. Plus 100, that's 125. Plus 75, that's 200. Minus, call it 50, 150. Minus 50, 50. The math ain't mathin'. Ah, limited to 75, okay. Fine. Well, fingers crossed. Come on. Come on, Canada. Come on, Canada. Yes, I love gambling. I mean, something else. Something more appropriate to say. Let's freaking go. Our population... I should have checked what our population was before and after, but that is good. Now, presumably that pisses everyone off. Is it that causes the ticking? Yeah, that's what causes the ticking, which is nonsense, but oh well. Oh, baby. Wow. And it causes a one-off quick hit. Everyone is real mad at me, huh? Ah, yes. The infamy also causes some issues there. Lots of attitudes worsened. That's okay. We can work on that. Look at that. Now, my mass market my migrant attraction even higher. Let's see, 75.6 this week. And next week it is... Oh, we got another 200 construction. Jeez. Yes, pretty similar. That is a big get. Population absolutely spiking up. Very, very nice. Literacy presumably taking a small tumble. Yeah. I'm building some universities across the area just because we have some qualification issues. We're also going to want to incorporate these states. How long is this going to take to incorporate, by the way? It's, is that everywhere? Yeah. Let's take a look. I guess maybe I shouldn't be incorporating some of these states because they're going to be kind of resource focused early on, but 5 years? So why is it 5 years? Because shares a cultural trait, European heritage with the Anglo-Canadian homeland culture. Got it. Nice. Also, we had a good roll from a checkpoint, which gave us some saloon endorsements. So cultural exclusion looking more likely. Oh, baby. The British Republic with the GDP of almost $250 million. Very nice. Very nice indeed. But obviously you're going to have to spend quite a long time burning down this infamy. And it's going to result in some, interest group realignment. Our size of our different pops just changed quite a bit. Notably, we got a good deal of peasants into our country with that acquisition. So we'll go from there. New Africa, New England, and Haudenosaunee. Something like that. And Michigan are the ones that I will work towards annexing next. I still can't colonize here because of friggin' Mexico. It's true, we should fight Mexico. Because we can fight Mexico without causing any infamy. So we might as well go liberate some countries from Mexico. Who's going to get involved? Guatemala? Guatemala, you are my subject. So I don't think you are going to get involved. Surely I should say they can't do this because they are my subject. But anyway, yeah, let's go to war with Mexico and then we'll revoke Mexico's claims because that's a no infamy situation. So war with Mexico is joined, and I think that's the highest migrant attraction I've ever seen on California. Whoops. I think it's the highest migrant attraction I've ever seen. 229.2. That is an appealing state right there. The war continues apace in Mexico, and I also noticed, I didn't decide to get involved, but Russia is trying to subjugate Holstein. Sorry, Prussia is trying to subjugate Holstein, so they might be moving towards some conquests there, which would be interesting. Also, Zanzibar got independence from Oman without me noticing, which is annoying, so we'll have to conquer them, but that's fine, we can make that happen. In the meantime, all of these guys are now my subjects, and many of them are super mad because of the whole silly plus 0.2 from annexing a subject thing. I kind of feel like if you want to have subjects, you just don't annex them, because that's so punishing. But I mean, we've got a lot of stuff here, but I really don't feel like one subject being annexed should make all of the other subjects everywhere in the world really mad at you. But maybe it'd be totally imbalanced without it, but I don't know. We're also building, schools, universities rather, all over the shop. We've got one in most of these places in order to try and increase the number of qualifications. I just built them everywhere that lacked qualifications, although now I look, clearly I have missed some. It's because there's virtually no one living there. So yeah, we do not need those. Apart from that, I'm kind of struggling with low prices. Maybe I should be trying to export steel. But I feel like if somebody wanted to buy the steel, they'd have set up the export route themselves. Yeah, like, there never seem to be export routes for you to find of any substantial size. So, I don't know, because the problem with these low prices is that we just have these huge excesses, but that they're not really... I don't know if there's any way to make their wealth level rise faster. Wow, look at that. Population graph. It's pretty cool. But yeah, average standard of living is basically flat, which is, I mean, it's not great, is it? 3 million have a standard living below the minimum expected. Interesting. It's only 3%. That's pretty good, though. So I guess I should just really focus on the things they're spending most of their money on. So right now, that's clothes, grain, and fish. And fish is going to be the easiest one of those to reduce. Because we have loads of... We have built like virtually no fishing places. I guess that's what I'll do. I'll just focus on trying to graze their standard of living through the things that have the biggest impact. So they consume more of the other stuff. So the price of the other stuff goes up. That's the plan. Okay, we invented socialism. +1 minimum accepted standard of living from literacy, which I assume means at 0 literacy it does nothing, and 100% literacy gives them +1. Unlocks all this council party stuff and the Communist Manifesto event in the home countries. So this may well break up the productive political union of the DPP between the trade unions and the petty bourgeoisie. Which would be unfortunate if we did it just before cultural exclusion passed. Okay, so 95% chance we get Marx and 25% interest group attraction for trade unionists for 5 years. Or 33% for 5 years, and you get same thing. It's just better. It's just strictly stronger. And then we want nothing to do with it. You get refused socialism. Okay, so have they already flipped to socialist? No, they're still reformer. It just adds, okay, it adds it to their basic thing. It doesn't conflict with the reformer either. So yeah, it has already added it, and they will now be in favor of these things. So presumably, yeah, they have no reason to be affiliated with the DPP, it looks like. So why isn't there a negative number there then? But yeah, it looks like they're going to join the Whigs. And you now want to join the Patriotic Party. It looks like the DPP may dissolve. But even with them in power, the government incompatibility is not that bad. Okay. Well, yes, we will unite indeed. Nothing to lose but our chains and all that. So yeah, we can still have just them in power if we want. And as socialists, what do they support again? Oh, they do keep proletarian. Interesting. Communist from leader. Oh, and it just puts Marx in charge. Interesting. Okay, and he's communist, not socialist, which are two different ideologies. Okay. So he's in favor, strongly endorses worker republic, workers' protections, council republic, command economy, co-op ownership, state atheism, and collectivized agriculture. Okay, interesting. Interesting. My dog is very insistent that I play with him. Interesting. All right, welcome, Marx. How popular are you, by the way? Just neutral. He's direct and literary. Okay, interesting. So now, I mean, we could have a crack at laissez-faire, apparently. Where is the success chance for laissez-faire coming from? Oh, sorry. Fast checkpoints, of course. We couldn't do co-op ownership because we haven't got Council Republic or Corporate State. And Council Republic will obviously be opposed by the bourgeoisie, and our chances to pass it would be virtually non-existent. But compulsory private school, more doable. Not super doable, but the trade union is supporting it, and they would get some more bonuses. And workers' protections could be good. Workers' protections. What's the difference here? Enables the workplace safety office institution. They both do. At level 1, they both do minus 20%. What am I missing? Maybe at higher levels it does different things? 20% dangerous working conditions, 20% dangerous working conditions. Eh? Don't really understand that. But anyway, socialism has come, and we are managing to have the petty bourgeoisie pretty happy to be in government with them, which seems interesting. Maybe that will go away when fascism is invented, but that's not for a little while, right? Fascism gets invented here, I think. No, that's single-party state that gets unlocked there. Where does fascism get invented? Maybe it's a... maybe it's an invention that happens outside of technology? I don't know. Ooh, nice. Zeppelins are going to be good. 5% mappy is very nice. I don't know where that gets invented. But yeah, once we have human rights, then we can do compulsory primary school, which means we can get to the highest level of education, which would be very good. So here's the Confederate States of America. Welcome to the show. America has sided against... France has sided against America. So we should definitely side with the Confederates, right? They want to revoke American claims. Which, though? On the Confederate States. Okay. But yeah, we could back the Confederacy. You can't do it for war goals? Oh. Well, that's a shame. If we start our own play against the US, can France join it? Because I want to cancel their claims over here as well so we can actually get colonizing. Oh, they don't have any countries to create anymore because it was just the one down here. Could force nationalize the 0.5% of my GDP, the American zone. We could ban slavery in the North. They've banned it already. What? I guess they must have done it just before the revolution popped. Or maybe the Emancipation Proclamation happens immediately, unlike historically. How about a treaty port, America? You want to give me a treaty port? France could still technically join against us, which we would not like. They might just agree, though. That would be funny. Why isn't there a remove claim option for a war, by the way? Doesn't that seem odd? About humiliation. Even more likely to join that one. Well, if France joins, we could fight France. I don't want to. They might add a bunch of war. They might do it to add a big war goal, and then we have to have a big front in France. Yeah, in Africa. I really don't want to have to fight France. Are the Confederates going to win, by the way? It's going to be kind of similarly close to history. I mean, not in time, but in terms of matchup, looks like. Interesting. Interesting. How's our food security, by the way, now we've annexed Canada? Yeah, still 1% starving, but basically all over in Bengal. Still, yeah, millions once again starve in Bengal. It's annoying. I mean, these rice farms are pumping out grain. Oh, we got it! Wow, I didn't even notice that was coming up. Nice, we got one stall and some bad events, but it evened out, and there we go. Cultural exclusion. Life of the popular settlements is not pleasant, but manageable. Nice. So does this actually, I didn't realize, does this also change what it means to be at each stage of this, as well as who's at which stage? So we have 11 million who are going from second class to full acceptance. We have everyone from open prejudice is going to second class. Everyone from cultural erasure is going up. Everyone from violent hostility is going up. Wow. I think it's only going to be second class citizen and full acceptance with that pass. That's so good. And that's because we've got the separation. So even if we look at someone who was previously totally not acceptable to us, this person here now has plus 40 from Afro Antilli and plus 15 from that, which gets him to 45, which should put him in open prejudice. Okay, no, so sorry, some of these guys in cultural erasure are just going to open prejudice. But then if you're... So why are you going higher? Sindh and Sunni. Why are you promoting? Ah, because they're living in their homeland. Right, yeah. So anyone who still lives in their homeland will get the enough of a boost that they'll come up to the next level. Nice. Very nice indeed. So yeah, do the different tiers of this actually have different stats? So this allows assimilation for 2, 3, 4, and 5. Whereas racial segregation, oh no, that's the same. Let's see assimilation. 60, 40, 30, 10, 20. 60, 40, 20, 20. Okay, that is different. So this is less assimilation. Interesting. So cultural exclusion is less assimilation for open prejudice, whereas racial seg gave us that plus 30% from open prejudice. That's interesting. So you miss out on that. But did it say there's more acceptance? Sorry, more integration? Yeah, full acceptance gets more assimilation. Interesting. And then I assume the other things are different. Hang on, there's probably a table on the wiki that's presented better, because trying to compare in the game is pretty annoying. All right, brace yourself for a quick flashbang. Here are the modifiers side by side. This is multiculturalism, and this is the maximal, whatever it's called, ethnostate. It's called ethnostate? Yeah, ethnostate. So interestingly, one thing I've noticed is the wages of your full acceptance pops actually decline as you go more and more accepting, which is interesting. You would think that the full acceptance wage was just the base, rather than having modifiers both up and down. So we actually just lost political strength and wages for our full acceptance pops, which is interesting. Of course, there are more full acceptance pops, so it will even out, and there's no, negative wages. So we've just gone from this to this, which means, oh no, this is wrong. These aren't the numbers we were just looking at. This says plus 15% assimilation and 15% assimilation. I guess maybe these were pre a patch. What version of the game does the wiki say it's edited for? Current. Okay. Ah, sorry, we've modded the game. This is probably differences from the mod. All right. Well, forget this then. I guess we do need to look at it in game. So the differences in game are that, yeah, assimilation is a little bit easier. Voting contribution strength for cultural erasure. Whoa, cultural erasure gets to vote under cultural exclusion. Cool. I hadn't noticed that. So we've just significantly expanded the franchise, even if we weren't actually promoting people. But yeah, big good things. The minus wage here. Okay, so this, yeah, okay, the mod has it more sensibly, I think, where the wages are always negative modifiers as opposed to there being a positive modifier when discriminating for the top tier. So minus 5, 10, 15, 20 qualifications, whereas before we were dealing with 5, 20, 30, 40 qualifications. Big difference. 5, 20, 30, 40 on wages versus 5. Oh, no, those are the same. But yeah, generally speaking, good stuff. Maybe a tiny bit less assimilation, but more assimilation at the top end, which is where most people are. Well, almost half, and very soon, more than almost half of our people are. So when that higher acceptance comes through, it will be very nice to see. Right, so it's a new day, new week, in fact. But so I'm struggling a little bit because I haven't yet turned on any labor saving PMs, and I think I should, because right now there's 400,000 job seekers, right? Loads of these laborists, and this tooltip is a little difficult to pass, but lots of people working at the urban center are not happy with their lot because services are cheap. I think if services were more expensive, or if glass and coal were cheaper, this place could afford to pay their workers more. So I kind of want services to be more expensive. But if services are more expensive, everyone is poorer. So I don't know how to balance that. But what I'm thinking is the textile mills, right? So these textile mills in the UK, it's a huge textile mill. One thing I can do with would be cheaper silk, and that's definitely something that I can work on. But another thing would be more expensive luxury clothes, because right now luxury clothes in our market are 54% too cheap, basically. And I think in order to correct for that, I would need either a lot more in the upper strata or a richer middle strata, because right now the middle strata spends 2.8% on clothes to fill their... Does it tell you like what need it's for? Yeah, it's consumed by 15 to 99 luxury items needs. Well, you can use clothes, furniture, porcelain, and radios. So my theory is maybe I should tax luxury items, which will increase their price. Is that right? Hang on. Maybe this whole theory is bunkum. But if I tax porcelain and luxury clothes, first off, I get a tidy 100k a week, which is good. But that means that it will now be more expensive for people to buy luxury clothes, because when they buy luxury clothes, yeah, it doesn't make the luxury clothes more expensive, does it? Because when you try and buy the luxury clothes, you also have to spend money on a consumption taxes. Its market price increased by the consumption tax rate. Whichever pops by it will buy it. This increase will be collected by the Treasury. So, yeah, so this building doesn't benefit from it being more expensive. Because it's more expensive to the pop, but that money doesn't go to this building. It will, in fact, diminish demand for luxury clothes because the pops are going to be getting less standard of living, wealth out of being able to buy luxury clothes. Because wealth is affected by how well you're able to meet your kind of expectations, basically. So if that would make it harder for them to meet expectations. So I guess we basically just have to hold on. Yeah, so scrap that plan. Because the problem is, what that would do is decrease the amount of money available to people and therefore decrease the rate at which their wealth and standard of living increases. And we want it to increase so that they have more demand for more goods. Darn. Okay, so that doesn't work. Second theory, pop saving PMs. And I still don't really understand why I would want them. Because it looks to me like, okay, this business should be way more profitable if it had a smaller need for employment, right? Right now, it's failing to employ engineers and shopkeepers and machinists and laborers, especially laborers, it looks like. They are, average yearly income is 3.9, and it's deciding to not increase that to become more competitive because it's, is it because its throughput is not good or because its profit is not good? I mean, yeah, its revenue is, it's got, you know, a 10K balance on an investment of 77,000 expenses. What does it say here? It's because it can't do it because it needs higher productivity. And productivity is its return on investment, right? No. It's the return on investment divided by the total employees. I should just read the whole tooltip. Productivity is a relative measure of how much economic value a building generates per employee per year, calculated by taking the current weekly revenue generated from production, subtracting expenses incurred from consumption, divided by total workforce. Okay, so it's the profit margin before employee expenses divided by the number of employees. So it seems to me that I could increase the productivity of this building by going onto mechanized looms, which decreases the number of laborers needed per level of the building by 1.5 thousand, which would obviously decrease it by whatever, 76,500, which is a lot, right? That would mean it was way more full. So presumably because it only has 61,000 out of 185,000, or let's say it had half of everything, it would be half as productive. So if we halved the number of laborers it needed, it would be a massive increase in productivity. And yet, predicted productivity, half. It thinks it would make a loss. And it thinks that, I think erroneously, because it thinks it's going to, well, yeah, surely it thinks that erroneously. Because this tooltip thinks it's going to increase goods consumption. Well, which I suppose it would actually. I think it's assuming it increases goods consumption to like full employment, but maybe it's not. Because yeah, the situation here is it would use more tools, fabric, dye, and silk because it would be able to use more tools, fabric, dye, and silk per employee. But it would also generate more luxury clothes. And so the question is just, is adding 5 tools per building worth the expense of 1,500 people? Okay, so actually that's something I can calculate. And I assume the answer is going to be no. So 5 tools costs, well, let me whip out the calculator. I don't think we need a spreadsheet just yet. But 5 tools costs 39 times 5, which is 150. Well, we should check the local price. Local price is 38. Okay, so 5 times 38. That's £170 that it would be saving per level. And how much are you paying your laborers? You're paying them 3.93 times the 1,500 it would save. That's farcically more money. That's 6 grand almost. What am I making? I must be making a mistake. 5,000. Sorry, 1.5 thousand less people being employed should save 5.9 grand. 5 tools cost a pittance. So this should be really good. The reason it thinks it's not going to be is because it thinks the price of the goods are going to drop too precipitously. But this is, like, it's a really unproductive. I think maybe my GDP would be growing much, much faster if I had switched on more of these PMs earlier, but I don't quite understand it. There are job seekers in the area. It's just not productive enough. But this should increase. Why does this decrease the productivity? Just because it expects it to increase the price of the input goods and decrease the price of the output goods, I guess? I wonder how good that prediction is. I think I'm just going to experiment. We're going to just turn it on and see what happens. Because I feel like... I mean, because right now there's a profit margin of 5,500 a week. It thinks it's going to lose 12,000 a week as a result. Which would make sense to me if there was some big swing in the costs. But even if every tool it buys goes up by £1, well, let's call it £2, that's only an extra $300. And if every single one of its output went down, maybe this assumes full employment. But even then, these numbers just don't seem to make sense to me. So maybe these predictions are just wrong and should be ignored. But I err towards me being wrong before I think the tooltip is wrong. I think I will ask the Discord for some wisdom on this subject. All right, so now we start to have problems. We do have most of the laws that I want, apart from laissez-faire, which it seems like we're never going to get, which is sad because the extra investment pool contribution would be nice. Although, are we? No, we're still not draining our investment pool, which is ridiculous. But the problem that we have now is that the Communist Party has formed, and our government has gone unacceptable, which is unfortunate. I'm not sure, just from Marx being in here, basically, I think. So, I guess it's time to kick the trade unions out of government for the time being. And I would like to be a righteous government. The extra loyalists per month is nice. It's not very many loyalists. Would I rather have the intelligentsia in power? They are Democrats. Liberal. Does Liberal help us? We didn't get... No, we did get to cultural exclusion. Okay. Liberal... I don't think we need Liberal. Let's take a look at them on this screen. It's a bit odd that this is the only screen that appears on the side as opposed to as part of the thing. And this is a good screen, but seems a bit odd. So what do you want? Is there not a way? There we go. Laws. They want guaranteed liberties, which we already switched off. Protected speech. What do we have right now? Right of assembly. Yeah, but the petty bourgeoisie aren't about that, so it's not going to happen. And elected bureaucrats, which would be worse, I think. Yeah, minus 15% institution cost modifier. But... Oh no, institutions are extraordinarily expensive right now. Okay. My bad. I didn't realize. Jesus Christ. Look how much of our stuff we're spending on that. I thought we were going to be spending most of it on population, but we're clearly not, because this just gives you tax capacity and 15% political strength of bureaucrats, which we probably do like right now. The bureaucrat political strength, that is to say. If I try and find our bureaucrats right now are intelligentsia and then petit bourgeoisie. So this would swing them from being intelligentsia to more petit bourgeoisie. There are also some trade unions in there, though, which is good. Yeah, so we would like this. The 25% tax capacity is also nice, but tax waste is, I mean, it's not great. It deletes money, but this does seem pretty good. Maybe I should do this. This is being supported by who? Just those two, yeah. Yeah, we should probably do this. We're going to lower our tax base, but 15% bureaucracy cost modifier is going to save us a lot of money. So first off, yeah, let's start doing that. And let's keep the intelligentsia in government right now. We can just be legitimate, and then after the next election, we'll see what happens. Probably the Patriotic Party is going to continue to stomp, I imagine, but we will see. Is this progressing, by the way? It's not, because we still have a powerful monarchist group. Who is the powerful monarchist group, by the way? You, right? No, you're reactionary, meritocratic, patriotic. Who's my powerful monarchist group? None of these guys are powerful. Is patriotic? Yeah, patriotic is definitely not. Is jingoistic? No. Democrat. I don't know who's causing that. So even with you as, it's because you're protectionist, isn't it? Yeah, we need to get rid of you, ideally. Don't know of a great way to do that. Don't think we're able to invite anyone yet, are we? No. All right. Yeah, still seeing what's happening with this this building. Its productivity did crater when I made the change, but the balance seems to be swinging back up in the right direction, so we'll see. Its throughput also would be better, a lot better, oh my god, if we didn't own all these buildings. Can I... Oh, no, I can privatize. We really should have privatized a long time ago. I probably should have done this to all of my buildings the whole time to greatly enrich make these buildings more productive and to greatly enrich my capitalists. Although, I mean, the capitalists being richer right now helps me not at all, right? Because they're already investing as much as they possibly can. I guess they'd buy more goods, which would help, but all right. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to go and privatize like everything. Let's not privatize the textile mills for now. Let's do it kind of industry by industry. Because I don't want to mess up my experiment with changing the production method. But we'll see. The job seeker number here has spiked, it seems like. And is that the wage they'd accept? Like they would accept this wage, or they currently have that wage? Not sure. Not sure. So we also had a lobby demand to side against Russia in a war. So I'm going to side with the Turkish uprising in this conflict. It may spiral out of control, end up with a big war between us and Russia. Could be interesting. I can't really demand anything off them because the Turkish uprising is not willing to give me anything. But it'll just be good to meet the lobby demand, and we can, train our troops a bit. Oh, the election is actually ongoing. I hadn't noticed. I think it's just about to start this week, right? Let's have a look. There we go. Whoa! The Communist Party has some momentum behind them. Oh my goodness me. Okay, well that's interesting. Well, I'm obviously going to try and back them just because that seems fun. And if we can't be laissez-faire, if we can't be free market, screw it. The government will reign, and we'll have a strict government-controlled economy. Why not? We'll give it a go. We're going to make a ton of money off this privatization, by the way, because this is one way we could drain the investment pool. It's just by having them spend it all on privatization, which will give us a big pile of money, which could be useful in the war against Russia. I'm going to keep my eye on that textile mill. Yeah, sure enough, it's quite a bit more productive now, and it seems to make slightly less money so far, but its productivity has gone up a lot. From 11.9 to 13.2 is pretty darn good. Its workforce has actually shrunk, interestingly. The amount it's paying them has tanked by a lot. What? Is it because it's replaced it with these non-British pops that therefore get paid less? No, I mean, these guys are still still in there. But yeah, so the price drop on clothes basically didn't manifest. These prices are very, very similar to what they were before. It's interesting that it now employs less engineers and machinists and shopkeepers than it did before. And yet it's still, maybe that's why it's more productive, just because it's losing people to other industries. But we're going to see, because I mean, it's said it would be less productive. Not furniture. It said it would be less productive, but now it's more productive. If I turned it off, it said it would get more productive, but I suspect that's wrong. I should Is part of this transfer? I love recursive tooltips. I think this is yeah, we should be nationalizing these buildings to make them more productive. So let's see how much difference there is to this one. Oh, interesting possibility. Well, yeah, sorry, before I get to that, one thing on the textile mills, I can't believe I didn't privatize earlier. That is something I have done previously in other campaigns, but it's having a massive impact on the productivity. I hadn't realized just how bad the lack of economy of scale from that was, which is hurting us. Why is the economy of scale 10? Shouldn't it be, almost 50? I see my mistake. Discord has been very helpful. I was comparing the yearly wage to the weekly cost of the goods. So in this case, the goods cost of these per year is actually much more than we thought. So, and the cost of the labor is much lower than we thought. So right now we're paying 37.8 times 5 tools per week times 52 weeks, almost 10 grand. Yeah, so this now makes sense. The assumption that this tooltip does still get wrong, though, is that the prices will move. Whereas actually, if you make an unprofitable PM move, the prices don't move. You just fire people. So yeah, we're looking at 9,800 cost of tools per year versus now that wage has fallen much less. 1,500 times 1.83 is only 2,700. So it's easy to see why doing this should save us money, because this is calculating per week and that's calculating on a much longer time frame. So I will attempt to hire them back and we'll see. There are the votes. 52% for the Communist Party as expected. And oh my God, authority has tanked. Ah, yes, of course, because we no longer have the guy in charge who gives us the bonus. So what kind of governments can we put together here? Oh, amazing. The Patriotic and the Communists are a righteous government. Cool. Yeah, I guess that's what we go with. I could also potentially do these two, which might let me do some more interesting laws. We'll see. I mean, we could try granulated taxation. Who would back this? No one. That's just the previous checkpoints. The problem is petit bourgeoisie really don't like it. So I don't think we're going to be able to make many changes until we improve the situation. But yeah, sure. Let's just get the intelligentsia out, get the trade unions in. It will make our current law a bit harder to pass, but should still pass anyway. And yeah, now we have this devastating lack of authority because we no longer have the guy in charge who allows it. And yeah, the industrialists are a little peeved. I did have to refuse one of their lobby demands recently, so understandable, which is going to be a problem for the production research speed, but not much of a problem because of the capitalist investment, because again, I can't drain this pool. I'm going to do an experiment. So furniture manufacturers, right? 9 to 25 right now. That's actually just increased. So I'll take this screenshot again. I'm going to try privatizing them and see what that goes to. And I think the number's going to be high, and I think I'm going to kick myself. But let's give it a go. Because right now we own what? I mean, a lot of them, especially in the home countries. Yeah, let's do it actually. Let's do it on more of a microcosm. Let's look at just this building, pre and post privatization. Because I think it's going to become farcically more efficient, which will be should be interesting to see. So getting my house back in order after the election and the sweeping to power of the, of course, Marx and his trade unions, we did have a pretty massive authority penalty. In order to fix that, I have had to revoke almost all of the greener grass measures over in America. It's funny how this screen lags and this screen doesn't. So they must be render. What is the difference there? Rendering the mountains? Surely that's not enough to make the FPS drop to 12 compared to 60 or 140 here. Anyway, not that it matters. I'm happy to work on it from this screen. We've limited the migration attraction in America to the places that had the most already. And this is mostly because of available farmland, basically. And then obviously we're doing our industrial bonuses there. I'm still going for trying to get more migration happening to the UK. My reasoning here is, yes, it's easier to attract migrants to the New World just because there's more room for them. Basically, there's more available farmland. Again, I don't think I need to say it every time, but available in inverted commas. Some of it's available without inverted commas. There's plenty of it's not. In the home countries, though, this is where a lot of our industrialization is happening, obviously. So I want to be able to keep bringing in as many people as I can here. And I don't know what the meta is, as I've said a number of times in this video so far, but the manufacturing industry does seem really good because it means it's throughput, right? Which means you employ no more people, but you can use more goods. You use more goods to make more output goods. So it doesn't increase your profitability from the goods perspective, but does from the pay perspective. And if we can just crank out more and more and more goods, that seems cool. Obviously, output is more valuable than throughput, but throughput is still seems pretty cool to me. But yeah, the reason there's lots of migration campaigns here, despite the fact that a fair number of people are actually migrating from the home countries to places like the New World. So you can see we've got 8,000 migrants coming into the home countries, but 3,000 going out. There you go, California, Iowa, Texas, and Missouri. But we've got people coming in from places like Honduras. I'm surprised the home countries, sorry, I keep saying countries, don't I? Home counties aren't getting any migration from Africa. They should be able to, right? Because we have, where's my statuses? Here we go. We have a load of people who are in open prejudice, 20 million of them, including, yeah, you know, British Sind and all kinds of people. They're allowed to migrate, right? Yeah, there's no, it's, when you get down to the lower ones, isn't there a banning migration? No, actually, maybe there isn't. Maybe that's because of our migration laws. That's right. What's our migration law? I mean, I know which one we're on, but what's our, what's the effect of it? 60 migration restrictiveness. That means you have to have 60 acceptance to migrate. Okay. God, it would be good to be on no migration controls, but unfortunately, even the trade unionists right now aren't backing that. We need to get like an anarchist in charge of the trade unionists, because anarchists support no migration controls, surely, right? They don't? What? We are anarchists, down with the power. We seek the abolishment of hierarchy, authority in the state, but borders, borders we're big on. What are you talking about, man? We need a, oh, this screen takes a while to load, even when it's loading no one. I'm worried that maybe some of the mods I'm using are slowing the game down, and I think I might try next time playing without them, but some of the little UI tweaking mods are so, they feel necessary, because the UI is so big in some places. I mean, it's still big even with some of the mods, but... Okay, so we need 60 acceptance to be able to get people to migrate, and we only have 40 on these African pops. Damn. So I can't have Africans mass migrating to the UK, which is a problem. And that might... how could I get... Where could I... That's a question, I guess. Where could I conquer that could migrate to the UK? Like France. Not France, because we're allied with France, but Spain. If we conquered land off France and Spain, they would have 60 because they share Europeans. We need to conquer some European land and get the people from it to migrate to us. That's what I'm hearing here, basically. We could also work on integrating Portugal. Although, can people migrate within power blocks when they're my subject? I guess it would depend on their laws. So Portugal has migration controls, right? Which should mean that people from Portugal could migrate to us. I think they have 60 acceptance. Are any of you? Yeah, migration targets none. I'm not sure if it would necessarily show. Does this place show migration targets when I look at like the English pop here? No, even though some of them are definitely migrating. Okay, yeah, we need some European heavily populated European conquests. Belgium. Belgium seems like promising. Seems promising. Ideally, we want peasant full. Well, is that right? I'm thinking we want peasantful places because then they'll really want to move here and get a new job, you know, not working in a peasant place. So what about Russia? Yeah, I hear they have a lot of people. I mean, not crazy numbers, but I mean millions and millions. So Russia's people are obviously mostly Russian. And Russian has 60 acceptance. Ooh, and they're obsessed with luxury clothes. That would be good. Obsessions mean they buy more of them at the same equivalent levels of wealth. Okay, hello Russia. I've decided it's time to begin your conquest. This is supposed to be a world conquest campaign, by the way. Do you remember that? Like 3-4 hours. How long is this video? I genuinely have no idea. Much longer than I intended it to be. I was thinking I would make it, by the way, if you're still watching, you will find this absurd, but I expected this video to be like 30 minutes of me just turning on the camera when we won a big war or something. I don't know, I ended up recording way more than I intended. I having a much better time than I thought I would as well. It's a good game, to be honest. Yeah, let's conquer Russia, because then all of these Russian people can come and work my factories. It seems good. I mean, because yeah, our acceptance of Indian populations is going to be 40. Yes. Even though we're on total... No, wait, that's not right. Because we're on total separation, which should give plus 15, bringing it up to 55. But it's just showing... Okay, it's showing 40 here because that's our acceptance of this culture. But if we look at an actual person with this culture, we'll see that the acceptance is... should be 55. Where's your... Did it not say? Acceptance 39. Okay, because of the cultural community acceptance. How does cultural community acceptance work again? Indicates a certain culture is present in a state and allows pops in your market to migrate. A newly formed community will have lower acceptance. So how do you get these? Exceptions due to law, immigration. I don't really know how cultural communities work. I think you get them when a kind of big migration starts. But what do you mean allows migration? Surely migration should be allowed by the... I guess it allows it even if they're not accepted enough. Do we have any examples of that in London town? What we got here? Yeah, Swahili. So because Swahili is here, then they can migrate despite not having 60 acceptance. Because if we look at this actual pop, he's going to have... Yeah, he's trending towards having 55 acceptance. But even with 55 acceptance, they can't migrate without open borders. So our number one priority right now is opening the borders, which both of our strongest parties don't support. The industrialists do, which is interesting. But the stall chance is just way too high. If the petty bourgeoisie were even more unbelievably thrilled with us, such that they weren't going to contribute this stuff, because the trade unions will still like us, and so they're not going to cause stall chance. Yeah, and the supremacist movement is pretty influential. Rural folk obviously don't matter. So if we could put someone in charge of the petty bourgeoisie that supported it, that would be a game changer. Can we do that? I don't see how we could. Let's close this out. A radical wouldn't support it, right? No, they have no interest in it. A market liberal might. No, they would support laissez-faire, but a moderate wouldn't support it because we have to remember that they're still reactionary. But because they still oppose it. So we need someone that specifically opposes it. Democrats don't. Ethno-nationalists obviously don't. Authoritarians don't. Yes, there's no way to get the petty bourgeoisie to support it just from their basic leader ideologies. But there might be a way to get them to support it via an agitator. We'll have to see. Can I kick you out, by the way? 5% more radical petty bourgeoisie I'd like to avoid. Yeah, we could put someone in charge of the intelligentsia, but they're just not strong enough to be able to push it through. It has to be trade unionists or the petty bourgeoisie, really, backing up the industrialists to be able to get that through. Anyway, the reason I actually started recording was I fixed the authority by getting rid of it, which means the industrialists are no longer mad at us. A lot of their displeasure was coming from the fact that we had massive negative authority. So that's fine. They'll perk up. And I am going to continue my massive privatization campaign. I should build some more construction, really. I'm also fixing, we have some market access issues, which is unfortunate. We're suffering from from construction efficiency, but it's all good. Yes, I'm also going to build some more construction facilities that will be funded by privatization, basically, because privatization should cause a pretty substantial influx of cash from the investment pool, meaning we can afford to throw some cash away. Because basically, we should be able to drain the investment pool. Like it's kind of, I feel like I must have been playing badly the whole time, which I mean I knew, but to not drain the investment pool seems absurd. So I'm going to try and work on that. Fund a big increase in our construction budget using privatization, which will also dramatically increase the productivity of the buildings because they'll get way higher throughput bonuses from size. Seems good. Freaking heck. Yeah, okay. That is how we drain our investment pool. 10 million of it gone in like the last year, less than a year. That's pretty crazy. So I think we'll see a lot of privatization having happened. So if we were to check out these furniture manufactories, okay, we still own some of it, but the situation has got worse, unfortunately. What changed? It's selling more furniture for more input. I guess the input is just too expensive, basically. So this is another change that I want to make, actually. I have been making, and I had some great advice from this on the Victoria 3 Discord, so I appreciate that from them. But I've been making luxury furniture on the basis that 1,000 luxury furniture will increase the wealth of our population more than 1,000 normal furniture. But basically, that's not true in this case. The way you increase wealth, as I've mentioned, is they need to have a certain amount of excess stuff left over. But what they buy doesn't actually matter. They will buy a certain thing based on their wealth and then any obsessions and taboos. But then after they've bought it, it doesn't matter what was in that basket of goods they bought. It just matters what their excess is. So all you should do, or all we should do, I think, in this situation is look at what is the thing that's most expensive. So right now, clothes, wine, fish. Although fish is one of the ones that has substitutions. So because they're using it for food needs, they could also be using grain and meat and fruit and so on. But look at the things that are most expensive. If we were to decrease the cost of furniture right now, that would have an impact on 4.7% of our middle strata's spending. If we increase the cost of luxury furniture right now, it only has an impact on 1%. So we would much rather be producing more normal furniture rather than more luxury furniture. As they get richer and richer, which goods they consume will change, and that calculus may change. But for now, it seems like it's going to be an absolute no-brainer to go non-luxury furniture. I've been eating this less profitable building for ages on the basis that I thought we needed to, but I really don't. So let's not, I don't want to cause too wild of a market shock. They're spending 1% right now on luxury furniture. So if they spend the same amount, if they buy the same amount, if we times the price by 4, then that won't actually have been worth it. But let's go everyone on non-luxury, and then we'll just see what happens. I'm not privatizing everything all at once, by the way, because I don't want my gold reserve to fill up and then the money to just be wasted. But I am cranking up as you can see, our construction has increased by like 30% in the last year. So it's kind of mental what we're going to be able to afford here. And yeah, I still think the labor saving PMs aren't going to be worth it. But it depends on what the wage ends up being on these laborers. And it is changing wildly. It was 1.9, then 7.5, now it's 3.3. It's changing all over the place because of all of the huge shifts we're causing in the market. But another change, same story, non-luxury clothing prioritized. Partly because we had expensive silk. This will be good for the thing. Well, let's see if it will be good, actually. So it's going to make clothes. Well, no, okay, I forgot. You can't trust these price change predictions, but we think we would want, this is a 1-for-1 swapping out clothes for luxury clothes, right? Yeah, you make 30 less of this, 30 more of this. Exemplified as to why you can't trust this tooltip. How is that going to result in these numbers being different? I could be missing it, but I think that's just wrong. And if we look at our people, we're consuming clothes Here you go, 8.6% versus 2.5, 8.5% versus 0.3%. And we don't really care about the upper strata because there's just not as many people in the upper strata, and they'll be plenty rich if we make things profitable anyway. So yeah, definitely want to be focusing on non-luxury clothing, and we'll see what impact that has. But hopefully that'll result in these chappies being more able to afford things. Oh God, okay, look at that. So not quite on the luxury clothing because the price increased by so much. They're now actually spending more on luxury clothes. So we probably want just some, maybe just Lancashire is our luxury clothes manufacturer. Do these prices update instantly? Feels like that updated instantly. That's interesting. It's helpful. It's helpful. Maybe Yorkshire can be luxury clothes as well. Yuxury. Let's see how that looks. And we basically just want to balance it until these are the same portion of their spending, I think, and then we just increase total production. Midlands, I think, is too big, but let's go maybe West Country, New York, onto non-luxury. Still not enough. Anyway, I'm going to fiddle and try and balance these, but it's fun. I like the fact that you grow growth by making people more able to afford things. Like it's and therefore they buy more and consume more. This whole kind of consumer-driven economy is it's a cool system. And yeah, we're hoping to get elected bureaucrats going through. It's going very well. I'm taking some events that give it less advantage, but more bonuses for making the intelligentsia a bit stronger, just in case we can sneak through some other kind of reform style bills with the intelligentsia, but we will see. Now I think about it more, actually, I've been focusing on the middle strata because they're the ones that can afford expensive goods, and I was wanting to try and drive up the price of expensive goods, but still be producing a lot of them. But actually, I should be caring about the lower strata just because there's, 8 times as many of them, and therefore an increase in their standard of living and hence consumption is 8 times more impactful than an increase in the middle stratas. The middle strata is more politically active, though, so they're probably more likely to be radicals. I don't know if you can be a radical if you're not politically active, because what portion of you are politically active? 41% of them are peasants. That's the other thing, is increasing the standard of living of the peasants in Africa doesn't matter much, because they can't migrate to... I want these charts broken down by strata and by job. I wonder if you can do it by job. You might be able to, actually. Like, can I go... I know there's this, obviously, but can I go in here and go peasants? I can't click on this. No. How about in classes? Peasants? I don't think I can... None of this is clickable. Shame. Oh well. Meanwhile, in technology, we're about to invent feminism, which is cool. I don't think we're going to be able to get either of these done, but if we can, we definitely will. And then it's probably time for malaria prevention. It'll be ahead of time by 1 still, because we haven't got camera yet. But camera just seems so useless that I don't want to invent it. It's obviously not always useless, but just because we're firmly in first place on prestige. But yeah, malaria prevention seems really good. Elevators is interesting. I'm kind of behind on production, so I should probably be looking into, like threshing machines. Well, I don't think we need threshing machines really, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, malaria prevention to allow us to grab Central Africa will be real nice. Yes, I don't know. I'm doubting myself. After making these changes, the excess on the lower strata has barely moved because the clothes, they've dropped in price, but it's not as big a proportion. Whereas the middle strata are now in a deficit because I've also done the porcelain changes. So maybe I should be on ceramics as a kind of compromise. Oh, now it thinks ceramics would make more money. Goodness sake. I think it's really struggling because many of these places aren't fully employed. But maybe we'll try ceramics. But yeah, it's tricky. We also need a lot more wine, apparently. What do I make wine? I don't know if I really have much. Is wine an agriculture? That's interesting. There's some industrialization involved in wine. I guess I could grow some wine in Texas, maybe. Texas and California. Or I could use it to try and kickstart some stuff going on up here. It'd be less profitable, but I could use it to try and start some industry in some of these other places. Interesting. Oh yeah, our GDP, by the way, is going parabolic. Look at that. that last bit just after we changed the PMs. Turns out we can actually do women's suffrage because, of course, the trade unionists support it. I forgot about that. We could even reform the government to put the intelligentsia in and then make it way more likely, but I'm enjoying being righteous, so I will probably not do that. So what do we want to do right now? Oh, everyone also supports mass conscription, which would be interesting. The armed forces would attract fewer servicemen and more non-servicemen and officer pops. Petty bourgeoisie and trade unionists both like it a lot, and it would reduce the political strength of servicemen and officers a little. Sorry, it would reduce the strength of officers a little, increase servicemen by quite a bit. You get more morale loss. You get plenty of max. This is just an upgrade? No. You get 15% swing on morale loss. Interesting. But it would make the petty bourgeoisie and the trade unions thrilled, who are, of course, the people that we care about. I would also love to do compulsory private school, which reduces dependent income, but reduces mortality and gives us an extra tier of education investment, which I like for sure. We got the electric bureaucrats, obviously. Could also do workers' protections, but I think, didn't we establish this is... It's just the same? I'm a bit confused because this seems like it's identical. So I don't really understand. Enables workplace safety office institution, which gives 20% less dangerous working conditions. Enables workplace safety office, which gives minus 20% working conditions. So that's the same thing. Sorry, I think I said 40% when I meant 20 on one of them. But yeah. Anyway, extra education would be nice. And women's suffrage would give us a 5% reduction in birth rate, which is significant. We have a... oh, you can't see the total population birth rate change? Really? That's annoying. Where do I... Maybe I can see it under population? No? Huh. Well, for particular regions, that's odd. That's a stat that's really important. Maybe I'm missing where you see it, but on particular regions, I can see that our birth rate is 2.5%, mortality is 0.5%. So a reduction of 5%. Let's work it out. A reduction of 5% on our birth rate, assuming there are no other modifiers on the birth rate, which I'm sure there are. That's 0.1% less growth per year. And assuming our birth rate was flat across the whole population, that would be... Oh, I did that wrong. Sorry. It's a 0.1% difference. So 111 million times 0.1%. That's 100,000 less people per year because of that change. That's fine. 100,000 a year? What are you talking about? We operate in millions. It's relatively substantial. It's kind of 7% less people born each year. Sorry, that was the whole pop growth, wasn't it? No, that's counting migration, so it's less than that. But on the upside, we get 15% workforce ratio, so a swing of 10%, meaning, and that's not a modifier. I don't believe that 5% birth rate is absolute. It's not going to go from plus 2.1 to minus 2.9. But the workforce ratio, I believe, is absolute. As in, we're adding 15% to what is currently what? It's the difference between gainfully employed and dependent. So right now we're at 25%-ish workforce ratio, meaning 25% of people are in the workforce and the rest are dependents. If we add 15%, that should go to 40%, if I'm right about that. Let's see if we look at a... Can I see a more detail on that? Like if I look at these labourers, you are... How many of you are workers? Here we go. Labourers, population, workforce dependents. So yeah, roughly 30% workforce to dependents here. Interesting. Dependents are calculated by... Interesting. I wonder why that's different to the global stat. of dependents to gainfully employed. Maybe peasants have dependents, but don't have a different ratio or something? I'm not sure. Anyway, it would be really good to wildly increase the portion of our people that can work. It might result in a lot of unemployed in the short term, but that's just an opportunity for growth. So we're going to go for it. It's going to make the animist, Sunni, and Catholics protest. Let them protest. We have a total separation of church and state. Their voices are not important. That's what that means, right? Ooh, interesting. A play. What is this? A revolt in our subject, which means I can't. I can support. Why can I support this subject? Oh, because it's not against my subject. Right. Yeah. And of course, we continue to get tons of mass migrations ongoing. We have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them ongoing, including French, South German people coming to the home counties. Nice. Our budget is looking a little devastating, but I mean, if you notice that we have almost doubled our stuff, then that would make sense. And yes, the investment pool continues to drain rapidly, which is great. Interesting. An opportunity to weaken the petty bourgeoisie, which I am going to take. I'm basically trying now to move towards empowering the trade unionists. The petty bourgeoisie served us well for a long time, but their reactionary tendencies are holding us back now. So the swing towards the trade unionists has begun. Milestone in our standard of living increases, which is we have hit 15. We get a nice bowler hat. Is that a bowler hat, actually? It looks like the top is not rounded enough to be a bowler hat. I'm not really a hat guy. I can't tell you necessarily, but look at that. We are 22 secure with a minimum expected 15 on the middle strata, 13.4 on the lower strata. It's increasing. It's clothes and fish. To that end, I'm building motor industries because we're going to invent a tech which will let us use motors to irrigate soon. And then we're building a bunch of textiles and a lot of Californian, Texan, and Arkansan cotton mills. We have some huge cotton mills over here. Ship the stuff back home, and some of it locally for Texas and California, which are two kind of industrialized states over here. Is there an industrialized, like an urbanization map mode? GDP is pretty close to it, but you can see that we've got 18.5 million in Texas and 15 million in California. That's generating a lot of our GDP over there, obviously, not as much as the glorious 25 million in the home countries and 34 million in Yorkshire. Pretty bonkers. And then, yeah, negligible from most African states. Basically, the African states, they're only useful when we start running out of places to make. You know what? It's just occurred to me. Yeah. One, I've been thinking about how can I get more people in places like the home counties. We still have some peasants in other places around here, not the lowlands, but I think my food industry push in the lowlands was a little bit aggressive. But this thing is still not making money. I forgot to go to vacuum canning. Okay, cool. We'll need to look into whether or not vacuum canning is a profitable idea. But in order to get more people here, one thing I could do. We haven't even used the coal mines in the home countries at all. That's probably pretty silly, right? But right now we're fishing here, right? Which is obviously good because the locals can buy fish at a sensible price, a more sensible price. But really, I'd rather not have people work these rye farms because I can have people work rye farms somewhere else. So maybe I should be working on like Somaliland farms. So that's not a good example. Well, these places don't actually have that many peasants. I guess I should think about my geography. This one should have more. No? Uganda has... Oh, there are 1.5 million people here. They're just doing stuff. There's already a lot of plantations. Okay. But maybe I should be working on getting primary resources out of Africa and then focusing on industrial at home. But the primary resources are often very profitable, so I don't know. One thing I should almost certainly do is do this, but we are missing qualifications laborers, which is like the lowest tier of qualifications, I think. It's pretty funny. But that's just because we lack people, despite the fact that there's 300,000 laborers looking for a job. We lack qualification laborers, which I'm not quite sure what that means. In fact, I think it's just wrong. Let's just build 20 mines here. And I mean, build the whole thing. And then if it employs, it employs. If it doesn't, we've got a lot of construction right now. We are burning 1 million a week, which is a lot, don't get me wrong. And we have fully drained the investment pool with all of the privatization. which means now I'm okay to just go ahead and say privatize everything. Is there a way to say has national owned levels? There we go. Now at least I'm only clicking on these ones I actually need to. Is there a faster way to do this? Is located abroad? No. But yeah, we can privatize all of this stuff, which will be good. But and I can do that now because it won't cause our money to overflow. But now the private sector will invest into all of these, making them more efficient. Don't read too much into that statement. And we'll get the money coming in slowly. But yeah, we may need to scale down our building. I wanted to just really go for the building while we were draining the investment pool, but we might scale it back a little bit just to fix our budget. I could also, put in some consumption taxes. We can get a lot of money off consumption taxes if we wanted to. Get 50k off luxury clothes, or we could whack the taxes up. But I think probably don't want to do that. I could also lower the government wages, but if we can avoid it, I'd like to avoid it just to keep the money nicely circulating. Oh, it looks like we have some tax waste as well, actually. Losing a reasonable amount of money to tax waste right now. So I guess it is time to... whoa, yeah, losing quite a lot. But the thing is, we'd have to build how many here? Kind of call it 22 odd in order to cover it here. 22 odd would cost 20 grand. How much are we losing in Texas? Yeah, not that much. But the money is being deleted, so... But Yorkshire is where all our cash is, so give me 10 there, and then I'll just reduce the size of the home counties one. Because the home counties have this huge... Actually, it's probably not that big these days. It's been shrinking, but where is it? Government admin. There it is. Yeah, pretty big government admin in the home counties. We could probably shrink the size of this. We've obviously got this one being big just because it has the 25% bonus from the skyscraper, so... all going pretty well. But we need more people in the home counties. And I still think war with Russia is probably the way to do that. I don't know. There's probably smarter ways, but I know what I know. It's a big day. It's a big day for the British Republic. Through a combination of medicine and preventative methods such as mosquito nets, it has become possible to lower the effect of malaria in affected regions. Hello, Africa. So, we can now make a colony here in 40 days. Now, there is a limit to how much colonial growth you generate, which I believe is 10%. Frustratingly, in this tooltip, it says the total amount of colonial growth is split across all countries. A country is actively growing up to a maximum of what? And we have 10% that's being split to become 5%. So progress here is 5% times 1.3. Doesn't make any sense. Progress increases by 2.5% due to 5% times 1.3. Does not equal 5% multiplied by 1.3 is higher than 5%. Let's try establishing another colony and see what it does. So we want to secure the center of Congo all for ourselves, obviously. But we also want to be a little greedy. How many people live here? Not very many. How much room is there here? Not a massive amount. So not urgent that we get Gabon. But we want to make sure that nobody else gets any of it. So what does that mean? It means bottling in this coast and making the sprint across here as quickly as possible. Now, one way we could do that would be annexing Congo, but that's not going to happen realistically. So we're just going to live with the fact that France and stuff are going to get some land here. But as long as we can cut across here before they invent malaria protection, then we're in good shape. Now, it says it's progressing by 2.7. And we're getting 5% growth here, allegedly. I don't know how that multiplies out, but we're getting 10% from almost 100 million incorporated population and colonial affairs level 4, split between 2. So if I do another colony, it will decrease it again. So let's just confirm that is working as expected. This one is also isolated, which is annoying, but that's fine. Yeah, so still 5%. 10% split between 2 colonies because it's isolated and therefore doesn't count as a real colony yet. Perhaps. Let's build the port and find out. Food security has got worse. We've got 7 million people in mild starvation now. Yeah, we are kind Still haven't been able to bring down the price of grain by enough. We've made a load more groceries. I guess we should focus on even more grain production at this point. We have some construction free, so I'll look into how we want to achieve that. Or maybe we want to do a bunch of livestock ranches, because livestock ranches give meat. Oh, they consume grain, which is not great, but they give us meat and fabric. Fabric I can use for clothes for standard of living. Meat I can use for, you know, munching. What? Maths gets even weirder. Okay, so now the max colonial growth we can generate is 3.3. So times 1.5, the max is still 2.7. So the max must just be being set by some other external factor that it doesn't show here. Because this has started growing. And I don't know how, by the way, because the port's not done. Oh, no, the port is done. I've just built 2 here. Okay, yeah, you don't need to build a second port here. Okay, so that makes sense. So it's growing, but this one is growing at 3.3, where it would actually be higher if it had the capacity to be higher. Okay, well, I guess I'll grab another bit on the coast here, which will count as isolated. Can I abandon this colony and then start it again until it borders my land? Or will it just be isolated every time? Why would you start? Oh, hang on, sorry, that's not isolated. Why is that showing as isolated? It borders my land. Okay, it's not isolated anymore. What? So we actually need to start more until these numbers are lower than they should be, because there is some hidden upper limit. So sure, we'll grab some of Fang as well. Sorry, Gabon, Fang being the decentralized nation. Now has the number decreased? Okay, so the bottom max number was showing that there is actually a hard limit on those provinces. And now it's gone away. Interesting. The max growth was 2.7. So why was the max growth 2.7 in this region? 2.72. Just each province has an arbitrary, or not arbitrary, but like set max growth number? I don't really understand that. We're losing quite a lot of money, by the way, which is partly because there is no transfer from the investment pool shown, because all they're doing is privatizing stuff just every single time they can. They're spending all of their money on privatization. So our money is actually staying relatively stable, but it looks like the balance is very negative because the money isn't coming in kind of consistently. By the way, 69% to pass women's suffrage. Love to see that. And I have realized we are due a war with... Oh, I didn't see what that toast said. Nuts. We need to go to war with Mexico. When is our truce with them up? 8 months. Yeah, war with Mexico so that we can colonize this area. Although we might want to not do that until we finish down here, but we'll see. So steam-powered threshing machines, they might be worth using in the home counties, because there's so few people here. You know, thinks the productivity will be good. Would make sense. It's just 1 extra coal in a somewhat productive building. I think this will be a good move in some of the home county areas. In fact, also barbed wire fence might be, but I'll look into it. So it just occurred to me that I just spent all this time looking and establishing that maybe steam donkeys are worth using in all these mines. And then we do this and go and give ourselves plus 15% workforce ratio. So isn't that going to wildly increase the number of job seekers? I assume it slowly trends towards, as opposed to just suddenly switching over. But like if we look at a pop in this area, these guys, for example, where does it show? Does it not show what portion of them are dependents? Maybe I'm missing it somewhere. Doesn't appear to show it. It's unfortunate. But I think it will now slowly trend towards that, which is good, because if it was all at once, we'd suddenly have tons of unemployed people, which would hurt them because they'd run out. Their dependent income would vanish, but they wouldn't get new weekly pop income. So we should now slowly see lots and lots of new workers pop up as women enter the workforce, which is going to be very good for us economically. Next law. Could go homesteading. What does that do? Minimum owned, minimum worker, 50% minimum worker owned agriculture and rancher levels. Probably not a good thing. And trade unions just no longer attract people from the rural buildings. Granulated taxation, that would be nice. Industrialists would be not a fan. But it would shift tax even more onto dividends. Dividends being the ones that are paid by buildings. It doesn't seem that necessary, though. I think we'll stay on proportional to keep the petit bourgeoisie happy. It effectively, in our current situation, first off, we'd lose a lot of revenue. 200 grand a week's not that much really, but 10% less income tax. So 10% less absolute income tax, meaning what happens when you go from 25 to 15? That's a 2/5 reduction, right? 5 times 5, 25. Yeah, 2/5 reduction. So a 2/5 reduction in income tax would be pretty good. I mean, this would drop to 14%. Give them 4. That's not that good. I mean, it's pretty good, but that would put 4% back in the pocket of our middle strata. And kind of, what's 2/5 of 13? Like 3-ish, 3 and a bit. No, 2 and a bit, 2.5 or something. Making this go from 29 to 32.5 doesn't seem like a crazy swing for the lower strata. So I don't think we need to hurry to do that. And we're definitely not going to be able to do multiculturalism. Could do council republic. So yeah, countries with a similar form without a similar form of governments may become aggressive. So 25% trade unions political strength, which would be good for us, especially if we can get our trade unionists to be a bit more progressive. We get minus 10% from ideological incompatibility, which would be nice. +1 government size allowance, and you unlock co-op ownership. But the petit bourgeoisie will not be fans. It doesn't completely ruin them. The radical movement becomes militant. That's not ideal. And do we want co-op ownership? This was annoying me, by the way. Cross disable privatization. Tick, establish companies by purchase. That means you can establish companies by purchase. Tick, foreign collectivization. That means foreign collectivization does happen. Cross, disable privatization. That means not disable privatization, which is what it says. It means you can't privatize. But if we can't privatize, don't we effectively lose? No, sorry, because the government doesn't own things. It's all worker owned. So it doesn't count as government owned, and therefore you don't get the throughput penalty. This gives you farmer and shopkeepers investment pool contribution efficiency. But you lose... No, we don't actually have a bonus right now. I was thinking you'd lose the bonus you get from laissez-faire, which is the 25% capitalists and shopkeepers. So this probably would be good. Well, no, okay. No, because the different pops, I mean, it might still be good, but the different pops contribute different amounts to the investment pool, meaning by going to this, we eliminate, in the case of manufacturing, it's 100% worker owned. So in the case of a glassworks, this right now is, how do I see who owns it? Isn't that, right here. This is owned by us and financial districts, but pretend we don't own it. At some point, by the way, we're going to have to nationalize all the buildings France has bought in us, but it's built, pretend it's just owned by financial districts, because once it's finished nationalizing, it will. The financial districts workforce is equal parts capitalists and bureaucrats, and then clerks. Is that right? No, the capitalists have no income. I assume that's because they get all the dividends, not the bureaucrats and the clerks. Or are these bureaucrats actually investing? Are these bureaucrats putting money into the investment pool? Maybe they're not. Maybe it's just these. They contribute some of their profits to the investment pool. The political interests are represented as the industrialists. Do you put any money into the investment pool? I feel like they must. No, maybe they don't. I'm not completely sure on that. Because it says it's employing capitalists, but it isn't paying them. So I assume that means they're the ones getting the dividend. It pays £2,000 to the financial districts. So the financial district has this much productivity. Where's its? It has a cash reserve. Some of the money and some of it is paid out to building owners. Yes. So how do you see this? Buildings are owned, is divided into levels. Levels are either privately owned by POPs or nationally owned by a country. The profit is shared amongst its owners. Yes, but who are the owners, though, is the thing. And yes, subject to dividend taxes. Portion of them may be reinvested through reinvestment, while the remainder goes from even wealth. But, but hear me out. Who owns it? Maybe it is all of these people. I don't know. Maybe I can see on you, what are you doing with your money? Is some of it going to reinvestment? Or is it, can I view the fact that some of it is going to, sorry, not the glassworks. Can I view the fact that some of it is going to, right now it's publicly traded rather than privately owned, which means it has more clerks and bureaucrats and less shopkeepers. I'm just going to look it up. I'm just going to look it up. I can't figure it out. I think it's all of them that own it, but these guys are making larger contributions because they get a larger share of the wage, or rather they get everything that's left over after these wages are paid. Because if we look in here, why isn't there a profit loss for this? Because there is, they're paying these guys. I guess it's because that's only on income. Because the capitalists are getting this much money. Oh, but it doesn't break it down, unfortunately. You just have to scroll down, you dummy. Okay, so there are wages being paid to the clerks and the bureaucrats, and then there is the weekly balance after that. Precisely what I was asking for does in fact exist here, and it is only capitalists that own it, it seems like. So the capitalists are reinvesting 30% of their dividends, which is what they do. Okay, cool. So we could draw, more from this, which would reduce the amount of, oh God, we have loads of spare construction right now. We could draw from this, just tank the, not tank, but dramatically reduce the amount that the capitalists are reinvesting. Actually, no, it wouldn't reduce the amount they're reinvesting, actually, would it, if we crank those taxes? It would just, okay, we should definitely pass that new tax law. Actually, now I think about it, that would be amazing, because we could raise taxes, crank up dividend taxes, but they're still going to make big dividends because the reinvestment percentage is before the dividend taxes. Pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed. But yeah, so notably, it is just capitalists here. And that's important because capitalists have a 30% base investment pool contribution from dividends, whereas shopkeepers have 20%, farmers have 10%. So if we were to make things locally owned, yeah, okay, that still doesn't quite make sense to me. If we pass co-op ownership, farmers and shopkeepers get increased investment contribution efficiency. So 25% on shopkeepers means it goes from 20% to 25%. 25% on farmers means it goes from 10% to 12.5%. But shopkeepers aren't going to be the only ones owning these buildings. Like if this glassworks, for example, was owned by its workforce, a small minority of them are shopkeepers. So when it says locally owned, does it mean shopkeeper owned? I don't think it does. I think it means everyone owns it. So I guess that means that the shopkeepers end up contributing, 25%. Let's try and compare it to the current situation. I know I'm reinventing the wheel that other people have already understood, by the way. I'm doing it because I enjoy it, not because I think it needs doing. Right now, the shopkeepers represent what? Hang on. They represent 22% of the employees. So if the ownership of the building is spread evenly between the employees, we would see, instead of right now, where all of the weekly balance goes to the financial districts. Does it all go to the financial districts? I think so, right? Let's see. Glassworks in East Anglia, they own 5 levels of it. So Glassworks and East Anglia, they're getting 5 levels. They're getting 309. That seems about right. So instead of all the money going to the financial districts and then the local capitalists contributing 20%, 22% of it would go to the shopkeepers, who would then contribute 25%. So that is a reduction in dividends being reinvested of like 5x, 4x, or 5x, a lot, basically. I'm not completely convinced it's 4 or 5x, but it's about that. But it means that the machinists and the laborers would receive wildly more money, because the laborers represent, like, call it half the workforce here. It's slightly more than half, I think. They would suddenly start getting all that money that was previously going to the capitalists. So in this case, that would represent what? Call it 6,000, half 3,000, 3,000 split between these guys. It's not actually a massive wage bump. What's 3,000 divided by 51,000? That's going to be like, what, half a penny or something like that? What's 3,000 divided by 51,000? I think that's going to be, yeah, not big. Oh, blooming Siri. Calculator. Calculator app is where it's at. 3,000 divided by 51,000. Yeah, that's 5 pence increased wage for each of these laborers. That doesn't seem very impactful, does it? Maybe I'm doing the maths wrong. I am doing the maths wrong. This is a yearly wage. This is a weekly balance. I keep making that mistake. Why does it display the 2 numbers 52 times different on 2 different tabs of the same building? Come on now. The answer is, I think, because this number would just be too low. But okay, it's not 3,000. It's 3,000 times 52.1, or however many weeks there are in a year, about that many. And then divided by 51,000. So that is an additional £3 per person, which would double the labourer's wage on a building that was as profitable as this Glassworks. So we lose a lot of private investment. However, the labourers get a great deal richer. Now, do we want to pass granulated taxation? Maybe no, because I'm going to need some income tax to keep my economy going. If I want to drop the income tax from 25 to 15 right now, I can just do that by clicking this button, and it gives me a whole bunch of bonuses. So the only reason I wouldn't do that is because I lose out on dividend taxes. But what do I lose out in dividend taxes? I lose 3/4. I lose 3/4 by passing Council Republic anyway, if I do co-op ownership as well. Yeah. I think that's fine. Which makes me think I must be missing something. Maybe the highest tax one is only important when you're still in a kind of capitalist-driven economy. And that's obviously when you want to be taxing on the dividends. Because if you can have the capitalists contributing loads of their money to the investment pool and then giving most of the rest of it to you, that's fine. They'll keep getting richer via the investment pool, and they'll have plenty of money themselves anyway. Yeah, so I think we make our first play for Council Republic, which is going to have a high stall chance and will turn the radical movement militant, but they're small. It will radicalize the Anglicans and the gentry, but not the industrialists, though they will be angry. Sorry, unhappy. Can I do something to appease the industrialists first? They won't like public school or regulatory bodies. Do they like protected speech? No, they don't. What about, not really like a pension. Not really like homesteading. There's really nothing I can do that they're going to enjoy. I don't think. Okay, so I think we just go for it. I think now is the time. And this will potentially make other countries hate us, but that's fine. They hate us anyway. So yeah, let's do it. While the petit bourgeoisie are somewhat on side. It's risky. 21% stall chance is high. And we'll have to see what happens with that militant group. But let's give it a go. Last time I did this, it crashed my economy. But I feel like if the laborers... I mean, that was just one example, one level of profitability. It will differ. But if the lower strata's income doubled, my income tax draw would increase by a great deal. Oh, can I not see a breakdown of income taxes? Surely I can. No, don't tell me that. Where's my... There's got to be a way to see it. Maybe I can work it out from this screen. Yeah, I can work it out from this screen. Okay, so right now, that should definitely be something that should be shown here. When you hover over this, it should tell me how much money that's worth to you. That'll be really helpful. There's 101 million lower strata, right? They make 6.2 a year, 6.2 quid a year. So that's 626 million pounds earned by the lower strata. And they pay 13.4% of that in income taxes, 83 million. That's not very much. That's really not very much. Where is all my income tax coming from? The middle strata, there's 18 million of them times... Oh no, sorry, 83 million. That is actually quite a lot, isn't it? 83 million. But let's do the middle strata as well. So 18 million middle strata earning 17.8. That's not the number that my calculator spat out because I did something wrong. Times 18.1 million. That's 322 million income. Multiplied by 20% income taxes, 0.206. That's 66 million. So that's a lot. We're making almost as much in income tax from the middle strata as the lower strata right now, just because they're so much richer. So then we add those two together. That's 66 million plus 83 million in income taxes. That's 150 million income taxes per year, divided by 52.1, whatever it is, to get weekly. That should be 2.8 million a week, which is clearly not what we're getting. So where have I gone wrong? I'm not sure. Shouldn't our income from this lower strata be their income multiplied by the number of them, multiplied by the income taxes? Divided by, number of weeks. Is this the weekly revenue? Maybe this is monthly and I've just been wrong this whole time. I don't think it is though. It's not tax waste. I tax all of them. No, I don't tax all of them because many of them are not in my states. Okay. They're not all in my incorporated states, so they're not all being taxed. Okay. Well, forget that. What we can say is that if we doubled the lower strata's income, we should double our income tax. And right now, if we doubled our income tax, that would be enough to cover all the money that's currently going into the investment pool. And instead of going into the investment pool, going into my pocket, that's fine. So I think this will be okay. We're kind of not in the best financial situation to be doing it, but I can always reduce the size of our... In fact, you know what? I am going to reduce the size of our construction sector a little. But let's see if we can get it done. We may not be able to pass it anyway. So I'm going to gamble. The radicals are going to cause a revolution, I think. Because they're sorry, not the animists, the radicals. They're going to get to 75%. So they might turn revolutionary, which would be bad. If I exile these guys, it's going to make 7% of my trade union members more radical, which is a lot. Don't get me wrong. How many members are there actually? There's 8.6 million members. So it's quite a lot of radicals. But if I get rid of him, that should disempower this because he is so popular, which I think is a big part of why this place is so relevant. And it's getting 20% activism from his existence. So kick him out. 5.4 only went up by like 100,000 radicals. And now the radical movement, maybe recalculating at the end of the week, merely protesting. There you go. Problem with political distance in your countries, kick them out. For more political affairs with Christo, tune in later. Okay, hear me out. What if we invite Alfonso Baratieri? Tireri? 2 eyes, not sure. What if we invite this guy, who is a nihilist and hence doesn't oppose Council Republic, and then we put him in charge of our petit bourgeoisie such that they no longer oppose Council Republic? Then they would be happy again. Alternative is we could bring in what? A Democrat, a traditionalist, or a radical for these guys. We don't need that, and the others aren't important enough. So yeah, let's bring in someone unpopular and put him in charge. Sorry, grant leadership. Can't, because interest group is pressured, must be pressured by the political movement of the agitator. Okay, so we wait for his movement, that is to say, the radical movement I think he belongs to, right? Yeah. The radical movement needs to put some pressure on. But once that happens, if we can put him in charge, suddenly a petit bourgeoisie are okay with the Council Republic, which won't make it easier to pass. By the way, we went straight to study. So good. Should be good. Who's this? Zanzibar having a civil war. Don't care. Yeah, that would be good. That would be helpful that we didn't have them, because they're going to get annoyed if their loyalist numbers drop. Basically, the only reason we're holding okay at the moment is because they have +7 from political strength in loyalist groups, which is pretty nice. But yeah, and obviously we've lost our bonuses from intelligentsia and industrialists, which does hurt, but I think it's worth it. Also, I've gone way over on bureaucracy because we are dramatically increasing our institutions, which should be good. We invite him in, and he immediately is useless and needs to settle down. So do I want to hurt their feelings or make them more powerful? Well, neither is the answer to the question. Oh, we need to pass this before the next election, or the petit bourgeoisie are going to be the president again. We can afford to make them one less happy. I don't want to make them more influential. I want the next election to be a huge win for the trade unionists, such that we can have them in government and the petit bourgeoisie diminish. Because if we can get, in order to get multiculturalism, which would let our African pops migrate, we need to invent something down here, right? Like, is it analytical philosophy? Central planning? There's something that we need to invent, I thought, in order to get, I think it's the anarchist ideology. Single party state. Is it film? Socialism doesn't unlock it, right? It unlocks. Yeah, I'm not sure how we unlock anarchism. Maybe it's a production method or a military thing. I don't know. Seems unlikely, right? But yeah, we need an anarchist, basically. What is the current chances of an anarchist being put in charge of these guys? We have a 50% chance of a reformer who, yeah, opposes multiculturalism but does support primary school, which would be good. Or a social democrat. They like graduated taxation, which would be good. Humanitarian? Yeah, okay. Humanitarians are the multicultural. So we've got a 25% chance of it. No, sorry, we don't. We have a 12.5% chance because it first rolls this dice, then rolls this dice. So 12.5% chance of getting a humanitarian is not ideal, but we'll keep an eye out. Oh, and I should explain the war we're in. This is a war that I saw an opportunity to get a trade port in Norway. So I'm helping out Sweden put down a Norwegian independence revolt in order to get access to the Swedish market, basically. It's funny that Sweden is going to help us get force access to their market, but it just seems like we might as well have access to more markets, be able to be competitive more of the time with imports and things. Oh, the election's on. Communists are still leading. Okay, so that's good. But with a couple of events, if the Patriotic Party takes the lead, it could cause some serious issues for our whole Council Republic thing. We'll see. There's Colonial Affairs 5, though, which is nice. I'm trying to make sure, anyway, that we're colonizing enough that we're not hitting the cap, which we're currently not, which is good. And yeah, then focusing on colonizing in ways that allows us to cut off Central Africa from our enemies, which is good. There we go. Little Norwegian treaty port. Do we get... This is Narvik, isn't it? Or is Narvik? I think this is Narvik. Or is Narvik? Not confident. Not confident. Anyway, treaty port, meaning that we now have access to the Swedish market. Excellent. What just got invented, by the way? I keep clicking these things away. I think it was vulcanization. Excellent. I'll look into that. Well, that's that's something. Hello. I'm still kind of, yeah. That's not great. The Ulleran uprising is violently hostile to 77% of the people that live within it, probably because they're, you know, English. That is a funny screenshot. They own many millions of their percentage GDP in Australia because they have like no GDP. Well, yes, we will go and put down this uprising. Australia, by the way, extremely depopulated. 1 million people in that part, 866 in all of Australia and all of New Zealand. I haven't been investing heavily into it, and I won't really till I annex it, but that's pretty funny. What is that? 31 million% of their GDP is owned foreign. They own 31% of their GDP's worth in foreign areas. That's funny. Oh, this is the kind of election events we like. The Communist Party of the Champions changed 10% momentum, and they already have a lot of momentum because you just got a good event for it. Or the people speak the nation listen, 20% enactment chance on this, and it's down to only 17 against it, which is so good. And yes, a war with the big uprising. The Australians haven't even mobilized their troops. What are you doing, Australia? Look, I'll take on your debt. You have some debt? I'll take your debt. It's okay. Mobilize your damn troops. Anyway, it's looking pretty good for Council Republic. This is an election that is endorsing at least, 55% of people are all about the Council Republic. We'll see. I also went to war with Mexico to revoke their claims on this land before remembering that that's America that has claims on this land. Oh well. 71%? Come on. 71%? That's what I'm talking about. Had to annoy people because I forgot if you colonize the same place as somewhere else, you do get some conflict going on, but it's we're working on it. Growth speed down, or trade unionists don't like it, intelligentsia don't like it. Well, intelligentsia hate us anyway. I'm okay with 20% less speed. We really don't want to annoy people right now. But there's the election, and we can now have 79% with just the trade unionists in. Pretty darn good. And it did solidify the communists remaining the most powerful party. So now we just need to get Council Republic passed, and they should be locked in the most powerful. Yeah, Thunderwings keeps creeping up, but just that creep up is making the loyalists so thrilled with us. And the high legitimacy has given us an extra 3 million, which is awesome. Making people very, very cheerful. I have cut the size of our construction industry by a lot to basically prepare for the potential economic shock of Council Republic and, collectivization and stuff. But we'll see how it goes. It's also because the, private investment pool is finished privatizing stuff, more or less, which means we have less easy cash coming in. 75%. There we go. Whoops. Be quiet, Apollo. There we go. I keep hitting unpause on my stream deck and then a space, and it unpauses YouTube that I've clicked onto to pause it. Anyway, 25% political union strength, which is trade unions political strength, which is great. Presumably that applies like after all the normal clout modifiers. No, yeah. After the kind of pop stuff, along with all the other modifiers. Nice. Meaning our legitimacy has gone down slightly. Interestingly, but that's okay. And now, still can't do collective agriculture. We need command, economy, or co-op. So now I think we try cooperative ownership. This will radicalize the industrialists and the intelligentsia, which is not good. But there's no movement that would oppose it. And the whatchamacallums, pretty bourgeoisie, aren't even against it. So let's give it a go. Every time I've done this on previous campaigns, it's ruined my economy. See what happens this time. It's supposed to be like really overpowered. At least that's what I hear, but I must just be doing something wrong. Maybe it's because I do it too early. I don't know. Oh, I changed the flag again. Yuck. I'm going to change that again. No worries. I know how to mod that now. So I'll go change that back. It's not quite what I meant to do to our flag. It's changed though, which is promising. But the top left thing has vanished entirely. Okay, little more work on that. Okay, again, not quite what I was trying to do. Better. Let me try again. There we go. Fixed it. Earlier I fixed it and changed everyone else in the world's flags to like apparently random things. But now it's properly fixed. Cool. So we're back. And yeah, so that doesn't make a huge difference to our economy, or any difference to our economy, indeed, going to Council Republic, but it allows us to do interventionism to cooperative ownership. So let's just review that difference. I know we talked about it quite a lot, but rather than 50% private construction allocation, meaning 50% of our construction capacity is used by the private queue, instead 35%. So 15%, an absolute 15% reduction in the private queue allocation. Then we get 100% government dividends reinvestment rather than 50. So at the moment, if a government building makes money, we get half of it. Once this kicks in, all of it goes into the pool, into the the private investment pool. Private investment pool, I guess, in this case, because a lot of it is government money. And then we get minimum worker owned on all manufacturing, mines, extraction, power plants, private infrastructure, and arts buildings. So almost everything. Notable exception, private infrastructure, does that include railways? I'm not sure. Notable exception, farms, because they're controlled by this, which is separate and different. And the industrialists are going to be exceedingly mad if and when we actually go for that, which will be interesting. And yeah, empowers the trade unions, depowers the petty bourgeoisie. So once we pass this one, if we succeed, which is not certain, there will still be lots of capitalists just owning all the farms, basically. We could also go homesteading, but that annoys even more people. And disempowers trade unions, so probably won't want to do that. But yes, other things that are changing. 50% nationalization investment return. I assume that means when you nationalize stuff, the people who you're paying for the nationalization get more money? The portion of nationalization compensated, which is returned to the investment pool. Yeah. The investment pool gets it rather than the pops, and you can't nationalize without compensation. Whereas with this, I assume we can. It doesn't say we can, but I assume we can. Stuff can't be privatized because it's owned by everybody. So that makes sense. I guess that means if we build farms, they're going to be state owned until we have the unified farm stuff. And yeah, farmers and shopkeepers put more into the investment pool, which will be nice because the farmers, well, not the farmers from this, but the shopkeepers will be much richer from all of this. They'll be getting much more dividends, that is to say. Awesome. Sounds good. Sounds good. And yes, we may get some reactionary aggression against us. We will see. 45%. First roll, just straight into amendment. What do you reckon? By the way, it's discussion, amendment, approval. There's no more voting, interestingly. All right, what happened? Oh, that's not great. Do we immediately eat a setback? I don't think we can 10% enactment chance. Yeah, I don't think it's worth losing like almost a quarter of our chance of enacting. We'll eat the bureaucracy and just take the stall. Take the setback, rather. We can always not do it on the next stall. At least I think you can. Or are there some stalls that are guaranteed setbacks? I'm not sure. But anyway. Recapturing Australia is taking a long time because sometimes when the front moves, the armies have to redeploy to the other side of the country, which takes a long time, but getting there. War in Mexico is going fine. I actually drafted the home army, which normally just sits around not doing anything, to fight that slightly larger war and avoid me having to micro it. There we go. These are the kinds of high-level tactical decisions that you make when you're confidence that you're going to win a war. We're also building a bunch of oil and rubber extraction to allow us to do more and more vulcanized stuff. We can't do elastics because there isn't a demand for it. Is it glassworks where I was starting to... No, that's right. It's tooling workshops where I'm starting to use some machined steel tools, which uses rubber. But I'm doing it bit by bit, because if we do it all at once, I'll get, yeah, big input shortages. So we're building a bunch of rubber mills. Should be good. Now that is a bad deal. Hey, do you want to go to war with Austria-Hungary? We'll give you literally 2 units of a colony. No, thank you, France. Will you offer me more than that, though? What do we think? Ooh, they would do it for a bankroll, though. How much does it give us now? Based on the weekly tax revenue of the recipient. Yeah, France, I'll help you out. Honest. We're in the war. Do we immediately get the bankroll? Or does it come in later? I don't think we get it until we win the war, perhaps. But still. Oh, no, hang on. My stuff just flipped positive. Is there a French bankroll in here? I don't think so. Oh, it's flipped positive because we're not using all our construction. Interesting. I have discovered a new thing we need through a war, by the way. Silk. I right now have nowhere that makes silk locally. Presumably there's loads of places in India. Yeah. So I guess I could just make some big silk plantations here. Making the Bengalis richer. Yeah, that'll help with the ongoing food crisis. Let's put 2 massive 50-size silk plantations in Bengal. Hopefully that will help. And then I might just... Yeah, where are there some existing big ones? Up here. Let's just pump that a bit. And then, yeah, Portugal. Make my market some silk. We're building them in Qingdao and Gibraltar, which is, you know, we're doing what we can to try and get some silk out of here, but there aren't that many people. Right, I forgot. We can look at automatic irrigation. Excellent. Should start doing that now. That's what we built those engines for, after all. Probably going to want to build some more. Oh yeah, don't worry about all these isolated colonies. It's because I remembered we can colonize Pacific Islands now, so we're going to go do that. That's not good. It's another stall. 10% hit, 60,000 a week, and 5% pop group. But we could also have 5% chance. We can't take another setback, I don't think. We'll have to do this. Loosen the purse strings. Lure some of those splitters back. 14%, 44% is still pretty good. The problem is it good enough? Oh, I thought Texas looked weird. That's so dumb, dude. That's so dumb. I released Rio Grande from Mexico, and it released land from Texas. That's so stupid. Look at all of these sulfur mines and glassworks and things that we just lost. You know what? That's stupid enough. I'm going to console annex Rio Grande. Is there even a console in this game? That's so stupid. Oh, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'll just conquer it. We can't because we have a truce for years. Oh, that's so frustrating. I think there is a way to console it. I'm going to console fix it, I think, because that bug has been in the game for so long. I have reported this bug before. But oh well. I'll be able to fix it. Okay, there we go. Yoink. Texas is back together, and we also own Rio Grande, which for my trouble, I think is a small price for the game to pay for its silliness. But there we go. Fixed. Finally in advance. After 2 stalls in a row. Come on. 10% chance, 10% interest group, 20 prestige. Oh, it's the worst advance, but still, it's good. Any advance is good. We have successfully cut off this coast, by the way. And with those colonization rights, we will go even faster here, which will be good. I keep saying which will be good. We're progressing very close now to being able to... oh, in fact, I should do it right now. Yeah, look at that. We can go there, and then we go straight here, and they're cut off. Oh, no, they're not quite. But once this 184 days starts, they'll be cut off. I am now colonizing too many places at once, but it's okay. Many of these will finish Whoa, what? Why is that so slow? 0.4 multiplied by 0.0 due to 3 provinces? What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. It's going to take years and years to colonize just because there's not many islands. That would make it easier. Why is it harder to colonize an area with not many islands than huge swaths of Africa? That makes no sense. All right, we're going to be over here for a while then. Maybe I should abandon a bunch of these colonies to speed up things in Africa. But now that we have them cut off, I guess we're not really in a hurry in Africa. But oh well. Oh well. The war with Austria rages on. It's definitely not worth it for this bankroll. But hey, 44 grand a week doesn't hurt. 54%. Luck be a lady. What does that mean, by the way? Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady. It's like be a good thing. They call you Lady Luck. Yeah, but why is it Lady Luck? Luck be a lady. Song by Frank Lossner. Relates from the point of view of a gambler. Well, that sounds on point. Come on, baby. Yes! That's what we're talking about. On to amendment. On to amendment. Co-op ownership. Let's do this thing. Oh, baby. That's what we like to see. Okay, so, excuse me. I need to click back into the game. That is pretty good. So let's see what that does to our economy. I'm going to take a snapshot of like the current state of affairs. And let's see what happens with the co-op ownership change. It's going to be, whoa, what's happening to my UI? It's going to be interesting. But yeah, I mean, righteous government, despite the fact that these guys are still in here, should probably go ahead and collectivize agriculture as well, right? The industrialists will get radicalized, which is not ideal. Could also do state atheism, but I don't really see the appeal of state atheism. Gives you more authority, sure, but like, it just doesn't seem worth it. What about mass conscription to cheer up the petit bourgeoisie? They're already pretty happy. Mass conscription does seem good. You can mobilize twice as many men, which would let us scare people into submission. But maybe we should get, I don't know, education investments so we can maybe state and then educate Africa so they can be smart enough to work in our factories. That'd be good. Or old age pensions. All these things could be useful. Protected speech. Intelligentsia would like it. That would be nice. Petit bourgeoisie don't, though. So, probably don't need that. Granular taxation. Again, I really don't feel like we need this. So, I don't think I'm going to do that yet. Go straight to monarchy. That'd be funny. Yeah, I think we just have a crack at collectivized agriculture. It's going to radicalize, like, everyone. But if it passes, it will be the death knell in the kind of existence of capitalist class, which will be good for the relative power of the trade unions. So let's see if that causes, you know, a rebellion or something. We'll see. Afghanistan wants interests. No, I'm not giving you 70 grand a week. What are you talking about, man? Insufficient construction for the investment pool. Well, that's new. Whoa, the reinvestment has rocketed up. That must be short term. It must be that we currently have, and I've finally been using the building registry, by the way, which is very nice. It must be that there's a whole, the company headquarters is going to go away, by the way, because they're not going to be able to own stuff anymore. So how does that work? Huh. I don't know how that's going to work, because won't the buildings be all locally owned? Interesting. Anyway, the financial districts, we have, 12, we have 12,000 of them. So, sorry, 1,200 of them. Are a whole ton of them going to go away, like, every week? Yo, yes, a whole ton. Oh my God. Okay, so there goes Yeah, a lot of the investment into the pool, but a lot of it is coming back. Now, rather than coming from financial districts, it's coming from just, everything, which is interesting. And the French can buy stuff in our country, but don't we then nationalize it? Because foreign collectivization, all buildings owned by our manor houses and districts in foreign countries become worker owned. What does established companies by purchase mean? Established companies by purchasing privately owned levels instead of government owned. Yeah, but they won't be privately owned. Well, I guess they are privately owned even if they're owned by the individuals working there. I don't know. But like these textile mills now, if we look at the ownership share, it's local workforce and the British Textiles Inc. Is the British Textiles Inc. owned locally? Is that how it changes? I don't think so. So is this number going to drop next tick? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, hang on. Did something just change there on that screen? Give me back the Textiles Inc. Did this just change? No, it's still privately owned. I wonder if that changes to something else. I guess it probably doesn't because they want the companies to keep existing. So I'm not quite sure how that will work. Be interesting though, and it'll be interesting to see what happens to standard of living. I should have looked at this immediately before, but we can still see the chart, so you can see there's already been a little spike. Whoa, 27% excess standard of living for the British middle strata. That is pretty crazy. Yes, and the upper pops are ceasing to exist. There's still going to be some of them. And there we go. Dividend taxes are now beginning to apply to the lower strata. I guess you would still... Well, would you rather do a higher dividend tax and lower income tax? You would, right? Because that would mean you were only taxing people that worked at profitable buildings as opposed to people that worked at unprofitable buildings. The lower strata and middle strata kind of get subdivided into stratas within themselves now that there's this local ownership where it's not just about what they're paid, but how profitable the building they're working at is. That makes sense. Oh yes, and we finally got rid of our infamy from annexing Canada, and so I have begun new wars of conquest in Africa, and we're just going to do war after war to yoink up a bunch of extra land in Africa. Should be good. Africa and elsewhere. Our subjects are kind of perpetually extremely disloyal because they're all supporting each other's independence, and they all went up to 100 independent. Oh, not all of them, but a lot of them went to very high independence desire when they whatchamacallit, when we annexed Canada, and it gave the 0.2 ticking to everyone. There was not much I could do, so I just kind of gave up for a while. They've been very disloyal. My next campaign is definitely going to be like no subjects, I think, because dealing with one of your subjects having a civil war once every literally 5 minutes is not the optimum way to play, I'd say. Look at that standard of living continue to skyrocket. GDP though, kind of trading sideways. We'll see if that continues. Yeah, pop growth should continue to increase. I think the peak pop growth is 20 standard of living, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Aha! Oil discovered in Najd. Who could have seen this coming? We are moving towards using oil and rubber in more and more of our industries. I wish I could still have my goods costs on the screen while this window was open, but oh well. Yeah, so the financial districts, there's still a lot of them here, but you see they all they own is buildings in the countryside, farms and plantations and so on. But yeah, as I was saying, we're moving to using electricity as well. I just built our first electric mills, power plants rather, in each of the different parts of the British Isles, but I should probably subsidize them so that they actually work. Because right now, of course, the investment pool built one in Iowa. Interesting choice. But yeah, I should subsidize them all so that they actually employ some people, and then we can try switching some things over. A routine speech dissolves into a public relations disaster, damn it. I will take the stall for the 10% chance, I think. So I declare war on America to get rid of their claims on the Western states that it's ridiculous they still have, but oh well. Suggestion thread has been made. And France sided against us, despite it having a minus 40% chance. They really want to do a regime change in Brunei, apparently, is what was sufficient to make France declare war on their ally, who's much more powerful than both them and the enemy they were fighting against. So, I mean, that'll be interesting. As a kind of experiment, I have mobilized all of our men. And it's going to be like a lot. Like 1,300 battalions. And I'm just kind of curious what that's going to do to our economy. So let's find out. Because if we can sustain that, which I very much suspect we can't, it'll be interesting. We're going to need to promote a lot of guys. I'm fishing for, you know, generals that are members of the trade unions, but yeah, we'll see. Given that the French have added no war goals against me that matter, I'm just going to mobilize a massive army. I've also added these to all their primary demands, so if they back down, then we win, but they're unlikely to back down. So yeah, we're just going to crush America and then probably back down against France and let them have a regime change in Brunei. Honestly, who cares? Seems utterly inconsequential to me. Meanwhile, we're taking some more land here in India. It's a shame I didn't keep more maneuvers free. I could have yoinked some French land, fixed up some borders in Africa, which is, of course, an eventual goal for this game. But, I mean, one of the goals is world conquest, but I don't know. The game is... It's running relatively well, but it is a lot slower. And I feel like if our GDP keeps exploding, as it has been... But by the way, look at all of these new loyalists since we changed to Council Republic. It's kind of bananas. It's after the standard of living spike that caused. Oh my god, no. Not again. Enactment time and bureaucracy, or enactment time and success chance. Well, we've got to cut the bureaucracy, but we've had bad luck. We had a straight up stall, so that answered my question. There are definitely events that are just straight up stalls. But yeah, this war with America... We should be able to win it pretty easily. I will, we're taking a treaty port in the District of Columbia, by the way, which I'm mostly doing because I found it amusing. But, yeah, it should work. Should work. Where's the Nama uprising? Oh yeah, we've had loads of uprisings in South America. That's like the 10th uprising down there, which, again, does just make me not want to have subjects, but oh well. Yeah, so I'll just do another, you know, naval invade straight onto Colombia with like 84 guys, and then we'll see how it goes. And this American 2 conscripts is going to recruit up to 400 size, so we'll see. It'll be interesting. What? Workers amongst all nations have expressed their overwhelming preference. 50% momentum. That's insane. The workers are always right. That was looking like the Patriotic Party was making a comeback. That 50% momentum is going to secure the election. That is amazing. Naval invasion, by the way, not going so hot, but the massive American conscripts being conscripted from our vast American holdings, very much storming their way through. Meanwhile, I'm not really paying attention to what's happening over here in Africa. We seem to be making gains, but it literally doesn't matter because the war will be over very shortly, and we're just gonna back down as soon as we get America done. So it's no worries. Meanwhile, Denmark is in its, I think, ninth civil war since we have made them our subjects. So yeah, here we go. These guys are officially too small. I'll promote you, but I don't want to keep adding more strength to the you know, the militarist interest group, but it's not a big deal, really. You see what I mean about these bloody South African revolts? This is another one. It's been, what, like, I mean, this is how far the front lines have moved in New York. It's been like 2 weeks. I'm really paying for the fact that I haven't researched any military technology in like 40 years. All of this has just spread to us. I imagine the Americans are probably further down the tree. It's pretty slow going, and I have not been caring about Africa at all, which has resulted in this. It's a good thing they can't add stuff mid-fight fight, but it is kind of destroying our economy as well. So I really badly mismanaged this war, but I don't think it's going to matter. But the number of rebellions we're getting all the time, and the fact that it's scrolling out from here and scrolling in over here, I didn't do it that time. Maybe it's when you have an army selected. Yeah. Why when you have an army selected does it go to like a single digit frame rate? Weird. It's possible it's a mod I'm running, but I am increasingly thinking I need to not play until I upgrade my PC or something. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, France capitulated. Well, that'll make this easy. I was just saying, I don't think I can see anymore, but yeah, the French had about 120,000 casualties. I'm not sure why their war support was so low. I guess because they didn't occupy their war goal, which was Brunei. It's pretty funny. All right, well, America is going to collapse now because it was the French holding down this front. Look at the organization level on these American armies. Yeah, they're going to melt away. We did take, a lot of casualties in this war. It's probably going to round out to like 180,000 dead, which is a great deal, don't get me wrong. We are electrifying the British Isles, and it's going pretty well. I don't know that there's an easier way, unfortunately, than to like electrify my urban centers only in. I guess one thing I could do would be only in the British Isles. There isn't, like, from what I can find, an easy way to say, hey, just like, you know, the British Isles in here. What is this none grouping? Oh, that's just literally show everything. No, don't do that. I did also look at this and see all of these deviations from, like, doing different things and think, I don't know, that might be, that's what stopped me playing. Oh, I forgot to do automatic irrigation on our opium farms. That's so much more opium. Nice. But yes, one of the things that has stopped me playing in the past is going through like this. And I know you can click like standardize to most commonly used thing, but the problem is then if you have two different, you know, things you're using in two different use cases, it doesn't work. For example, I can't just click this here. That is the most common thing because we're actually using electricity in some places, and same story. I can't click that because it will ruin everything. We are going for multi-crop millet and that everywhere, even where it's inefficient, because I don't care about the couple of little provinces where it's inefficient. Colonization of Africa is ongoing. We're probably might be reaching max colonial growth on some of these. No, because of all of our extraordinarily slow little island colonizations. But all good. Yes, so the American War will now wrap up in our favor and we can colonize this land. Finally. Which would be nice. Increase our migration attraction and all that good stuff. And then, yeah, still got some infamy. I think I'm just going to keep conquering until Africa is fully under control. And then we turn our attention potentially to some Russian pop stealing, if we're still going at that point. Because as the game slows down, it does makes me want to start a new run, basically. And the run I'm thinking of doing is either Prussia or Austria. And I am never allowed to own any land that is not directly connected to me. Except treaty ports. I think that would be... Whoa. Oh, bollocks. Are you kidding? 6%, 70% success chance. There goes collectivized agriculture. Are you kidding me? That is a real pain. Oh, well. This must be the Brothers' War. Yep. German leadership. So we could pick a side. Prussia would accept, but we have a truce with Austria because we fought them, so we can't get involved, sadly. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But yeah, playing as Austria or Prussia, and I think I'd prefer starting as Austria. They're kind of the underdog, but maybe early on they're not the underdog. I don't know. It's been a long time since I played either. Well, actually, I played Prussia relatively recently, but I like the idea of playing as Prussia, say, and then you're only allowed to own land you're directly adjacent to, and then trying to expand a lot. So basically not engaging with the whole colonial mechanic. And then what do you do for like resources and things? One thing you do, I guess, is you take the Raj, but maybe you also try and like conquer your way to the Raj. But you could protectorate stuff that you went adjacent to. But I might have another rule that's like I am never allowed to have more than 3 subjects or something, because I cannot stand the number of rebellion, revolution. It's just constant rebellions and revolutions and things. But yeah. So I'm tempted. Well, let's see what the state of the world is when we end this war. All right, as the war with America finally winds down to an end, with me behaving like an AI, with the war goal being literally the last province of theirs to fall. This landing is almost finished and we're attacking over land, so I think we'll get in there soon. Part of the problem was I didn't promote nearly enough people in this army, so it had horrendous organization caps, but we are currently in a war with 4 subject revolts with 1 more brewing. That is simply not sustainable. Now I could grant people, there we go, now 5. I could grant people independence if I wanted, I guess. But I think I might just, this is, good lord, the Japanese shogunate has fought 3 back-to-back-to-back civil wars. In fact, and one of them succeeded, there you go. There are too many civil wars. There we go. Finally. We beat America. We colonized this land. Okay. So we also stand down a lot of these, which should slowly start to fix our poor economy, which has been suffering dearly. But yeah, I don't think this is kind of playable with this many revolts, to be honest. So I think I may call it here. It's been a heck of a campaign. I don't want to call it just on a low note though, so I'm going to see what I can do to end the current wars, and I'm going to stabilize the budget and try and see if I think going Council Republic was a good idea. It did crank the standard of living. And the GDP though, since Council Republic, it's been kind of flat, but a lot of that was in this ridiculous war. GDP growth has been growing since Council Republic, but basically I think that was where we did Council Republic. One of our problems this game, I think the game went really well. I enjoyed it a lot. One of our problems was definitely, yep, they're in default, they're all in blue in default. One of our problems was definitely, that was a socialist revolt we just put down, by the way. One of the problems we had was definitely that, oh, and we failed collective agriculture, by the way. I showed you that, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. Might as well go compulsory private school. We didn't go laissez-faire at any point. And I think the reason for that was just because we were so focused on the liberals that we didn't focus on laissez-faire. So we focused on liberalizing, the schooling and education and all that. But maybe I should have been more heavy on the powering up the industrialists first, letting them, there's another revolt, letting them be industrialists rather than just focusing on making them, I mean radicals, sorry, not liberals. We focused a lot on the kind of radicals movement. Infrastructure in California we have to pay for. What are you talking about? No. The industrialists hate us anyway. So yeah, I think that was probably a mistake. And who should we play, Prussia or Austria? I have played Austria more recently, but I played Prussia more recently on camera, so I don't know. But I think it'd be fun playing as someone, yeah, with a beefy army and then just trying to play like it's EU4. And you're not a colonizer. Just like cranking through, taking the best provinces in Belgium, taking the best provinces in Austria, grabbing a bunch of land off Russia, so you have plenty of available farmland to cause immigration and going high infamy early. I think it would be fun. We still haven't gone high infamy this campaign, and the way that this war went, I don't want to go high infamy with a global empire. It seems like a real pain to have to manage all of these global fronts. But yeah, we'll see. But first, I want to stabilize the economy and kind of get us in a good place. Sweet Jesus, but I've just noticed how unbelievably expensive transportation is in most of our country. It's a little intense. In fact, now I look, it's the whole world, basically, except Narj. Narj goes locked down. But everywhere except like Scandinavia has mental expensive transportation. No wonder it's the #1 thing that everyone above lower strata is spending their money on right now. It's literally just like train fare. So we're working on building a good deal of new railways, which will hopefully help. The GDP growth has become rather sluggish, partly because I'm not paying as much attention now that I just kind of try and wrap things up basically, but also because I have decreased the size because our debt was getting a little expensive. 100,000 in interest is not what I like to see. Granulated taxation, however, has flung through. This will hurt our income, but I think it will help our standard of living even more because it will mean that we're levying more of our taxes from the workers that are specifically working at, oh bloody hell, a reactionary? Ruth, a trade unionist reactionary? No, go away. Just immediately get the heck out of my country. What was I saying? Yeah, so it will be good for our standard of living because we'll be taking more of the tax from people that can afford to give it to us, basically, which I hope will be a good idea. Don't want to speak too soon, but passing collectivized agriculture sure seems easier this time. Literally just passed every single check. Which, I mean, the odds were in favor of happening last time, but still, it's not what I'm used to. The constant civil wars continue and reaffirm my decision that I'm going to move towards trying to kind of even out the economy. Effectively, I'm going to end the period of exponential, like endless growth in order to have the situation somewhat stabilize and then just chill. And then we're just kind of set up for, I don't know, moving into a end of history situation or something. I don't know. But all in all, it's going pretty well. Everyone is happy with me again because we're back in the good graces of France. We have our trade agreement, our investment agreement, and our alliance all back up after the momentary blip of the little war that they foolishly sided against us. The anti-American side has gone away because America no longer exists. Instead, it's the United Sovereign Archduchy. Fantastic. United Sovereign Archduchy, do you want to join my power block? I have a lot of influence right now. 5 million debt? Could do that. How much would they like me for that? Maybe I'll try and get both of them to join my power block just to kind of round out our control over North America. They only gave us half of District of Columbia, by the way, which is pretty funny. But, oh, Cuba looks like it's grabbable as well. Yeah, maybe I'll try and round out the power block as another kind of last thing. Oh, hello. Paraguay. You seem eminently gettable as well. Interesting. There we go. Literally 2 successful votes. Oh, excuse me. Literally, pause the game. Literally 2 successful votes, followed by an advancement, followed by a successful vote. There we go. Collectivized agriculture. Nice. And electric railways, which will hopefully help our ability to fix the insane degrees of transport costs that we're experiencing at the moment. And yes, brine electrolysis in those states where we have electricity. So collectivized agriculture will eliminate the upper strata, more or less, as I understand it, at least a lot of them. I guess you don't completely eliminate them anymore because we're still going to have companies. I don't think the company headquarters are going anywhere, but the others are, right? And we can now do electric trains, which will be monstrously effective in terms of bringing down the cost of transport. But more relevantly, I'm very curious about what's going to happen on my rural buildings. So specifically for farms and things. So like these cotton plantations in Arkansas, for example. They are switching over to local workforce. We still have some nationally owned levels, but I think those will all get transferred to the local workforce. Now, will the French-owned ones switch to local workforce? That I do not know. and I am kind of curious about. It's pay me 0 dividends because 100% of it is going to the investment pool, by the way. Is this... Okay, yes, it can be privatized. Investors can buy it. Can the local workforce buy it? How would they have the money to buy it? I guess the investment pool now buys for the local workforce. So many bad events for these guys. 3% momentum versus 191% momentum. That is a little devastating. And we are at peace for the first time in a while. Not only are we at peace, we have no plays against us. Hallelujah. And we did get compulsory private school, by the way, and they want old age pension, which we will do. I'm kind of amazed that the industrialists still have so much clout. Like, who is supporting them these days? 45 million people are supporting the industrialists. That seems like a lot. lots of shopkeepers. Shopkeepers, you know, we made you own like all your own stuff, specifically because the trade unions are in power, right? They don't appear to appreciate it. They'd rather buy stock rather than manage their own stuff. It's not crazy. By the way, I completely forgot to increase that. Let's do that now. Yeah, the economy is looking pretty good. We're switching over to electricity, but I'm not giving it the attention it deserves. If we wanted to stabilize the books, I could just cut government wages. Pretty much do it. We also put in a consumption tax on porcelain because it makes an obscene amount of money. And porcelain's really cheap, so people will be able to afford plenty of it, even with the consumption tax, I think. We're up to prosperous middle class and a middling lower strata, which is pretty darn nice. And yeah, I think I'm probably going to call it about here. The economy is, yeah, swinging back in our favor. Economic growth is much slower than it was. Look at that, votes for the Communist Party. We can now have 95 with only the communists in power. That's very funny. Let's do that. There you go. The one-party state led by Chairman Karl Marx. Just get a quick screenshot of that. Because I was speaking to Tarkus about this. Probably mispronouncing his username, but apparently he was having some fears about whether or not he was going to get Karl Marx in his England game, but which hopefully isn't secret. He has an England game. Let me check if his video has come out already. It hasn't come out yet, at least not at time of recording, so we'll just keep that between ourselves. I don't imagine he would mind. But anyway, we're talking about the fact getting Karl Marx, so I'm going to show him that we did manage it. And yeah, righteous government, 56 million loyalists, giving us a healthy bump in interest group approval. And yeah, there we go. One of the main reasons the campaign is ending, yet another revolt. Endless revolts happening just all over the world at all times. So I think a focused European campaign where we can only take stuff we border. And if we take Calais, we are allowed to take home counties. I think it would be fun to try and kind of full annex the homelands. And then we'd still need a fleet because we'd want treaty ports to let us trade with Qing and America and things, especially America for oil would be good, and maybe a treaty port in India so that we could buy silk and opium and stuff. I think that'd be a fun challenge. But this went really well. This went really, really well. I think the GDP growth, yeah, basically Going Council Republic tanked our GDP growth, but cranked our standard of living. I expect as the standard of living of the middle class the lower class kept increasing, that would then help with our GDP by creating more demand. But all in all, it seemed like we were growing faster before it. But the standard of living gave us just a ridiculous swing on loyalists and decline in radicals that just made everything super chill after that, basically, which was certainly nice. I liked the revolutions of this game. We had some incredibly close calls over and over again. What was it over? What was the big one? There was some total separation stuff. Was it public schools as well? Our main enemy not being the landlords or the you know what I mean, the landowners or anything. It was actually the Anglican Church were our main obstacle, which was funny. Big war in India, that went well. Militarily speaking, yeah, obviously didn't do the world conquest. I don't think the game runs well enough to make a world conquest seem like an appealing prospect, to be honest. I should say it's entirely possible that some of the performance issues are from the mods that I have, but there's no way I'm getting rid of the map mod, at least, because the map is so bright in Vanilla. It's painfully bright, whereas this is really nice, and these kind of, you know, decorations and stuff are very pretty. I will, I think, for my next game, get rid of any mods that affect balance, because I'm curious, like, to what extent. Sorry about that noise. I still need to WD-40 my mic on. But the early play against America works really well. Getting Texas and California early has just been so impactful. I mean, look at global GDP. Texas and California both have larger GDPs than any state in any country that isn't us. How the heck is Uganda 10 million GDP, by the way? It doesn't look like it is. Those numbers do not add to 10 million. What? Anyway, don't worry about that. Oh, why did it unlock my thing? But yeah, Texas 35 million GDP, California 34 million. Us heavily investing in like industrial goods in these places and a construction loop, I think really helped kickstart it. And now there's all kinds coming out of here. You know, there's porcelain, paper, wine, clothes, explosives, all kinds of things. Obviously, if we carried on the game, oil and things out of both of those would be insanely powerful. I think the integration of Canada went pretty well. We did we fight them in the end? I actually forget. From your perspective, it hasn't been that long ago, but for me, it was like 2 weeks. And I think Yorkshire has the highest GDP in the UK. Nearly. Hang on, what is it? Yeah, 47.9. Not quite high enough. Okay, East Anglia. Sorry about this. Oh, I can't downsize buildings. I was going to try and make Yorkshire. I'm from Yorkshire, by the way. As I speak to you right now, I'm sitting about here. In fact, if we use this to be Sheffield, which is it's in pretty much the right spot, more or less, I think. York would be up here. What would that be? Maybe that would be Sheffield. But anyway, if we use this to be Sheffield, I'm currently sitting somewhere in this part. I don't think that's considered doxing. There's literally hundreds of thousands of homes in the area I've just circled, but still. So I really wish we had the highest GDP. We do have one of the largest glass works, so that's cool. Cranking out glass. But yeah, that's enough England for today. Thank you so very much for watching. It's been an unbelievably longer video than I intended, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. If you got to the end, I imagine you did too. And I'll see you in the next one.